1 week later.
So you become a little critical of this whole capitalism thing. Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn lost their elections, the liberal politicians suck donkey balls, and you feel a little disenchanted. Maybe you get radicalized and go down the communist rabbit hole and discover a whole new universe online.
The critique of ideology.
You get exposed to this vast marketplace of political ideologies, and you find out about these niches like BreadTube or BeardTube. You've probably also noticed a lot of people on Twitter self-identifying with various communist labels. And you might be thinking, what do all these ideologies mean? What do they stand for? Orthodox Marxism, Marxism-Leninism, Trotskyism, left communism, Maoism, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, libertarian communism, MAGA communism? Yeah, apparently that's a thing.
Corporate communism.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Or maybe you're just a healthy, normal person who isn't terminally online and is just curious about the history of Marxism and its many different variants.
Do I have to be a communist to read Karl Marx?
Either because you find yourself to be a communist sympathizer, or you just hate all this commie gobbledygook and want to get to know your enemy better.
Sounds like some commie gobbledygook.
Maybe you're somebody who thinks they're already familiar with all these ideologies, and thinks they have figured it all out.
Everyone is stupid except me.
And you're trying to see which ideology that I identify with. Spoiler alert, none of them. There's something for everybody in this video. CIA, if you're watching this, you can get something out of this video too. And this is why I can be relatively unbiased when covering this topic. Because due to morbid fixation, I have spent way too much time reading about all this stuff and spending a lot of time in these sort of Marxist circles to get to know them.
You're a first-year grad student. You just got finished reading some Marxian historian.
There are many types of communism, but in this video we are just going to be going over the main types of Marxism. And you'd be surprised just how many factional splits there are. There are more types of Marxism than there are Marxists.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 million.
And there really isn't a good comprehensive guide out there that goes over all of them accurately from a relatively unbiased view. Now, you could spend the time to read about each and every one of them by yourself.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
And you might just find yourself getting stuck in a crazy cult or in a red goth phase. This is going to be kind of like an iceberg video, starting with the most historically significant tendencies. By the end of the video, you might find which flavor of Marxism speaks to you.
Christ be with you.
Or you might just find them all cringe. Either way, I can assure you that you'll get a lot of insight into learning about all these different tendencies. So grab a beer, popcorn, a blunt, whatever suits you, as we dive straight into the rabbit hole. Now, as Karl Marx's mother once said,
if Karl spent as much time making capital as he did writing about it, then he would be a very rich man.
and I don't got that Soros money or the She-Bucks to fund this video. So this video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. If you want to protect against the big corporate communist tyranny, then better get yourself a VPN. With Surfshark, you can encrypt your internet connections so that no government can track what you're doing online. And it protects you from creepy data miners who might be trying to sell your data to private companies. You don't want that. And it even lets you bypass geo restrictions so that you can access content freely from anywhere, regardless of what country you live in. And let's be honest, if there's one thing that communists hate more than capitalism, it's borders. Well, I guess that depends. For real though, I use this all the time, and it can come in handy when using American Netflix as a Canadian, or downloading theory books, legally, of course. So click that link in the description to get access to 4 months free on Surfshark VPN using the code ONEDIME. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you are unsatisfied, you can always get your money back. Remember, Big Brother is always watching you. All right, let's get back to explaining what all this commie gobbledygook is all about. Leninism was, of course, the political doctrine associated with Vladimir Lenin, leader of the Bolshevik Party. And no, Leninism is not to be confused with Marxism-Leninism. Marxism-Leninism wasn't formally invented until after Lenin's death. Many Marxist tendencies are influenced by Vladimir Lenin that aren't Marxism-Leninism, like Trotskyism and certain forms of left communism and various non-sectarian Marxisms. Oh, don't worry, we'll get back to Marxism-Leninism later.
Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov.
Originally, Lenin just considered himself to be a Russian Marxist aiming to apply Marxist ideas to the unique socio-political conditions of Russia, and to put forth what he believed to be was the correct interpretation of Marxism.
Confusing a party with a movement! comrade, they're not the same thing.
But of course, Lenin would go on to make some hugely influential contributions to Marxist theory that would lead to Leninism becoming a comprehensive political doctrine of its own that would be considered a novel variant of Marxism to be distinguished from all other types of Marxism. Leninism became the glue of the Bolshevik Party, which took power in October of 1917, and eventually became the ruling party of the Soviet Union. Leninism and Bolshevism aren't exactly the same thing, but you could say that Bolshevism is 100% Leninist, but all Leninists aren't necessarily Bolsheviks. But most certainly, you could obviously say the Bolsheviks were the first Leninist party. This is why Leninism is often used synonymously with Bolshevism, even though this ideology would mutate considerably after Lenin's death. At its core, Leninism is a form of Marxism in power. It was the first time in modern history when the working class, or at least a political party representing the working class, was the ruling party in power. It is why it is considered to be the first proletarian revolution. But of course, Russia was primarily peasants, and the revolution was shaped not just by workers, but also by peasants. This is why the communist flag includes the hammer and the sickle. The hammer representing the working class, the proletariat, and the sickle representing the peasantry. This flag was born out of the Worker-Peasant Alliance, which was seen as necessary in order for the revolution to succeed, because the working class was simply far too small for the revolution to be based solely on it. Leninism emerged through what was essentially a crisis in orthodox Marxism. Previously, Marxists saw capitalism as a progressive development. Despite its brutal exploitation, environmental destruction, and chaotic boom and bust cycles, capitalism created a lot of wealth, which led to the rapid development of productive forces. Classical Marxists believed that society needed to be already wealthy and technologically advanced enough before it was ready for socialism. You need to have wealth before you can distribute it, after all. And they believed that all this wealth was being produced on the backs of a growing alienated proletariat who would become the new revolutionary subject. And when capitalist crisis would reach a breaking point, they would be the class with the most self-interest and the most power to opt for a revolution. They would have the self-interest because they had nothing to lose but their chains, as they owned nothing but their own labor. And unlike the peasantry, they actually had the power to organize and bring production to a halt. But by the 20th century, it had become increasingly clear that Marx's predictions hadn't exactly panned out. The anticipated proletarian revolutions in advanced Western nations were nowhere to be found. Enter your boy Vladimir Lenin,
Must crush capitalism.
who had to somehow figure out how to build a revolution in a country like Russia, which was about as far from the ideal preconditions for socialism that Marx considered were necessary in order for socialism to be possible. We're talking about a semi-feudal country with a mostly peasant population and barely any industrial proletariat. In the build-up to 1917, many Marxists at the time had agreed that the situation in Russia was ripe for major changes, just not a socialist revolution. The best that Russia could hope for was a completion of its bourgeois democratic revolution.
From the Volinsky and Pavlovsky regiments!
But Lenin believed that socialist revolution was possible in Russia. And his conviction was driven by his observation that capitalism was entering its imperialist stage. In his famous book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin built on the ideas of his fellow Bolshevik comrade Nikolai Bukharin, and extended Marxist theory by analyzing imperialism as a newer stage in capitalist development. In this stage of monopoly capitalism, the biggest corporations are no longer content with just dominating their home countries. They have to expand globally. Governments use their military power to extract resources from third world countries and open up new markets. The falling rate of profit inherent to capitalist companies and the constant drive for expansion among different capitalist empires meant that the interests of different capitalist nations will inevitably come into conflict.
Any war undertaken by a capitalist government is imperialism. Hasn't the clown read any books?
The contradictions of imperialism, the exploitation of colonies, the crushing of workers' rights, the endless wars, meant that revolution was indeed possible, desirable, and necessary, not just for Russia, but for the world. And contrary to what Marx originally thought, these revolutions would not start in the most advanced capitalist nations, but rather in the exploited periphery, the colonized countries, because the expansion of imperialism would lead to super profits that would lead to a much more well-paid working class and what Lenin called a labor aristocracy, a section of the working class that was much more well-paid relative to the rest of the working class, which would serve to divide the working class and make them less prone to revolution, unlike the exploited classes of the colonized world who would have nothing to lose. This flipped classical Marxist conceptions on their head. But what was to be done? If all this was inevitable, would revolution be inevitable? Unlike most communists of his time, Lenin was skeptical of the idea of revolutionary spontaneity, an idea held by many radicals at the time, which was that the masses themselves would make revolution spontaneously from the bottom up. In his major text, What is to be Done, Lenin observed that many working class movements were stuck in what he called trade union consciousness, meaning that workers' organizations generally just opted for short-term compromises, like wage increases, and better workers' rights, rather than striving for the long-term goal of revolution, to overthrow the system entirely and replace it with a new socialist one. This was a tendency that Lenin observed with the working class in virtually all capitalist countries. But the case with Russia was even worse, because Russia barely had a proletariat to begin with. Even though the country had a quite revolutionary situation, most of its people were peasants. Lenin's answer? The Vanguard Party, a tightly centralized, disciplined group of professional revolutionaries. This party would spearhead class consciousness and lead the proletariat to revolution. The Vanguard Party would provide the political education and direction needed for revolution. The structure of this type of party is quite hierarchical, and although there's supposed to be democracy within the Vanguard Party, once a decision is made by that party loyalty must be strictly adhered to, with people following the party line. This conception of how a party was supposed to work is often called democratic centralism.
How can we improve its work?
What's wrong with its work? Function is growing faster than its structure. It's the practical problems of party organization.
Unlike orthodox Marxists, who viewed class struggle as a gradual process tied to economic development, Lenin argued that the revolutionary conditions could be accelerated through the strategic intervention by this Vanguard Party. In other words, this Vanguard Party was supposed to make an intervention into history. Lenin was well aware that Russia didn't exactly have the prime conditions for socialism, but his hope was that the Russian Revolution would trigger socialist upheaval in advanced capitalist countries, particularly in Europe. But this just didn't pan out. The German Revolution of 1919 was defeated. Attempted revolutions elsewhere were also crushed and overthrown, like in Poland and Finland. So as the revolution failed in the First World, Lenin turned his eyes to the developing world. Lenin's prediction that revolution would emanate from the Third World proved to be true, as what happened wasn't so much communist revolutions but national liberation movements. Leninism would go on to influence various revolutionaries in the Third World, where Marx and Engels did not consider socialism to be possible, like China, Vietnam, and various countries in Latin America. Now keep in mind, at this time, Leninism still wasn't thought of as a thing. You had revolutionaries across the world trying to implement Marxism in their respective ways. But after the establishment of the Soviet Union, the Bolsheviks were able to claim that their model of Marxism actually worked while the rest didn't, even though the failure of Marxism elsewhere was of course due to much more complex factors, not just ideas. After Lenin's death, Stalin coined the term Marxism-Leninism and codified it as the official ideology of the Soviet state. The Comintern, also known as the Communist International or the Third International, a global association of communist parties founded in 1919 by the Soviet Union, would try to export communist influence worldwide, and in doing so, they would choose to mainly prop up communist parties that would agree to abide by official Marxist-Leninist doctrine. This export of Marxist-Leninist ideology globally would lead to Marxism-Leninism eventually triumphing over all other Marxist ideologies, becoming the dominant form of doctrinaire Marxism. Now, some people believe that Stalin betrayed the revolution and distorted Lenin's legacy, while others believe that Stalin merely took Leninism to its logical conclusion. The most notorious faction of Marxism that subscribes to the betrayal narrative is, of course, Trotskyism. Trotskyism is a Marxist ideology based on the ideas and theories of course, Leon Trotsky, a prominent Russian revolutionary, Marxist theorist, and key leader in the October Revolution of 1917. Trotsky was of course in the Bolshevik Party and was a rival of Joseph Stalin.
Trotsky wasted his last chance to stop my father.
When Stalin took power,
he underestimated the man he called a mule.
And Trotsky was
What about now? Check. Okay, I think I'm coming through. What's going on, gang? What's going on, Goblin Gang? I believe that I'm coming through right now. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, let me fix this. There we go. But thank you for watching, everyone. This is my first stream on the second channel, my Extra Chill Goblin channel. Appreciate you guys coming over here. Those of you who figured it out. I've got how many people watching right now? 21. Nice. John, sound is good. Love that news. Thank you so much for this. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like I don't know, I'm getting like a little bit better at Twitch, but I'm still like struggling to make all good on this end. Oh, hell yeah, love to hear that. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. But yeah, no, Twitch is hard. Or Twitch. I'm not even streaming on Twitch right now. I gotta figure that out sometime too. I streamed a little bit on Twitch last week, and I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to integrate the chat, and like apparently that's like illegal on Twitch. They're like, if you don't integrate it's actually I think I don't really know what the rules are on Twitch. It's like they don't want you to stream on Twitch and on YouTube, so they're like, if you stream, you can't show the YouTube comments in the chat. And I'm like, what? Fuck that. So I was just gonna do it anyway, but I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to make it work. But I guess I'll get that going. I'm glad the sound is good. Let me know if the sound like fucks up at any point. Like I'm getting this like feedback hum sometimes. I bought this ground loop limiter. It works when I'm not on OBS, but for some reason on OBS, it doesn't. When I have this thing plugged in, it doesn't like pick up that the mic is working at all. But for some reason, I can use it on like other sound recording programs. It's very odd. Someone suggested I hit the 48 volt button. I tried that, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Anyway, weird. I don't understand computer. But yeah, so I'm going to try hopefully streaming on this channel from now on, unless I have like a really big important stream that I might want to get more eyes on. And then uploading the clips to the same channel. So if you're not subscribed, then first of all, I don't know how the hell you would be watching this, but if you're not subscribed, come on, please, I need you to help me out here. Subscribe, please. How do I go to my channel? View your channel. Extra Chill Goblin. I'll throw that in the the chat here. Again, no idea how you would be watching if you weren't subscribed. I'm assuming everybody in the chat must be subscribed in some way. These tech intros are always exciting. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, right? Well, you know what? The thing is, I talk about like my tech issues usually for the first like couple minutes that I stream. And then I usually get comments from people who watched it later to be like, oh, try this, try that, or whatever. So that's where I would want to put it. And then for the rest of the video, we can kind of, I don't know, focus on different things. Trying something different with the like lighting too. This is I'm so fucking pale. Like there's no way to film myself that doesn't look completely blown out, I don't think. Actually, that looks kind of crazy where I just had the pink light on me. I look like I have some I don't know. I look like I'm healthy or something. For the first time in my life, I look like I've got blood in my system. But then this is just way too bright, eh? Let me move this light back a bit. That's not bad. I mean, I still look like I'm wearing like fucking like ghost clown goth makeup or something, but I don't know. I feel like you can see a little bit more of my facial features. Maybe not my eyebrows. You guys won't be able to tell if I'm looking quizzically. Whatever. Okay, listen. Tech intro done. Tech intro done. Yeah, it's been a crazy week. Did you guys remember when the Epstein birthday book came out? That was like recently. Epstein birthday book. Sorry, let me just look that up. That was within the last week, wasn't it? 5 days ago. 5 days ago, the Epstein full birthday book was released. That's not even 1 week ago when we got confirmation that this was a real photo from Epstein's 50th birthday book. That's crazy. So much has happened since then. So much. I mean, mostly the one thing. Mostly the Charlie Kirk thing. Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. Not feeling like, talking about that too much. I don't have too much to add to the discourse. Also, I would prefer not to have my name on a list of some kind of people who, the Trump administration is going to fuck with or not allow into the country or whatever. I would prefer not to be on that list. I mean, I probably am already on several lists of some sort or another, but I don't know. As much as I disagreed with Charlie Kirk, not only Charlie Kirk, but with a lot of the nice things that people have been saying about Charlie Kirk recently, I don't know. I'm gonna try not to weigh in because I understand people are hurting right now, but I did want to say there's a where was it? There was a oh, by the way, that's that video we started out with, One Dime's Far Left Iceberg Explained. That's his 3-hour long magnum opus explaining every different type of Marxism. It's really quite, what's the word? It goes over everything. What's the word for that? It's, I can't think of the word for it, but he doesn't miss any details. He goes over literally every single type of Marxism. It's Marxism, Leninism, Marxism-Leninism, Stalinism, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalez thought, whatever, Mao Zedong thought, all these different things. And really good stuff. Really just interesting because a lot of people talk about all these things like they're all the exact same thing. It's kind of nice to know that they're different. The news media moves so fast. It's crazy how quickly it was forgotten. I wonder if Trump is still suing Murdoch. I believe so. That's what they said. Thorough. Yeah, there you go. Thorough. Thanks, Spasm Fingers. That's exactly the word. It's a thorough video. But Charlie turned against his handlers. Maybe. I think I know what you're talking about. The people are saying, I've seen the conspiracy theory quite a bit that, Charlie Kirk was killed by Mossad, and Netanyahu was whatever. He came out right away to be like, it wasn't us, and posted a bunch of stuff. Maybe then this is even what I'm looking for. Here's a clip from the Majority Report. I'm not going to watch the entire thing, but just to get an idea of one aspect that I wanted to talk about. I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about Mossad, Rod Weber. I assume you are, Israel. But Charlie Kirk was always very pro-Israel, right? That's why the Groypers didn't like him. It would not make sense for Israel to have done it. I'm not even saying Israel wouldn't do something like that. Obviously they don't care, but it's just really hard for me to believe that Israel would have done this. I just don't see the motivation. I think he I don't know. I saw a clip where he was a little bit skeptical about October 7th or something like that. But I mean, no, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see that being the cause. I could be wrong, Rod. If you have another, I don't know, place that has some information on that, let me know. But I don't know. I would be surprised if we found out that was the case. But no, I did want to comment on this a little bit because I think this was kind of scary but interesting. This is from 3 days ago, right after the thing came out, the video.
Yesterday, right-wing activist, podcaster, media personality, founder of the conservative group Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk was shot dead at an event at Utah Valley University. The video is horrific, gruesome. This shooter fired a single shot from long range and is still at large. I think I saw that the shooter was further away than
Just gonna skip ahead.
Scopes are made to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to learn, I guess. I was never very good.
I mean,
want
I
that
was
repeated.
the day where I target. Like, guns do
Treat mental illness.
So yeah, they're talking about a lot of the stuff that's been kind of already whatever debunked or they've cut the guy or whatever. Yeah, when Trump didn't release the Epstein files, he upset Netanyahu when he was talking about the Mossad Epstein connection. Okay. Yeah, like a lot of conservatives were. He was saying to release the Epstein files. I don't know. I just don't see it, guys. I don't see it. Charlie Kirk is such a minor character in the grand scheme of things. It's not like he's a politician. It's not like he's, whatever. As far as like, he obviously has a lot of fans, but like, I just don't. I don't know. I just don't see it. A few days ago, him talking to Shapiro, asking him to respond to the claim of ethnic cleansing. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. As I always assumed that he was just, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm a little bit misinformed on this. So he was being a little bit more critical of Israel then recently? Because all I'd ever seen is him be like full on pro, genocide, basically, like supporting Israel all the way. But hey, looks like I'm a little bit out of touch then. I don't think there's D. You don't think there's D? What do you mean? Why wouldn't there be D? Anyway, sorry, I wanted to get to the part where they're talking about the conservative response to this. Probably they would have like something on screen, right? Yeah, probably like around here.
Agency that's supposed to be finding this kid.
Yeah, sure, Rod. Yeah. Let me know later. I'd like to look into that a little bit.
Killer, and he's still at large at the time of us recording the show. So last night at 6:21 p.m., he tweeted the subject. Okay, I think he means.
This is like the Kash Patel, FBI director. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you, local and state authorities. Oh yeah, and then it turned out that was not correct. Subject as in like suspect? Does he not know the word for the subject in custody has been released? Subject? What the hell? Donald, okay. This isn't really giving me the stuff that I was hoping it would. What I was looking for was like all the clips of conservatives on Twitter and whatever being like, "We will kill. You killed Charlie, we will kill you." Anyway, I thought that was gonna have more of that. It's fine. But I'm sure we've all seen some of that, and like a lot. There was like an instant rush on the right to blame this shooting on a trans person. The shooter is trans. Okay, the shooter's not trans. That the roommate of the shooter's trans. Okay, the roommate of the shooter just doesn't seem to be trans. Like he was dating someone trans. Oh, it doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, like I've seen people get into the Charlie Kirk was trans angle. They're like, somebody's got to be trans in this whole thing. And I really think like this is sort of a defining like aspect of the fascist right, basically right now. I think that they're so they know what they want, right? The fascist portion of the right. I'm not saying like everyone on the right wing is a fascist, but fascists generally want to use the state to enact violence against their political enemies. Michael Brooks used to say, fascism is the political manifestation of violence. And I just like, it's so clear to me, though, the instant reaction to this before any information has come in. Like they're just, hey, this person is like, hey, it was Democrats that did it. Nancy Mace came out like right as soon as it happened, basically, and was like, the Democrats own this, like James Woods on Twitter was saying like, this is war. Like people all across the fascist wing of the right wing, party, the right wing, whatever you want to call it, base, the MAGA movement, the alt-right, whatever you want to call it, instantly turned to, because this one figure on our side has been killed, we don't even know who did it, that means we must kill as many of our enemies as possible. And I even saw Netanyahu one of the things Netanyahu came out and said was, like early on, he was like, the problem is the U.S. isn't cracking down on Muslims. It needs to crack down on radical Islam. And it's like, bro, what year is it? Like, is this the 2000s again? Like, we're worried about radical Islam in like America? That's crazy. But it's just like, well, you know, he's a fascist too, but his out group, his like them versus like us, you know, like the fascist us and them sort of thing. His them is always going to be just Muslims or Arabs, right? Like, it's so instructive. And it just makes me think of like shit where Pizzagate is something that I've been like completely immersed in for the last like 7 months. Video on Pizzagate out soon, by the way. And during Pizzagate, right? Like the whole thing started on 4chan with all these fucking like Pepe, you know, meme lord guys getting really excited about Donald Trump and like looking for information, looking for clues, but not really like looking, but just, you know what I mean? Like they're, excuse me, they didn't really care like if what they found was true or not. And you can sort of get that vibe reading all of these posts on 4chan where they're like sort of half joking and half serious. And then by the time it went off of 4chan, like the main purpose was violence to our political enemies. It's, you know, obviously lock her up, like put Hillary in prison. But really it was like what later became the whole QAnon thing where it was like massive military tribunals for every communist, Democrat, leftist, whatever, gay person, everyone in Hollywood, like military tribunals and like public executions, like all stemming from like the Day of the Rope shit in from the Turner Diaries, that old fascist novel where it's like the Day of the Rope, sort of like the Night of Broken Glass or the Night of the Long Knives in Nazi Germany. The purging of our political enemies. And there's this huge desire among fascists to have this happen, to enact the Day of the Rope, you know, to wield the state as a weapon against their political enemies. And my God, you rarely see it so out in the open as you did immediately following the Charlie Kirk assassination, where every fascist was just like I almost feel like this is almost like how you could, like a litmus test, like is this person like right wing or fascist, is how they reacted to the Charlie Kirk news. And to go straight to, we're at war, we need to kill them, we need to whatever, that is Day of the Rope shit. Like that is crazy violence. That is pure fascist instinct. And that's the thing, right? Just like with Pizzagate, just like with QAnon, just like with a lot of these things, there isn't really this, they don't really need, it doesn't need to be true. Like truth is sort of dead, right? Truth doesn't matter. In our current era, we're like post-truth in a lot of ways, but especially for these sorts of fascist justifications, it's like completely, they're immediately ready to, I don't even know who did it. I just know the solution is going to be, we need to kill everyone that I disagree with. You got video of Rufio Panman talking about the Day of the Rope. Nice. Who's Rufio Panman? Should I know that guy? Rufio Panman. Oh, the Proud Boys guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. But yeah, no, it's scary. It's scary. Did not like seeing that video. I've seen that video popped up like a bunch of times on my feed. That's rough. Didn't like. Truth has to be dead for fascism to work. Oh, something got retracted. I'm not sure why. Anyway, yeah, one of the top Proud Boys. Yeah, I mean, like, it's Day of the Rope shit. You know, it's like that is what's so much of the fascist core of the right, and which has really bloomed into like mainstream conservative thought. We need to murder like everyone who we disagree with. Oh, your unhinged chat didn't show up on screen? Oh shit. Sorry. Don't know what to do about that. Can't seem to I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Guys, anyway, it's fucked up. Take care of yourself. Be safe. Do what you can to be safe. And I would recommend being very careful about what you post. I get it that it's fun to whatever, make jokes and whatnot, but like think really, I don't know. Sorry to be a bit of a spoil sport there. I'm not normally like this, but it just seems like right now is a time to be careful. Yeah. All right. Now that that's out of the way, I did want to talk about that a little bit, but let's get into some of the Epstein birthday book shit. Because that shit came out less than a week ago. It wasn't out last stream I did, and now it's out, and no one is just talking about it anymore. It's done. So I do want to do let's actually look at it, because it's kind of nuts how woof, excuse me. It's kind of nuts how quickly that thing left. But yeah, the full birthday book was released on Google Drive. Look at this. We got the Epstein estate documents. First production. I don't know if there's going to be second, whatever, part 2 or something, but this was the this is a Google Drive folder that anyone can view, and it's got request number 1, which is the birthday book, request number 2, which is Epstein's will, request number 4, which is Epstein's non-prosecution agreement, and request number 8, which I forget what that one is. I don't know why it says part. Oh, right. Yeah, this is just the black book. But it's I think it's a different black book than the one we had before. This was one. Oh no. Wait, it looks like no, sorry. It is the one that Alfredo Rodriguez gave us, because it's got the circles in it. Okay, so this is shit that we've had since like, I don't know, 2019 or something like that. Even before that. Gawker released it. Excuse me. So yeah, what I really would like to go through though is the birthday book. Happy birthday, Epstein. It was bound in a really fancy way, fancy binding, and it looks like it was, I think I'm not sure, but it looks like it was in like several volumes. Wait, unless it has more pages than the original? More pages? Oh, I don't think so. That could be, but it's like, I don't know. I also don't really understand, why would Epstein's estate have the address book that was stolen by Alfredo Rodriguez? Did they like give it back to them or something? I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, that's true. There was 2 different books that had been released to my knowledge. One of them was stolen in 2004, and one of them was from before that, from like 1997 or so. So there's been 2 different like black books, and there's different names in them. But the real good one is the useful one is the one Alfredo Rodriguez gave, and he circled every name. Did he make a Xerox? Maybe. I feel like that would be crazy if he had done that. Anyway, I don't know. I am not sure. But the first 50 years. So let's get into the birthday mode here. So I've got this table of contents. It's got everybody who contributed to the book. I think it's interesting that several names have been taken out. The girlfriends and the children make sense. That makes sense. But there's a blacked out name here in Friends. There's another blacked out name here in Friends. There's another section of girlfriends. Wait, how come it's like girlfriends, all one word, and then girlfriends with a hyphen? That seems interesting. Special assistants all blacked out. Business. And then I'm also like, I'm not totally clear, like, is this the full page? Like, why does this page have so much white space at the top? Or I don't know. Am I, maybe not. Maybe it's just this part where you can see the outline. But yeah, so there are some names that have been withheld from us. But there are a lot of names in here that we do know. So starts out with Ghislaine Maxwell, who organized the book and gathered all of the whatever stuff, got everybody to get everything. Oh, one black book was found on the street. That's interesting. On the street? What do you mean on the street? Like on the floor? Oh, that's a good point, Anarcha. The names are all alphabetical, which is notable for the Friends section. So if we go to Friends, oh yes, you are so right. So someone in between Leon Black and Jean-Luc Brunel. And then down here, someone between Henry Rozovsky and Leslie Wexner. Interesting. And I think the book itself is mostly in the order that the contents are in, although not always. A girlfriend is an adult. A girlfriend is a child. Could be, maybe. Could be. Yeah, because Epstein did differentiate between his girlfriends, like the Nadia Marchenkova or whatever, the Ghislaine even, Chelina Middlefart, Ava Dubin, like those people, and his like masseuses. So maybe it was like those two sort of areas. Second one's children. That could be. I could see that. But yeah, so we start out with Ghislaine's like fucking indecipherable handwriting. Like no wonder Jeffrey Epstein had her as his right-hand woman. Like this woman could not. Your secrets are safe with someone whose handwriting is like this. It's crazy. So I think I can read it though. It says, the idea behind this book was simply to gather stories and old photographs to jog your memory about places, people, and different events. Some of the letters will definitely achieve their intended goal. Some, well, you will have to read them to see for yourself. I know you will enjoy looking through the book, and I hope you will derive as much pleasure looking through it as I did putting it together for you. Happy birthday, love, Ghislaine. Wow, actually, that was I can't believe I read that. That was pretty tough. Birth certificate, Epstein's birth certificate. Something from the hospital or something. I don't know. Here's a weird one. Here's a weird pic. This is a young Epstein. It looks like, but my best guess, young Epstein, just color of his hair. Surrounded by, looks like some, I don't know, looks like some like, I want to say Burkina Faso guys. It's like the Red Berets, or is MPLA? Who's got a African Army Red Beret? Is that like specific to a place, or is that? Oh, it's just like the African thing. Like there's Thomas Sankara. That's who it was reminding me of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's from Burkina Faso. It could be, I guess it's like, could be, oh fuck. So it's the most common hat in South Africa. Do the hats have badges on them though? Oh, whoops. Oh, it's very hard to tell. Very tough. I'm not sure. It looks like there's maybe some sort of epaulet on the shoulder here, but like really tough to see. But Ghislaine's caption here. These were your bodyguards before you began traveling, I think it is. Before you began traveling with presidents and getting the Army and Secret Service to greet you. So that's interesting. This might be evidence for the theory that Epstein was a arms dealer, an international weapons smuggler before he became his thing. That's so sick. DM Collins woke up this morning to do an anti-ice patrol at Home Depot. That's so fucking sick. Love that. Yeah, get some sleep. Google Denise Ondeko. She's the woman who found the black book on the street in the 90s. It was in the 90s she found it? Oh, that's so weird. And she like kept it? I guess she wants to look through it and be like, what the hell? Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, what? Whoa, crazy. But here's Jeffrey Epstein's Boy Scout graduation thing. It says, no graduations left, I think it says. Or kept, maybe? No graduations kept? I don't know. I'm guessing that means this is the only graduation certificate she could find. 1963. Here's young Epstein on the left there, I think. And then it says, the first girlfriend? Okay, gross. As you were then. Epstein with his, I don't know, little afro. Business card, piano, accordion, Jeff Epstein, all occasions. And here he is as a kid playing the accordion, Rhapsody in Blue. It looks like the accordion's been sort of colorized. It's like kind of blue. Graduates, not graduations. It's hard to say. I mean, what would that mean if it says the no graduates kept? To me, that looks like graduations. But I guess it does. I guess it could, that little line there could be the top of a T. But that also wouldn't make sense. I don't know. Either way, yeah, Epstein. So here's something that I've always been unclear on. Is like, was Epstein actually good at piano? He talked a big game about it. That like thing that he built on his island that everybody called a temple was apparently a piano room. The grand piano was meant for him to play piano, entertain guests or whatever. But judging from this, it seems like there is some evidence that he did know how to play piano. And apparently, as a kid, I guess, he had a business where he would go and play piano or accordion for people. Here he is, Coney Island. You go from Brooklyn from a smaller plane to a bigger plane. Don't know what that says. Smaller plane to a bigger plane. Nuka? Can't read it. From what you thought was a huge amount of luggage. I mean, that is a huge amount of luggage. To a truly huge amount of luggage. Well, Ghislaine grew up rich, so she's like, where Epstein didn't. So she's like, you think that's a lot of luggage? Oh, just wait until you're a real billionaire. And then here, this is interesting. Here is a little page here. Paris, New York, Palm Beach, 908JE, 909JE. Those are just Jeffrey Epstein's 2 jets. 5 boats, 20 plus cars, and then you added a train. And then, so this is, I believe the first one here is the New Mexico ranch, Zorro Ranch. Yeah, Zorro. Obviously, this is Little St. Jeff, as they call it. A lot of people calling it Little St. Jeff in here. That's interesting to know, because I always call it Little St. James. That's the name of it. But apparently to Epstein and to a lot of his friends, they just called it Little St. James. Oh, no credulity is kept. Yeah, I think that's right. So then you added a train, and then from planes to helicopters to trains. Happy birthday. I feel like Ghislaine never keeps the same. It's always like, you go from Brooklyn to ... from a smaller plane to a bigger plane. Like, she doesn't finish the thought, right? Like, it sounds like you're going to finish the thought on the next page, but you're on something completely different. And she does it again here. And then you added a train, and then from planes to helicopters to trains. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? But I think she's trying to say, then you added a train, and then we got a caboose. And it's a joke because it's like some dirty rundown caboose they found. And I'm guessing, where do you want it? Coming through the pass? I don't know. It is in good... something like it's in good shape with a shower and a loo. It's in good shape with a shower and a loo. So this is like, I don't know, they found a dirty old caboose and they're like, haha, this would be funny if this was your new house. Look closely and you can see the life you have been looking for. Okay, interesting. That's Epstein? He looks... That does not look like Epstein, but I guess that's Epstein. I don't know. The first date, Christmas 1991. Now, this is not literally their first date, based on what I've heard Ghislaine say about their first date, but I guess this is around the time when they met. 1991. There's a lot of different... they're meant to be spreads. That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe it's like Paris to St. Jeff, planes, helicopters, trains, happy birthday. I still don't think it works. And then it is in good shape. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it still doesn't make sense. You go from Brooklyn, from a smaller plane to a bigger plane. Like, these are both Coney Island, right? Where he grew up. Anyway, family. So this is like it's bound very professionally. It's like also the guy the dude who did bookbinding for Epstein was also like weirdly connected. But yeah, so you'll see it like every like chapter here. I think there's another like bound page or something. Like maybe it's like a binder or something. I'm not really sure, but it always looks like it's like some sort of like leather, right? Like some kind of like a fancy material separating the sections. This is supposed to be the whole thing. I believe it's supposed to be the entire well, yes, actually, you are right. Some pages are missing, like the ones that have like basically like most. Well, I don't know. I'm assuming like a lot of the ones from girlfriends and stuff, like they do redact a lot of the like identifying information, but maybe they might redact like an entire page here and there. But I think for the most part, we get most of the pages, even with redactions. I guess this is his early life. This guy looks like Epstein. This is like somebody in his family. Crazy looking at this stuff. I think this is from his mom. May 2003 proved to be the year you're most happy. Dear son, Jeff, I've been very busy reminiscing since Guylaine asked me to write about you for your book. My father drove Seymour and me to the hospital that cold, snowy day. Seymour is Epstein's dad. Jeff, you've been a good son from day one. At PTH meetings, I begged your teachers to help improve your handwriting. His handwriting and his typing was always terrible. Today, do you know where your accordion is? You played at your bar mitzvah and Uncle Lenny's bar mitzvah. After time, you switched to piano lessons. So this this is an example. Like, it does seem like Epstein probably was a good piano player. Like, I'd always been wondering if that was just more bullshit, if that was just something that he made up. But this seems to be the case. Photos and everything. And she goes into like a lot of stuff here that we don't like. I'm sorry if this is a little bit boring, but if you got like, if you're a real ep head here, there is some interesting shit here. Like, she's going over his life, right? He went to Europe after graduation. We objected to 100% to your going to Europe at that time. After graduation, we would have seen to it you would travel as a gentleman tourist. Instead, you went with Terry Kafka. We pictured you coming home tired, undernourished, sickly. To our surprise, you looked great and had a great time. Your experiences in Europe helped you get the job at Dalton. Like, that's interesting. Your experiences in Europe helped you get the job at Dalton. I mean, I don't know, I'll take that for what it's worth. This is Jeffrey Epstein's mom. Like, maybe isn't like fully aware of all of the fucking dark magic he's doing right now. Oh, thank God, MJF. All right, the real stream can start. Your experiences in Europe, because it's always been like, how the fuck did he get hired at Dalton? He didn't have a university degree. It doesn't make sense. But somehow those experiences helped him get the job at Dalton. I'd love to know more about that. Unfortunately, Jeffrey Epstein's mom died in the 2000s. Excuse me, the early 2000s. Jeff, I'm so sorry that Dad can't share the nachos, nakas. Maybe that's like a Yiddish word or something. We have regarding your comp achievements. He would have been overjoyed reading the article about you in New York Magazine. So this is the famous article, by the way, International Money Man of Mystery. And by the amount of people who mention it in this book, it appears that it must have come out like pretty recently, before this party. Sorry, in New York Magazine, International Money Man of Mystery. Yes, I don't know why. Whoa, I've never seen this. This was the illustration on it. Wow, somebody That's crazy. Flyboys. Clinton, Epstein, Spacey, and Tucker boarding Epstein's personal Boeing 727 to Africa. This was like basically the article that really blew up his spot. Famously, this is the one where Epstein likes to tell people he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, whose nightlife is far from energetic. And yet if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges. I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. Trump booms from a speakerphone. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Famous quote. So people are referencing this article, and the Vanity Fair article came out around the same time. Oops, hang on. 12. Your report cards were A+, you were an excellent student. Like a lot of shit here, yeah. At age 27, Cosmopolitan featured you as Bachelor of the Month. That's another crazy thing. Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why? This is interesting because I don't really get the feeling that Epstein avoided gatherings, right? He's a very social guy. He loved making friends and hanging out with his friends. I was looking at family tapes. We had many parties, anniversary parties, etc. You enjoyed being there. Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why? It's like, seems like maybe he just avoids family, right? That's interesting. Yes, to the Finland station. We will get to the Vanity Unfair article, which is in here. But the Vanity Fair article was the one Vicky Ward published, and it was supposed to include testimony from Annie Farmer, Maria Farmer, and it didn't, because Epstein was able to catch and kill the story. Like, he talked, according to Vicky Ward, like Epstein, like she showed up to work and Epstein was like at the office and he was talking to her boss, and her boss was like, cut the shit out about the like whatever. Yeah, his family gatherings weren't cool enough. Yeah, not enough children. Not everybody's too old. It's like, oh, this is a real adult fest, you know. But yeah, this one, I don't know who this one's by. Maybe his dad or uncle or something. Anyway, we'll skip through these. This is just kind of dense. What's this? Science teacher. A lot of this is just like, people are like, oh, here, remember this? My duties in the army was blah, blah, blah. It's like, who cares? I don't care. Birth to son number 1, Jeffrey. Okay, so I guess this was his dad. My wife gave birth to son number 1. This is like his dad's life. Okay, I don't find this stuff super interesting. Mark, to simpler days. Happy 50th, Mark. That's Mark Epstein, his brother. And there's young Jeffrey, creepy. His teeth did not grow from then. More, he's playing the piano or the accordion and the guitar. Okay, cool. Brooklyn, to Francie from your best boy, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. How I remember Jeffrey from this is somebody who's blacked out in the sorry, let me check. I'm going to get one page up open that's just the table of contents, because we do need to keep going back and forth with that. This is somebody who's blacked out in the Brooklyn thing. Somebody named Fran. So I'm not sure who that is or why they would redact her name. Jeffrey was born average in size, a dazzling smile, laughing blue eyes, the mind of a truly great mathematician. To me, he was someone beyond all description. My contribution, a simple toy for such an outstanding little boy. He assembled the thousands of nut screws and bolts, created an empire with astounding results. The money I shall never forget. It all started with an erector set. Like, this is like his aunt or something? Like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't find this remarkable at all, but this is just somebody in his family who bought him, like, some sort of, like, you know, Lego set or something that he can build screws and nuts and bolts, and that inspired him to like get into math or something like that, and blah blah blah. But like, I don't know. He like this seems to be like some older family member, right? Anyway, I don't know. Fran. Oh yeah, no, she's redacted. The Seagate Chronicle, Accordion Torture by Robert Wolfe. This part goes on for so long, and it's just so stupid. It's just not worth it. Not worth getting into. It's all like really light, stupid like jokes about Epstein growing up. I don't know if this is like they got everyone to be written by actual people. That seems like a crazy amount of work. I don't know what this is. And some of them are like Near Drowning in Chocolate by Willie the Soda Jerk. Like I think one person wrote all of these. I don't know, maybe not. So much though. It's just all in the oh wait, is this like maybe this is a school newspaper? Is that what this is? Coney Island, but like Henny Youngman, you know, like this is like a famous comedian. Like I'm confused. I don't know what that part is. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on past it because it goes on forever. I don't know why his friend Warren Eisenstein was like, oh, you want stuff for Epstein's birthday? Well, here's my old fucking taxi driver's license. Here's my tenant like certificate. Here's my like reduced fare eligible. Here's like a bunch of my old shit. Like what? I don't know why that guy thought to include that. Some school photos of Epstein. Whoa. Here's the Cosmopolitan magazine thing. Crazy. Bachelor of the Month. Financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein, 27, talks to only people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York dynamo at 55 Water Street, 49th floor, New York City, 10041. Crazy that happened. Here's some ones of him and his friends hanging out, wearing fur coats. Yeah, okay. This looks like a photocopy of one of those old, what they would have for like yearbooks, like a little like memories book. You write memories in. So this is like a memory that Jeff Epstein wrote to somebody, and it says to tutor or your tutor. This is to Warren. So I guess that's the guy Warren Eisenstein. So maybe that's like a joke because I think Warren and he were the same age. This dude. So maybe he like tutored him in school or something, even though they're the same age. Dark as the night. Not witty, not bright. As he goes through the halls, people stop and stare to see a Jewish boy with dark, fuzzy hair. Yeah, I don't know. Jeff Epstein. Not a poet. Send this poor starving child of nature a nice can of dynamite tuna. All right, I don't know. Here's Epstein and his gang of pals here. Here they are in their underwear. And here is this them like later in life maybe? I think it is. Yeah, sorry. I think these are the same guys anyway. So here's a weird one. And I'm not sure who this is from, but we're looking at the table of contents here. So Warren Eisenstein obviously threw in a bunch of shit from him. He gave, here, you want all my like IDs? Was he a taxi driver? Oh, I didn't hear that. That could totally be right. Well, maybe he borrowed Eisenstein's taxi driver, like whatever it's called, medallion. But we got, I don't know, Terry Kafka, Michael Buchholz, Dr. Stephen Levy. But here's a weird one. So I don't know who, this is obviously Epstein. I'm not sure which one of his friends this is. We picked up girls on beach, went out on boat. I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off. But Warren tells, don't worry, his name is J.N. He's just joking. He live at 50 plus 50. 50 and 50, I guess. I tell Mark to throw him into water. He did. So I don't know what is going on here. It's really... Warren tells don't worry, his name is JN. Is that supposed to be J-E? JN. He's just joking. Oh, he live. Maybe it's we live. We live at so-and-so. We live at so-and-so. Okay. Gotcha. So weird. Is this a real story? Like, it seems like he's relating something that really happened. And he's like, remember that time I had a knife in my hand and I asked girls to take their suits off? And it's just like, I don't know. Mark, I mean, I think that's Mark Epstein, Epstein's brother, Mark. Tell Mark to throw him into water. Warren, anyway, I don't know. So, just some weird fucking memories here for his birthday book. This is where it gets kind of like not cool. Like the first part, it's like, you know, his parents and stuff, and Guylaine being like, "Look at all you've done. I'm so proud of you, my boy." And then here's his like childhood Brooklyn friends being like, "Yo, remember when we did all these fucking horrible crimes?" Like this one, and it's so fucking unclear what they're talking about. Castaways, Volume 1. I was porking some girl in bed, and Jeff brings in the maid to make a bed. She left screaming and never came back. Okay? We're both in bed porking some girls. I said, "What do you think?" While he's shoving penicillin down my throat. What the fuck? What the fuck? I went the whole day without speaking English. Jeff told everybody I was raised on a boat in Brazil. When I come out of the bathroom brushing my teeth and spit the foam on the floor, Jeff says that's how they do it in Brazil. Okay. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't think you're crazy. Maybe they're like, "Hey, listen, you think you're the blackmail king? We got shit on you too, buddy." Yeah. I'm sure that this is like 2004. Like, I think it was 2004, something like that. Time in the early 2000s, when definitely there was like a lot of like kind of like frat bro, like Tucker Max type shit. That's like very much like in this sort of like, I don't know. It's like, this is sort of the style. It was a style of the time. People would tell, a lot of like dudes would be like, "Oh man, like all these whatever college girls, all these like, you know, a lot of like slut shaming and like casual misogyny and whatever, like in these like stories of like fooling women into sex and stuff like that." It reads like that to me, but some of it is like a little bit, some of it's like more over the top, like the threatening girls with a knife, I don't know, the girl, the maid left screaming. I mean, I guess that one's not so bad because it's just like she walked in on him having sex and she left. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, this guy's shit, whoever it is, it reads a lot like that. Yeah, so it'd be 2003 for his 50th. Jewish Singles Weekend. Sit us down at table with ugly girls, and I told them, "Don't you have any pretty ones?" Like, why would you share this stuff, man? Like, this guy, whoever this guy is who wrote this, seems like a big piece of shit. He came out of a room and came out of the bathroom, brushing my teeth, and spit the foam on the floor. That's disgusting, dude. Like, this guy just seems like a horrible guy. We get in room. Jack says, "Don't touch my hair." You dump water right on his head. Then we set room on fire. Throwing food in dining room, no one would serve us, so they put us by kitchen. Gave us all our money back and told us to leave and never come back. So I don't know. This is the exact same page again. Redacted name and redacted name. Two very young girls, probably just 17, and were riding in my father's caddy. Park Avenue, top down, smooching it up in car. Drop, dead, laughing. What? Like there's something missing here. So blank and blank. So that'll be names. Those will be two girls' names. two very young girls, probably just 17 plus. There's this probably just 17. Is that 17 and like was there another number there that's supposed to be? Talked on smooching it up in car. So like the Epstein and whoever this is are with two young girls, smooching it up in car, and then this, I guess this is this guy's idea of a funny story. I don't know. I do not get it. Ocean Reef trip. Start off, you get speeding ticket. You're with blank, and her mother is looking at me like I'm a box of candy and shoving food the whole time down my mouth. The boat ride in blank birthday present boat. Okay, no idea what that is. Somebody, the rabbi's daughter. I still don't know how to parse this. Jeff would call the house rabbi's wise. Okay, I don't know. And say, this is blank father. So it's like, Julie, the rabbi's daughter. Jeff would call the house the house rabbi, period. The house rabbi's niece and say, this is her father. I'm not sure. I would bring her up to your mother's house and make her take her top off so we could touch her boobs. Her and blank would play together with toys. I don't know, guys. This is some fucked up stuff. Were the girls kissing each other? I read it that they were kissing them. Smooching it up in car. Maybe the girls were kissing each other. That could be. Riding in my father's caddy Park Avenue, top down, smooching it up in car. Maybe that's why he was laughing. I don't know. Oh, voice. Yes, you're right. You're right, TripAdvisor. Jeff would call the house rabbi. Jeff would call the house rabbi's voice and say, this is some girl's father. Rabbi's voice. Yeah. So he'd do it. Okay, so he pretends to be the father of, put on the voice of this girl's father and pretend to be your father. I don't know, guys. I wish I do. Anyway, I mean, do I wish I knew? That sounds like I don't really care. Here's from Kafka. Long, talking about when Jeffrey lost his virginity. You may not remember, but I was under the same roof that cold New Year's Eve in 66 or 67. I went with you to Michigan to visit your friend blank, the interlochen girl, for New Year's Eve. Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead here. I don't think there's much that's super interesting. They traveled together, went to Brazil. All right, sorry, I'm just going to skip over this. There might be something in here. Yeah, his preference for blondes does go way back. You, Warren, Frog, and me. So I guess those are the four, tidy whities gang. Epstein, Warren, Johnny Boy, and Frog. So I'm guessing that this shit was written by... This is Johnny Boy. I'm guessing this shit was written by Frog. Frog being this guy? Frog, cool. Anyway. Dear Jeff, I'm supposed to write something funny. I can't think of just a single episode, but rather many years, great times, Seagate, Coney Island, Mark Twain, driving taxi. Okay. Here's something from the yearbook. Math team. Oh, is Epstein on the math team? Yeah, he is. Look at him right there in the corner. Somehow he looks photoshopped in, even though they wouldn't have had that. Yeah, why is one of the friends' name neutral? That's a really good question. I'm assuming that isn't somebody's actual name, but I'm guessing, yeah, right here. I'm guessing that, yeah, maybe that's there's a lot of it isn't signed. Maybe that's the part that we read over. That's like the sort of scribbled down douchebag diaries. Here's a fucking lame thing that Guylaine wrote. There's been consistent and remarkable. So this is his old report cards. Getting good grades. Actually, not even getting that good grades. 60, 70, 70, 75, 85, 75. That's not that good. That's not like as good as he would love people to believe. Junior high school. Oh, his high school was Mark Twain High School. That's why somebody was like, remember Mark Twain? So Guylaine writes this pretending to be the teacher. There's been consistent and remarkable progress in all fields. Jeffrey's English has what the heck? Jeffrey's English has improved with some words coming out with an something English inflection. Mixing with royalty, perhaps. Foreign languages have significantly improved, with special progress being made in Swedish, Russian, and currently Portuguese. French is also coming along. Recognition in the field of science is also forthcoming. The Epstein Institute at Harvard. In health education, it can be said that Jeffrey has totally mastered the female form. Okay, yep. Kissing, however, shall remain a weak point. He remains the most talented man in the world. So interesting things in here, like, yeah, maybe that's right, Anarcha. Guys, don't call me Frog anymore. I'm a neutral now. Call me neutral. I could see neutral being like an actual nickname, but I don't know. But I just think this is interesting. There's a few interesting things in here, saying that like scientific recognition is coming with the Epstein Institute at Harvard. Have we ever heard anything about that ever? Epstein Institute at Harvard. Epstein Institute. Well, here's something from the Harvard Crimson from a few days ago about this. That's interesting. I don't know that I've heard that. Yeah, look at that. No results. So I'm not sure if that was an actual thing. Jeffrey Epstein. No. Institution. Okay, no. So nothing more about. There's nothing more about the Jeffrey Epstein Institute. But oh shoot! Just realized my computer isn't plugged in and it's about to die. 1 sec. Oh geez, I'm very silly. Did you ever read that old Harvard Crimson article from before his arrest? No. Yo, send that if you can. That's it. That's so interesting. Anyway, we'll get into some more stuff about Harvard later, but I'm just curious as to what she's talking about. Like, is she just joking again? Like, obviously this whole thing is kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's like, oh, the Epstein Institute at Harvard. And Epstein was donating money to Harvard at the time. And so shortly before, like, the investigation started going on. So maybe they backed out of that. But I would not be surprised if that was supposed to happen. Class 9-3, 9-4. I don't really care what Epstein looked like as a kid. This looks like his gang here. Eisenstein. Frog. My wedding. May 30th, 1988. At the Water Club, New York City. The empty yarmulke represents Terry, who could not attend. He was in Spain. I met him there a few days later on my honeymoon. Is that the same handwriting as the neutral part, or the almost looks like it, right? It's hard to see. I'm not even able to click back and forth real quickly, but it looks like the same handwriting to me. So whoever wedding this is, this guy, I think is the guy who wrote that other stuff. Whoever that is. I'd be curious to know more about that dude. Dr. Stephen Levy. You could never remember my surprise. You could never imagine the surprise I felt when I got asked to do this, write this memory for your memory book. This is his old teacher. Hebrew Academy of Nassau County. In 1963, you were around 10. I was 23. Today, you're 50. I'm 63. Somehow you're catching up. Okay. Girlfriends. Dearest Jeffrey, if I were to list my lifetime achievements, surely scoring higher than you on the 9th grade algebra Regent would rank in the top 10. I'll never forget the exhilaration of considering myself smarter than Jeffrey Epstein in math. So this is a high school girlfriend. Some fold photos, a lot of redacted people. Mark Twain, junior high school. And this is another letter that Epstein wrote. As she goes through the hall, people stop and stare to see such a pretty girl with long golden hair. And wait a minute. What was it? Wait a second. What was the thing he wrote for Eisenstein? Hang on. We gotta do some detective work here. We gotta do some investigative journalism. Cause that's not, you can't do that. Ah, geez, hang on. Got it downloaded so I don't have to wait for shit to load. But I do need to be able to flip back and forth. Hang on. Eisenstein. Where is he? We're getting there. Brooklyn. Okay, this dude. Terry B. Kafka, Eisenstein. And then, I think I read this. No. Oh, shoot, I must have missed it. Yeah. So look at this. So here's what he wrote to his friend Eisenstein. And here's what he wrote to his girlfriend. Shoot. There it is. Here's what he wrote to his girlfriend. As she goes through the hall, people stop and stare to see such a pretty girl with long golden hair. Dark as the night, not witty, not bright. As he goes through the halls, people stop and stare to see a Jewish boy with dark, fuzzy hair. Dude, caught in 4K. Like, you know what? I'm going to stop giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. He's reusing yearbook poems. Couldn't even write a new poem for every person. Shaking my damn head. And yeah, obviously Epstein's thing with blondes goes back. Roses are red, violets are blue, your hair is like gold, I wish mine were too, I hate to see what I look like. Yours darkly, Warren Eisenstein. To Jeff's woman. Wow, everybody's talking about hair. Yeah, people are always stopping and staring at people's very normal hair. Whoa, look at that hair. Whoa, look at that hair of that person walking through the hall. Am I the only one who's stopping and staring? They can't take that away from me. Bunch of, excuse me, piano music. White's Coleman. Okay, hang on. Can we find out anything about this guy? This dude is also like crazy. White's Coleman. The guy who did the bookbinding. Oh wait, no, sorry. Am I thinking of something different? White's Coleman. White's and Coleman. How are you a bookbinder and yet so bad at web design? Look at this shit. Aren't you supposed to like know about like fonts and stuff and layout? Crazy. Anyway, okay. Doesn't really matter. But this dude is like a character, the guy who did the bookbinding. The first 50 years, 2. So I'm saying, like, is this another book? Why is it so thick? Chill God walks through the hall. People stop and stare at his long, flowing, but otherwise normal hair. Yeah, that's about right. Mad libs up your own Jeffrey Epstein poem, yearbook poem. Work, 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 work. Why is he in like a tuxedo for most of these? You don't wear a tuxedo to work. Unless you're like James Bond or something. Anyway. Title page of the first edition of Pathetique Sonata. Some music nerd shit. Stuff about Beethoven. Guess it's like a memory someone had of going to see a Beethoven sonata with Epstein and they kept the program or something, I'm guessing. Not a cloud in the sky. Epstein, Florida, I'm guessing. Is this El Brillo way? I think maybe, or he looks young here. Maybe this was before he had the place in Florida. A few friends and family. Always the same piece. They Can't Take That Away From Me by George Gershwin. Oh, right, Mossad. James L. Bond or whatever. More play, play. Yep. That looks like a photo of Epstein's penis. Thank you for censoring us. Don't need to look at an egg-shaped dong right now. Can't take that away from me. Can't take that away from me. So much of that song. Bigger versions of photos that they've already included. Here's an interesting one. Epstein with somebody. Young Epstein. He is the boyfriend of blank. We think he works for the CIA. Interesting. That's something. That's an interesting one. Rod's like, no, not CIA, Mossad. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing that like definitively ties Epstein to Mossad or CIA or anything, but I do think my personal theory is that he was probably in communication with like many different ones. Oh yeah? Ava Dubin? Interesting. Yeah. I want the Senate censor to confirm or deny the egg shape. Like, yeah, the photo of his dick, like if they could have just like, instead of putting like a big square, if they could have just made it like an egg shape, that would have been great. Just like put a little like Easter sticker over it. Eva Dubin, eh? I mean, it's so early though. It's so early. Eva Dubin, black dress. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm doing, but like, it's an old photo. And I think that they were dating like sometime. I think they started dating sometime in the late 80s, early 90s. They were dating before Epstein met Ghislaine. But I don't think they were dating that long ago. Anyway, I don't know what I was hoping to find here. This is all Ava Dubin. I should be looking for Ava Anderson. Oh shit. You're 100% right. Good catch. Jeffrey Epstein and Ava Anderson at Melody Festivalen. That's what this is. Look, we can, yeah. That's it. Okay. People have done that. People have found other photos of her wearing the dress. Yeah. But yeah, that's 100% her. Crazy. The Melody Life Festival. Melody Festivalen. Wow. So after Bear Stearns, so here's Presidential Penis. Actually, remember I had him on the stream a couple weeks ago? He's like the top comment in this thread. Again, for the fifth time in 48 hours, you're posting photos I can't readily recall. Nice work. This is after Bear Stearns, 76 to 81, and before Towers Financial, 87 to 93. The weird period where no one credibly knows what he was up to. Right, yeah. The 80s. 85. So Adrian Anderson and he go back further than I thought, huh? Yeah, the hair poem is not even good. You think so, Rod Weber? I maybe. That's definitely one theory. But yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, nice work to the Finland station. And the CIA rumors, so interesting. So yeah, he's a boyfriend of Ava Anderson. We think he works for the CIA. And this was in 85 when he was so, when he was like off the map. Weird. Alberto Pinto had a huge input here. These are considered his floor days. Okay. This is in the girlfriend section. Who took this picture? Just give me the $100. I will not tell Paula. Suppose that she doesn't know where the brakes are. So, yeah, I'm confused. Wait, we're on the girlfriend section, aren't we? Yeah, we're definitely still on the girlfriends. We haven't gotten to the children section. So who's this dude? Maybe he's like one of his girlfriend's dads or something like that. Are you sure this will make my winky grow? Oh my, never seen those pants before. What the fuck? Waiting for my foot massage. Yeah, classic Epstein. Loved a foot massage. And here's one of his jets here, 908JE. It all happened so quickly, from the Hawker to the 727. Here he is with somebody blacked out. This is what I'm supposed to like. Looks like somebody forced him to go skiing and he hated it. Here's on the chairlift. This is what I'm supposed to like. Heading for the blue sofa. Wake me up tomorrow. He promised you what? This is an interesting one. There's Guylaine, right? See, this is the thing, right? Wouldn't be surprised if he wanted people to think he was CIA, but actually wasn't. He definitely did want people to think he was CIA. He definitely did want people to think that. He sometimes would just tell people that. But yeah. Yeah, Whitney Webb. I you know what? I'm going to read her book. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to read One Nation Under Blackmail, because she's like, I've learned a lot about Epstein from her, but I always cross-check everything. She's very good at like citing her sources, which I respect, but I feel like she doesn't, for me, connect the dots very convincingly often. Like, she'll be like, here's something crazy. Here's something else crazy. We don't really know what they mean, but let me just make a like logical conclusion here about what's going on. And she'll paint this really detailed picture of what was happening behind the scenes. And it's like at the end, I'm like, well, I was like, at the very least, I can't say that I'm not like entertained by this story. It's like interesting and compelling, but I don't usually feel like her shit is backed up fully by her sources. But I like reading her shit because she isn't afraid to jump to conclusions. And I think you have to jump to conclusions at some point in a weird conspiracy case like this. Like, at some point you're going to have to tie a piece of red string to another fucking pin on the board and be like, okay, this must be the fucking thing. But yeah, I mean, I've heard the theory that Epstein became an asset to the CIA after the Towers financial scandal. I mean, CIA wouldn't even really make sense. Maybe FBI, but like, I don't know. Like, that's one theory. It's not the one that I'm most convinced by, but it certainly is like, it is something. Presidential Penis, who came on the other week, he knows a lot about this sort of. He's read a lot into the Epstein case, and his theory is that like Epstein didn't rat anybody out during Towers Financial, but he was able to escape with like millions of dollars, and that's where his money came from. But yeah, Tom O'Neill. Oh yeah, like the MK Ultra stuff. Pretty clear about what he can prove and what he only suspects. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I don't mind I like how Tom O'Neill, like in Chaos or whatever, like he'll be like, well, here's what I think. Like, why is this dude, I forget his name, but the guy that keeps showing up and like the Manson family shit and whatever, and MK Ultra and like all this, like, why is he always there? And then he's like, here's what maybe is going on, but I don't know. Like, the documentary, the Errol Morris documentary on Netflix, Chaos, is quite good. And he's like, he does nail him down at some point. He's like, so are you saying that like the CIA actually did figure out how to mind control people? And he's like, I don't know. Maybe. So you agree with that's where the big money came from? I mean, like I would say like, I feel like you have to pick, right? Either Epstein got the money from that or he became a like intelligence informant. Like they wouldn't let him do both, would they? I don't know. He was really good at math. Maybe he mathed his way out of it. Not a cloud in my sky, Epstein. You know what pisses me off about Epstein is like, God, he seemed like he had like a pretty fun life with a lot of friends and people who liked him and like cared about his birthday and like he traveled a lot. He's always doing fun stuff. Ugh, gross. I've heard about this photo a lot. There's a nice censored close up. This is the most terrifying section here. Children, or H. Ludren. I guess this page didn't photocopy very well or something, but God, what a horrifying. This is there's some like real like analog. That's who I was thinking of. Jolly West to the Finland. Analog like horror thing here, eh? Like, doesn't this seem like something you'd read on like 4chan, like X or something? Like some like creepypasta. Children. Yeah. Very creepy. So here's something about this. Maybe you'll know about some of the think those are the Dubin children, at least some of them. 100%. Yeah. Chelina Dubin is almost 100% included in here at some point. But here's something interesting, right? Uncle F. Has anybody ever heard that Epstein, some people called Epstein F? Uncle F. And this is I'm just going to go ahead and screen cap this because I wanted to put a little collection together of people in this book calling him F. I didn't know about that. Did Epstein have a nickname or something? One day, Uncle F decided to go poopy. He had never seen poopy in his life. Even though he's 50, he's never seen it. Narrator, why are you here? Said Uncle F. Get on with the story. Okay, so as I was saying, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, here's another one. All right, I'm going to try and do this justice. There's a picture done a marker of here's Epstein and a girl and whatever. I don't know, but it's a song. Here comes the bride, all dressed in white. Where is the groom? He's in the ladies' room. What is his reminder? To work on his binder. The groom is the Now this part, it looks like they've sort of written over the word, or drawn over the words. The groom is the The groom is the glor. Who knows? Whatever this word is, I'm sure it probably reveals everything. His doggy. Okay. Where is his reminder to work on his binder? The glam is the glory, his doggy. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, this is scary up here. All these crying children. Or is it supposed to be like women crying because Epstein is getting married to Ghislaine? Is that what's happening? Oh wait, you know what? I think I maybe figured it out. So here comes a bride, all dressed in white, blah, 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 blah. But then the last part is, the groom is the groom, or something. I think it's basically supposed to be like, he's grooming his dog. It's supposed to be like some pun on, like groom. Epstein is the groom at the wedding, but he's also grooms dogs. Of course, there's another thing he was grooming as well, but can't expect children to know about that. I think that's what this last line is supposed to be. But yeah, I think this is Chelina Dubin. A new series of picture. And if you'll remember, Ava Anderson Dubin, in Epstein's Black Book. Let me just pull it up real quick. Epstein's Black Book.com. Excuse me. Oh, jeez. Ava Anderson. So right here, Ava Anderson. This is the woman we just saw who's in the who has the oh no, not that one. Where is it? This woman here who was in the book. She had a child, one of his godchildren, Chelina Dubin, and in Epstein's Black Book. This is the one that Alfredo Rodriguez did. The very last page, Alfredo wrote, like, here's some important people you're going to call these people. These people saw the abuse. These are the important people you need to talk to. And one of them was Ava Anderson Dubin, former model and mother of naked pic. So it seems as though they had a naked picture of Chelina Dubin. And if we look in here, I believe these photos are Chelina Dubin, Epstein's goddaughter. His favorite person in the world, as he liked to say. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, creepy. Friends. All right, so now he's out at Coney Island. You know, he's out of these hoodlums he used to hang out with in Brooklyn. What are his friends as an adult like? Well, and also, okay, we're on the friends section here. So it looks like, the children are all blacked out, but it looks like the first person is Ron Altbach. Who's Ron Altbach? Do we know who this is? Oh, a musician. Dancing in the Moonlight. Oh, he was a session keyboardist for the Beach Boys. Ron Altbach. Where is he? Why is he only in group shots? Okay, I guess this is him, Ron Altbach. But what about when he was young? Is this him? Ron Altbach. This dude. Okay. Beach Boys member? All right. Okay, Ron. What did Ron get up to with Epstein? Finally, at the home of our friend, let's call him Mr. Brown, Jeffrey unveiled his plan. To some, it may have seemed like a get-rich-quick scheme, but to me, it was pure genius. Rob and kill was the name of the plan. The first victim, blank, to be attacked and brutally plundered. Would she want more than that? On the boardwalk in Venice Beach. Broad daylight. The dastardly thieves were never caught. Postscript. I retired from the life, but I recently read an article in New York which led me to believe that my old friend Mr. E had continued on and become an industry leader. And is this Ron Black? Looks sort of like it could be him. Whoops, hitting the wrong page. Hard to tell. That's definitely Epstein in the whatever stalking thing. I don't know. So like obviously this is like tongue in cheek, and the guy's like, "Oh, here's a funny picture of us. Let me do a little imagined like story." But like there are some jokes in here that we can tell are like alluding to something else, right? I think like the first victim, blank, to be attacked and brutally plundered. Would she want more than that? It's like, you know what I mean? Like there's some sort of like rapey stuff happening here. Uncle F is what the Dubin kids called him. They called him Uncle F. I don't always heard they called him Uncle Jeff, but Uncle F, was that what it was? To 91. Okay. That's how long Anderson dated Epstein. They did go together to the White House. They are one of the times Epstein went to the White House during Clinton's first term. He brought Ava Anderson with him, and they both signed in together on the White House visitors log. The jacket says Ron. That's a good point. Who did I say that was again? Yeah, Ron Altbach. Oh yeah. So that definitely must be who it is. In 2009, yeah, her and Glenn Dubin were super close with Epstein, and like basically up until and after his death are still like, he's fine, he's innocent. I would let my kids hang out with him. It's fine. Very crazy. Maybe F because it's probably easier for kids to pronounce. Could be. And Marcel P. Sorry, what parallels do you mean? What are the insane parallels? Who's this? Jeffrey was such a nice man, innocent type. One of my employees called him Mr. Epstein, the math teacher. Always ready to lend a hand to help a friend in need. He even volunteered to help out in surgery at UCLA. Scrubbed, put on the gown the whole bit just to do his part. Okay. Yeah, that looks like him, right? Right in the middle there. That looks like Ron Altbach. Epstein doing like a Ben Shapiro, like Kubrick face. Then things began to change. I think it was shortly after he encouraged Morgan to say woof on the phone to me that I noticed the beginning. And then while his friends were willing to either go blissfully ahead, eyes closed, trusting in the Almighty, Jeffrey began to get that look in his eye. He was cooking up something either evil or at least deadly. I always hoped he wasn't spurred to action by my inaction, the unforgivable, immortal sin of getting married. Yeah. Ron Altbach? That's definitely him, right? Yeah. There he is with a mustache. There he is with no mustache. Yeah, anyway. On the occasion of... So this one is by Leon Black, right? Yeah, Leon Black. On the occasion of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. And we've got Ron Altbach, Leon Black. The next name is blacked out, so right after... Carl Icahn in the red tie? I don't know. I don't know who Carl Icahn even is. American businessman? Looks too old. Okay. Carl Icahn. There's that. What? Wait, this guy? No. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, good point, Tom. Finland Tom. Maybe the never drank stuff isn't true. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta change this. Gotta make sure that my chat is working here. There we go. Does Epstein look wasted in any of these? Maybe here. Don't know what's going on with this one. Knife and a gun too. Anyway, all right, let's read Leon Black's poem. A VFPC is something to be. A VFPC is something to see. A liver, a lover, a Jeffrey. Let's all give a cheer for today. He's 50. 5 decades. L or half century. L. What's L? This guy's got lots of, there's lots of letters here. And by the way, he does specify later, a VFPC is Vanity Fair poster child. A VFPC is something to be. 5 decades, L, or half century, by birds and bucks, C's and M's are his key. Blonde, red, or brunette spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man in the sea. What's C? Okay, what's by birds and by bucks? C's and M's. Oh, L is Roman numeral 50. Ah. For some reason, I thought M was 50. I guess not. L. And you can tell because he has those sort of like serifs there. It's like, oh, he's trying to be Roman. L. C's and M's are his key. There's some sort of code going on here. I don't know what. Teaching math, trading options, or foreign currency. Green eye shades, schemes and plans, a unique tax strategy. Wet dream and Koshemar. An architect's wild spree. Moscow, Paris, Santa Fe, Alhambra, East Jamboree. Maxwellian delight, a mother's treasure, great joy most surely. Maxwellian delight, a mother's treasure, great joy most surely. Harvardian patron, brain researcher for extending wannabe. Outrageous, iconoclastic, unconventional, spirit free. Best of all, a dear friend. Happy birthday, Jeffrey. Love and kisses, Leon. Okay. Another guy who was accused of sexual assault by Epstein's victims. I think 3 people accused him of this. Woman, whoa, man. Yeah. Very Mike Myers. What's that movie called? So I Married an Axe Murderer. You really gotta work to make the poetic meter function in this, especially in that last verse. The too many syllables. The redacted name is likely Flavio Briatore or Ed Bronfman. Looked into Branson and Bloomberg, but they don't match. Not sure why they would be redacted. Interesting. Okay, so wait, did we... Oh yeah, this is Ron Altbeck, I think, right? This is where sometimes it's not in... Oh, okay, Leon Black. So it's the one after Leon Black is redacted. This one. Birthday greetings to Degenerate One. From Eaton Square to Barton Way, from St. Mark's to Palm Beach and Manhattan. Is it a mere 2 decades in South time? So many girls, so little time. And you, there, Jeffrey, always grinning like the mysterious, mischievous lad you are. I remember it all with a smile, though with a melancholy smile to think you are only at mid-century a mere boy, though we vampires are supposed to age slowly, if at all. So there will be... This is so scary. This is scary. Like, this is horror movie Act 1. What the hell is this? Though we vampires are supposed to age slowly, if at all. So there will be decades more of my screaming commodity... What? Of my screaming commodity orders... Of my screaming commodity orders on planes while the passengers say shh, and you never failing to astonish me. I'll look out the window and you'll be shooting past on a rocket with a Cheshire cat grin. Okay, got it. Keep it up, Jeffrey. With great affection, Degenerate 2, a.k.a. somebody. Who could that be? Wow. Barton Way. Mentions places in London and St. Moritz, Switzerland. Oh, Switzerland, that's a clue. It also mentions they've known him for 20 years. It also says that they're older. The Bronfmans were connected to Bear Stearns. Ed Bronfman Jr. lived in London in the 80s. Huh. Interesting. Briatore is a ski instructor and recently built a hotel in St. Moritz, Switzerland. Yeah, like this is another thing is when we look at the table of contents, right? Like we have to be able to fit their name approximately here. So it's got to be a relatively short name, right? It's like just a little bit longer than Leon Black, Bill Clinton. That's tough. Yeah. Flavio Briatore? I don't know. Hang on. Online notepad. Oh, wow. I still have, this thing is still up here. Wow. Crazy. It actually saved my stuff. I didn't realize it did that. But okay. But yeah, let's try. Here. Let's do like a little bit of a. I'm going to change this to Times New Roman. I'm going to say Leon Black. Oh, that's not Times New Roman. What the heck? Sorry, gang. Hang on. There it is. Times New Roman, Leon Black. Let's say Flavio Briatore. Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. I'm not looking at the screen as I type. Flavio Briatore and Ed Bronfman. Tony Blair, I think people are saying. So let's take a look here. Ronald Black, Leon Black, and then so it's in between, somewhere in between Leon Black and Jean-Luc Brunel. Let's try Jean-Luc Brunel. So Tony Blair's too short. It looks a little bit longer than. So Flavio and Ed Bronfman would be right in that zone. Ed Bronfman, he was, do we know anything about him and Epstein? Born in Montreal, Quebec. Hey, that's where I live. The son of Alan Bronfman and nephew of Samuel Bronfman, founder of Seagram. He attended Selwyn House School, Bishop's College, blah, blah, blah. And he's old. Like he's quite a bit older than, he died a year after this letter. Wow, he owned the Montreal Canadiens? God damn, that's crazy. This definitely seems like a fucking, a guy who would be Epstein's friend. From Eaton Square to... Does this look like the writing of an old man? It's like 90 or something like that. Because he did say, is it a mere 2 decades in Earth time? So many girls, so little time. And you there, Jeffrey, always grinning like the mysterious, mischievous lad you are. St. Mary's to Palm Beach in Manhattan. Eaton Square to Barton Way. I think Bronfman might work. He's older, right? He's like, and you a mere child or something, right? To think you are only at a mid-century, a mere boy. So he's like, to this guy, 50 is young. So it's the right age. But someone mentioned, Mark, it mentions places in London, St. Moritz, Switzerland. Also mentions they've known him for 20 years. The Bronfmans were connected to Bear Stearns, and Ed Bronfman Jr. lived in London. Eaton Square, that's London. Barton Way, or St. Moritz is Switzerland. Yeah. I mean, a little tangential, but a little tangential, but I think it's Bronfman. Oh, it's Bronfman Jr.? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Ed Bronfman Jr.'s dad was involved in the mega group with Wexner. Well, if it's Ed Bronfman Jr., How old is he? Okay, yeah, this guy. 1955? Okay, so yeah, and Epstein's 55 too, right? Or something like that. He's around the same age. So I don't think it can be him. Sorry, I thought you guys were saying the original. The senior. The amount of times I've looked up the Jeffrey Epstein like Wikipedia page is crazy. 53. So he's a little bit older than Bronfman Jr. So it doesn't make sense to me that he would be like, you're only a half century, a mere child. Right? Unless he's joking. With a melancholy smile, to think you were only at mid-century, a mere boy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not Ed Begley Sr. Yeah. Ed Begley Jr. Yeah. I don't know. It could be, guys. It could be. I don't know. And it's just interesting. Like, why would this name be redacted? A mere 2 decades in Earth time? So many girls, so little time. Yeah. Yeah, probably not this like 90-year-old dude. All right, next page. No excuses. Now, yeah, okay. This is weird. This is very hard to parse what's happening here. No excuses. Too fast, too much. Please stop. No, I will not stop the chronometer. Keep going. Ha 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 ha. So they're on an island, a little palm tree here. Somebody's saying like time is going too quickly. It stopped time, and he's got the chronometer, which keeps time going. I don't know. It's very hard to say. And I think this is done by the same person as this. Don't think this is the next name on it, who is Brunel. Joy. Very creepy picture. Keep going, young man. There's another young man thing. Peace. Keep going, young man. All right. So that was from our thing. That's our redacted name. So we don't know who that was. Could be what's it called? Bronfman? Could be, but I don't know. I doubt it. Now this is a weird one. This is a weird one. Not quite sure what to make of this. This is Jean-Luc Brunel's page. So Jean-Luc was a manager of MC2 models. Before that was the, I think, French guy in charge of elite models, like a supermodel like agency, like really, really famous, like high up in the modeling industry. Jean-Luc Brunel, accused of rape like so many times, like underage, overage girls, models in France. There's a 60 Minutes episode about him doing this from way before Epstein. And that is actually normal. Like the modeling industry, like from everything that I've read about the modeling industry, it seems like it basically is a human trafficking organization, and it's barely disguised at all. And Brunel became the guy, this basically, let's say that the guy in charge of scouting, in quotes, models, in quotes, for Epstein for his modeling company, MC2. MC2 was the name. It was like Epstein was supposed to be like a silent partner. He didn't want people to know he was involved, but he wanted it to secretly be like, but I am involved. Call it MC2. Call it MC2 and it'll be like E equals MC squared. But the E stands for Epstein. That was the idea. And the woman who was oh God, what's her name? Maria something or other. The woman who was the bookkeeper for MC2 said that Epstein told her to model the modeling contracts. Choose a different word there. To base the modeling contracts for MC2 exactly on the ones that Trump used for Trump model management, which is another modeling agency where tons of like rape and exploitation happens of all of these young women. Anyway, so here's Jean-Luc Brunel's thing, and it's a bunch of math. And you can see here, like he's got like Euclid, Archimedes, Epstein, Pythagoras, Brunel. So he's put his name and Epstein's name up among all of these like famous, like, you know, geniuses. 10 is the most beautiful number. It's like listen to this. 10 is the most beautiful number. Do not rush to be 100 years old. It contains the, oh geez, what does that say? The hint from integer? I spent like a little bit too long probably looking at this. I'm not the best at math. I was good at it in school, in like high school, but that was like fucking, let me do the quick math here. That was like 18 years ago or something. So I'm not like up to practice here, but I'm looking at a lot of these things. So first he says 10 is the most beautiful number. Do not rush to be 100 years old. It contains the hint from integer. And so a lot of these equations have 10 and 5 in them, 5 plus 10, 10 plus 5. And I also, like, there's some famous math done by Brunel in one of the, Brunel message to Epstein. 2 times 8. Yeah. So here is a message that Jean-Luc Brunel wrote to Epstein. Like somebody wrote this down. Like Jean-Luc called him, and then somebody wrote down the message, like Guylaine or somebody. And this is the message. He has a teacher for you to teach you how to speak Russian. She is 2 times 8 years old, not blonde. Lessons are free, and you can have first today if you call. So keep in mind, this was the guy whose job, he was basically like the French version of Ghislaine Maxwell. He was the person who was going out and finding girls for him. And he would tell them, oh, I'm going to make you a famous model. Come with me. I'm going to introduce you to Epstein, blah, blah, blah. 2 times 8, which I always thought was just like, is that supposed to be a code so that it doesn't seem like you're saying, oh, she's 16 years old. Like, let me make it like, I don't want them to know I'm bringing in a 16-year-old over. Maybe I'll make it seem like I'm bringing 2 8-year-olds over. It's like, that's worse. But clearly this is not actually supposed to be a Russian teacher. Like, why would he need to specify not blonde? You know, why do you care what color your hair is? But yeah, so there's Jean-Luc Brunel. So this guy likes math. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that only him and Epstein could possibly like decipher this crazy code. He's like, oh, nobody knows there are 2 times tables. They're all stuck learning their 1 times tables. So a lot of these are the number 10. 10 is the most beautiful number. Like, I'm assuming that this is like age, right? 10 equals BN. 10 times 5 equals Y. 8N plus Y. Like, a lot of this is, I think, just gibberish. 6, 28, 496, 8728. 496, perfect number. 32 minus 10 minus 1, 15. 15 comes up a lot too. 5 plus 10, 10 plus 5. Down over here. Y equals G greater than blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it means. But I noticed, like, down here, that, like, this one says IQ. Like, I feel like this is some sort of like pedophile equation where it's like, hey, look at this, like I don't know, divide something by IQ times whatever B. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some kind of thing here. Yeah, anarcha. It looks more like numerology than maths. And then D. So I don't know what D is, but 10 plus 10 halves equals diff equals D. I don't know. So D should never be greater than, don't know what that says. Greater than Jeff, maybe? Greater than something percent to J at any SC. Geez. I don't know. I don't know what this means. But I feel like there's something really messed up that's below the surface here. Is this like how fucking like QAnon people feel, like trying to decipher like whatever the latest like Nancy Pelosi tweet? They're like, there's a secret code in here. But it probably is kind of how they feel, but I think there is one here though. I think there is one. Yeah, I think a lot of this is bullshit. A equals G plus 15. A is less than G plus 16, greater than G plus 12. What's G? I'm assuming a lot of this are ages. And here's another IQ, right? This is like the big boxed equation. This is like the equation for the secret of life or whatever. It's something to do with like, oh, if you're smart enough, you should be able to have sex with underage girls. I think that is what it's saying. Maybe. Oh, wait, what's this? Where G equals G/age? Age. G equals glage? Gisage? I don't know. Hard to read that. M is 8. IQ is 90. Well, 90 is a low IQ. B equals, HW, Well, yeah, no, you are definitely, you are definitely right. You're thinking too hard on this page. Yeah, you're right. You definitely are right. Let's move on. But like, yeah, I'm like, if I, like, yeah, I don't think there's anything to actually be learned here. It's just frustrating that we don't know what it means. I wish you every new day happier than every old happy days. Your friend, Jean-Luc. Should not be greater than percent of Jeff age. Oh. Wait, that's not here. D should not be greater than percent of Jeff age any X. Yeah, I mean, could be, looks like it could be, but I'm not sure. Anyway. Moving on. Bill Clinton. Clinton's in the book, and my God, how the hell what the fuck does this say? Happy 50th. It's reassuring, isn't it? To have dang it, I was off to a good start. It's reassuring, isn't it? Lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing. Adventures and efforts. Adventures and efforts, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. Bill Clinton. I mean, Clinton's thing has always been like, Jeffrey and I, we weren't friends. Like, I used him for his jet. We didn't hang out. I had one meeting with him. Like, it's not a big fucking deal, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, there's shit like this. And it's like, on the one hand, like, this could be like him writing, like, there's nothing specific in this. He isn't including any of his crazy fucking, like, horrible sexcapades with him or anything like some of Epstein's other friends. It's all very, like, you could write this message to anyone. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, this is not like typed up and like fired off by like one of his like assistants or something. This is like, he wrote this with like a Sharpie or something. So with a dry fucking Sharpie. So I don't think, I feel like it's hard for Bill Clinton to argue that he wasn't friends with this guy. Although I'm sure that they really wanted his signature, because Clinton was Epstein's, like, the friend he was most proud to have, for sure. Yeah, pretty, it is pretty generic. Oh yeah, they described some of the notes sent by people except for Brunel's? Yeah, maybe they didn't describe it because there's nothing to be described there. I don't know. All right, here we are. Somebody mentioned this before. Dershowitz. Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article. I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see from the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards, Alan. So here's what Alan thinks is funny. Ready? Vanity Unfair. And then he's taken just I guess the cover page of Vanity Fair magazine, and he's cut and pasted over all of these names, Jeffrey. Bring it on, Jeffrey. Consume me, Jeffrey. Intoxicate me, Jeffrey. Nicole Kidman. Jeffrey Epstein's Bloody Summer. Jeffrey Epstein's Fuck Rampage. Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein? Exclusive 100-year-old mystery solved. Al-Qaeda in South America. Financed by Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein stole my heart. And other courtroom dispatches. Life is a pure flame. We live by an invisible sun within us. Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, okay. That's... I don't know. I think so. This is Alan Dershowitz's thing. He thinks this is funny. He says, I talked him into shifting the focus from you to Bill Clinton. So then it goes to, who was that man with Epstein? Because the original article, I guess, was about like Epstein being like, who was this man with Clinton, basically. Like, so Clinton went on this big plane ride, but like, what the heck's going on with the guy who owns the plane? Who is this guy? And so his joke is, what if it was the opposite? Inquiring minds are asking, who was that man with Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is, of course, one of the world's most famous men, a household name throughout the planet. His pictures appeared on the cover of every magazine in the world. Everyone knows his story. All of that is true so far. From his humble roots on Coney Island to his rise as one of the most envied public figures of the Western world. Not quite. But what was he doing flying to Africa with an obscure former politician from Hope, Arkansas? So that's the joke. That's what it is here. It's a amusing reversal of emphasis. Anyway. I think this might also be from Dershowitz, a New Yorker cartoon. I've done a lot of soul searching and have come to the conclusion that I should be thinking less about money and more about naked women and biomathematical research. Really adding on that biomathematical research really ruins the joke and just like the flow. But Bill Elkis is coming up here. Here's Bill. It's no secret. Excuse me. It's no secret that... yeah, Alan's legendary sense of unhumor. Yeah. Funded by Epstein, Al-Qaeda. Yeah. He's referring to how they discarded the farmer's accusations, most likely, and how he might have had a hand in that. I mean, I did know. I think I know what you're talking about, Mark. Yeah. I had the same sort of thought when I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, because, like, fucking Dershowitz was like a fucking, what do you call it? Like a pit bull lawyer who would just like harass people and get them to like, hey, don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Leave my client alone, blah, blah, blah. And I can definitely see the part where he says, I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton as a reference to like the type of lawyer work that he did for Epstein. And just in general. A lot of it is just like, you want me to harass somebody? Done. Let me know, like, you want me to go to harass Vanity Fair and threaten to sue them and whatever? Inquiring minds are asking, who is that man with Epstein? Oh yeah, we already read this one, and we don't really need to read this. It's very stupid. So this one, I think there is something interesting in here. It's no secret that Jeffrey appreciates beautiful women, but not many people know that he can create them out of thin air. At least he did in Iowa in 1988. At the time, I was managing the money of the Zimmerman family, and they lived in Fairfield, Iowa, a town of less than 10,000 people between Autumna and Burlington. Hog farming is a serious industry there, and many feel there's more than a little truth to the saying that it's hard to tell the difference between the girls and the hogs in Southeast Iowa. Okay, that's racist against Iowans. I had invited Jeffrey to come to Fairfield to see our investment operations, meet the Zimmerman family, and learn more about their major charitable projects. He asked about the nightlife, and we could only laugh as we dropped him off at the local motel. The next morning, a group of 4 of us picked Jeffrey picked up Jeffrey to give him a tour of the area. At our first stop, we parked in front of a bookstore. As we were getting out of the car, a spectacular, tall, blonde woman suddenly came out of the store, walked directly past us, up to Jeffrey and announced, "I'm new to this area. What's going on?" It turned out she was a sales representative for a firm selling academic-branded athletic clothing, and she was literally driving through Iowa visiting local campuses. Jeffrey invited her to join us and did his magic. Within a few hours, he had invited her to return to New York with him for the weekend. The guys in the car were astonished to even see such an attractive lady in Fairfield, amazed that she passed over them to meet Jeff, and were speechless when she agreed to come to New York. I'll admit to wondering at the time whether Jeffrey somehow arranged the whole episode through some long-distance escort service, but the following week I happened to be in Manhattan, and Jeffrey asked me to give her a ride back in our company plane, giving me the chance to speak with her for a few hours. She was the real McCoy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wonder if you surveyed people if Epstein would have more name recognition than Bill Clinton. Probably like younger people, for sure. Didn't Vanity Fair editor claim he got death threats? I don't think so. From what I've seen, the Vanity Fair editor, he's the guy like Vicky Ward's editor, right? From what I understand from Vicky Ward's reporting, from what she's said about it, she was like, she had this evidence from Maria Farmer and Annie Farmer, and she wanted to publish it. She wanted to like break the story basically, and the girls were like depending on her, and she was like, "Don't worry, like you will be safe. We're going to get this out there. We're going to stop this from happening." And then her editor cut that part out of the article without informing her, and she talked to him later. And was like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, why'd you cut it out?" And he was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm Canadian. I believe Epstein. He told me he didn't do it, and I believe him. What can I say? I'm Canadian. I just believe everyone." There's a cat's head and a bullet left on his doorstep. Dang, the Vanity Fair editor. Maybe I'm misremembering that. That's crazy. This looks like something has been blacked out here, but what? What does this say here? Notice how they seem to follow in dough. I don't know. Not as they not. Notice how they seem. No. Notice how they. Notice how they were. Jeez, I have no idea what that says. But there's something missing from this page. Oh, is it? Oh, I guess this is like a close-up shot of a woman's face. Some sort of glamour shot, it looks like. Her hair up here. And this, who knows? I asked my house astrologer what to make of you, and she gave me some incomprehensible charts and some very comprehensible words. The analysis: a fiercely intelligent, highly complex individual for whom the accumulation of great wealth is no problem, prefers working in private, or better yet, utter secrecy, emotionally complicated, can run hot and cold, can lose interest in the blink of an eye, professes to be available but much goes on behind the scenes, and he decides what he gives. Extensive scientific, humanitarian, philanthropic strength and interest, and co-interest, which if harnessed and developed properly could have a significant impact, as in tangibly changing the world for the better, and as an added bonus, beat the current masters at their own game. Anyway, that's interesting. I like the part that suggested that you didn't know how much you liked how distant you are. I told you before that our friendship, which I greatly enjoy, and who is this, by the way? I think we already got the Henry Jarecki. Oh, Henry Jarecki. Was that, I think that was one of the, hang on one second. I have my list of Epstein affiliations here. Henry Jarecki. Yeah. So he was, Henry Jarecki is another billionaire who owned, excuse me, he owned an island right next to Epstein's island. Henry Jarecki. So they're island neighbors. This guy. And look at this. He's also been accused of sexual assault, trafficking by an Epstein survivor. Jesus, that's what he looks like? Oh my God. What the hell? Why can I see all of his teeth? I shouldn't be able to see that many teeth. Oh God. Jesus. I am, that is a disturbing image. That is a disturbing image. What's his how did he become rich? What kind of billionaire is he? Doesn't say. Banker? It's the American counterpart to Makata and Goldsmith. Makata Metals Corporation, in partnership with Ambrose Bank and then Standard Chartered Bank. The bullion market is a dealer in precious metals and options. Okay, some kind of money trading metals thing. I don't know. That's nuts. Yeah, it's almost like his teeth. Where is it? Where did I put that photo? Did I close it? Maybe I did. It's like his. It's one of those pictures where the teeth follow you around the room as you move. You know. I think that's what you're saying there. That letter is separate from the two before. Oh. No, that's for later. Yeah. This one is, right? Bill Elkis. Somebody. Where are we at in the order here? Oh, yeah. Henry Jarecki, right? There, yeah. So Henry Jarecki. So Bran Farron must have been, whoever Bran Farron is must have been one of these people. But this, so Henry Jarecki, anyway, guys, sorry for all that. But Henry Jarecki got him a star chart reading or whatever, some horoscope thing. I've told you before that our friendship, which I greatly enjoy and from which I have learned more than I expected to at this stage of my life, had to have some additional goal for you. I've always assumed that you would one day want to talk about distance and aloneness and their benefits and dissatisfactions with someone who has many of the same burdens. I'm ready when you are. What a weird note. He's like, oh, you probably think I'm so lame. You probably don't even want to hang out with me that much. But I want to hang out with you, I think, for a little bit anyway. But like, let me know if you ever want to like stop hanging out. Then like, me too. I also am ready to stop hanging out. Henry, all right. Okay, here's one from Nick. That's Nick Lease. Don't know who that is. You very dear boy. Going back into the past as I have over the last few days has in some ways proved a melancholy experience. All the old criminals suddenly came leaping out at me. Mac, Ogilvy, Swire, Baring, Alphonse, the Brigadier, the old man, and all the good times that we had together. One of the sad things in life is that fate conspires to move people apart to the extent that I hardly see you anymore. But I suppose that is why we are compensated by memories. I was speaking to Bibi last night. Bibi? Who's that? Netanyahu? Before writing this email, we both agreed that we were at a loss to decide which of the hundreds of hilarious incidents to pinpoint for you. There are just too many. Inspecting the royal school girls' dorms. Okay. Chasing rabbits with Toto in the old man's dino. Trying to get husband out of the way in Manila. Blocking Ogilvy's loo with the illegal goose at Baring's wedding, doing 3-point turns in the tunnel in HK when we asked the Mandarin driver to find us some girls, dancing the night away in the tin mine in KL, Kuala Lumpur, massage classes at Raxol, and so on and so on. It brings tears to my eyes. Yeah, what kind of tears are those? Inspecting the Royal School girls' dorms, buddy? What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, this is some real fucking international men of mystery. International fucking pedophiles of mystery shit. However, there was one evening which I recall always... Sorry, I'll keep doing the voice. However, there was one evening which I recall always had you howling with laughter. We were in Harry's bar in London. You, me, the old man, Toto, and the usual extraordinary group of camp followers, Lord Long, Ian Crookshank, etc., somehow Toto got it into his head that was a call girl that Doggy had fixed up for him. After dinner, we all went off to Tramps. Tramps, that's the nightclub that Guylaine went to with Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre. Interesting. And Toto and Doggy got in the back of Doggy's car with sitting between them. Toto, grinning happily at the old man, reached down and pulled skirt up to her panties and put his hand on her pussy. The old man, smiling sweetly, leaned over, stuffed his hand into her pants, so that Toto found his fingers playing with Doggy's. Suddenly, the awful truth sunk in, but Toto was too shocked to remove his hand, so they drove to Tramps with both of them still trapped in knickers. Oh, my love, and a very, very happy birthday, with many more years to come in the future than there are years behind you. Nick. Whoa, that's crazy. This is the birthday book, Marcel P. We're looking at the book that Epstein got for his 50th birthday. It's just full of letters from like different people who he knew. So thank you for looking up Nick Leese. That's who this fucking freak is. Nick Leese, Epstein, and then two guys named Doggy and Toto. And it also says, you, me, the old man. So would that be like he's talking about Douglas Leese? But Leese was an architect along with Saudi Adnan Khashoggi and Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud in the $1 billion Al Yamama arms deal, Britain's biggest arms deal ever concluded. And like that, isn't that interesting? Because this is another like whole fucking connection with like what all this fucking like Iran Contra shit and like the Khashoggis, whatever, the Epstein. Like the whole theory that Epstein was like an arms dealing. Really intense. Yeah, billionaire's already obsessed with you're saying I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. You're saying that Douglas Leese was that makes way more sense. Yeah. When would that have been, like the 80s? That deal around the time Epstein was active. Yeah, it'd be like around Contra, right? But yeah, what the fuck is this story like? I don't know. I don't even know. I guess these guys, do rich guys just like is their thing just like hanging out and hiring sex workers for each other? But not telling them that's what they're doing? Like something weird's happening. But anyway, yeah, weird. Okay, this one is weird. This one is weird, and this is from Peter Mandelson. So this is Tony Blair's like fixer, Peter Mandelson, British politician, lobbyist, and diplomat. Served in the cabinets of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown as minister without portfolio. He was one of the first people to whom the term spin doctor was applied and was nicknamed the Prince of Darkness because of his ruthless media savvy reputation. Yeah, that's this guy. The Right Honorable Lord Mandelson. The Right Honorable Lord Mandelson. Oh yes, hello. I'm a good little boy. I've never done anything evil. They call me the Prince of Darkness. That's the Right Honorable Lord Prince of Darkness, if you please. Okay, and so this dude wrote Epstein a little fucking birthday poem. Well, not a birthday poem. I guess more of a picture book, a story. Let's see. Once upon a time, an intelligent, sharp-witted man they call Mysterious. Another reference to the is that the Vanity Fair article? Parachuted into my life. Whew. You would spend many hours just waiting for him to turn up. And often, No sooner were you getting used to having him around, you'd suddenly be alone again. Okay. Leaving you with some interesting friends to entertain instead. Now, this person's face is blacked out by the FBI or whatever. This person looks like there's like a little piece of tinfoil or something like in the book. This person's face is censored out. Now, who's that? That's not Lord Mandelson, is it? Is that Mandelson? Whoops. Mandelson. No. That ain't Mandelson. Ooh, good point to the Finland. I don't think being appointed ambassador to the U.S. right at the start of Trump's second term was a coincidence. Oh, yeah? To the Finland? Bunch more stuff. Oh, shit. Did he get fired because of this shit? Whoa, crazy. That happened this week? So it was because of this. Well, we haven't even gotten to the most fucked up part. Hang on. All right, scrolling down here. Oh, just some dogs to keep you company. He wasn't always so keen on them. Couple golden retrievers. But then he would parachute back in, very occasionally, taking you by surprise in some far-off places. And look at this. So this is like a single malt whiskey label bottle. And you can see down here, specially bottled by his friends in Ireland for the Right Honourable Peter Mandelson, MP, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, 1999 to 2001. So now we've got like dates to their shit. No way, Finland. Seriously? More email came out too? Meemail and Epstein in jail? That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at younger photos of him. It is him? Okay. Hang on. Peter Mandelson Young. Oh, that's him? That does look like him. Wait, why does that look so different from like, is it the same guy as this? Geez, those glasses really change his face, I guess. There he is with, wow, okay, I hadn't heard this. Fires ambassador to U.S. Peter Mandelson because of Epstein links. Okay. Yeah, damn. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. Moving on. Far off places. Here we go. This part is the fucked up part. Sup Warfels? Or in one of his glorious homes he likes to share with his friends. Yum yum. Yum yum. The homes are yum yum. Peter Mandelson, are you a evil giant? Do you eat houses? Why would you say yum yum about a house? One of his and then photo of LSJ, Little St. Jeff's. Very interesting. One of his glorious homes he likes to share with his friends. Yum yum. This part I'm like, okay, that's crazy. Wait, Mandelson's gay? Mandelson's gay? Mandelson's gay? That's it. That's okay. Then I don't know. Because when I saw this, I was like, oh, definitely a pedophile. Definitely. But if he's gay, then I don't know. Yeah. But wherever he is in the world, he remains my best pal. Puts in this photo too. He's in a bathrobe. No, don't put a picture of you talking to Epstein right after your massage. Don't do it, Peter. Oh God, really bad. Probably had a crush on Jeffrey like Wexner. I mean, seems like that they were real dogs. It's got photos of the dogs. Epstein did at some point like dogs. There's a story about Epstein told Michael Wolff where he was like he went to pick up Trump and he had like 2 big dogs in the back seat of his limo, and Trump refused. He had 2 dogs and like girls as well. And Trump was like, "Get the dogs out. I'm not getting in the car with dogs. I hate dogs. I hate fucking dogs. Get these dogs out of here." And he was like, "Either if the dogs go, the girls go," or something like that. And so he forced Trump to sit in the back seat with him and these dogs because whatever. But no, that's true. Epstein could have had boys. He could be like, "Hey, you left some of your dogs here, man." You know, he could have been like that. Anyway, yum. But wherever he is in the world, he remains my best pal. Oh, rough. This one did not age well. Happy birthday, Jeffrey. We love you. So there's Mandelson, and who's that? Who's the other guy? Who he? So I think I recognize this as Jeffrey Epstein's boat. I've seen this boat at Little St. James, like this little like kind of motorboat thing. I've seen like there's a picture of I think what's her name, one of the victims of Epstein. Geez, I can't remember her name. Lisa Phillips, I think. I've seen a picture of her on that same boat. Lisa Phillips. Not that we even need to. We even need to prove that he was there. He's already got photos. Yeah, this one. Right? Here's No, I will not. Oh, what the heck? Oh God. There it is. Like this looks like the same boat, yeah? 100% the same boat. Yeah. So yeah. There's the end of a guy's career, I guess. Cool. I like that they do that. Oh, that's his boyfriend at the time? Oh, okay. Dear Jeffrey, and who's this? George Mitchell. So this is a Democrat politician. He's also accused of sexual assault by Virginia Giuffre. Was he a senator? Yeah. George Mitchell, American politician, diplomat, and lawyer, leading member of the Democratic Party, the senator from Maine from 80 to 95, and the Senate Majority Leader in 89 to 95. After retiring from the Senate, Mitchell played a leading role, interestingly, in negotiations for peace in Northern Ireland, which is where Mandelson was working, and the Middle East. He was appointed the United States Special Envoy for Northern Ireland. Isn't that interesting? 1995-2001 by President Clinton. And the Special Envoy for Middle East Peace by President Barack Obama. That's 2009 to 2011. But 1995 to 2001. And then what was Mandelson's thing? He was Secretary of State for Northern Ireland from 1999 to 2001. Look at that. So there's some, I don't know, there's some connection there, right? It's got to be. They're right next to each other in the book, so like they must have all been boys. Interesting. But okay, this guy's got horrible handwriting as well, but wait, what? Old 4chan post had Mandelson seeing a panicked boy on LSJ. Interesting. Yeah, he could be winking at what a naughty boy Jeffrey Epstein is. Yeah, that could definitely be it. So dear Jeffrey, so let's read this George Mitchell one. The beginning of a new year and an appropriate time to count our blessings. Among mine is your friendship. It's been more than a decade since we met by chance at an airport in Washington. During that time, you've been a good friend. I'm grateful for that and for what I hope will be many more years of your friendship. Among your blessings has been the opportunity to lead a full, exciting, and fantastically varied life. now that you've reached a critical milestone, I hope you will intensify your activities in the widest possible range of issues, especially in the field of science, where you've already done so much. Oh yeah? Has Epstein done so much in the field of science? Name one thing. Name one thing Epstein has done in the field of science. With my congratulations. What? With my congratulations, gratitude, and best wishes, George Mitchell. P.S. Sorry, guys. I hate to leave dead air, but as you know, Heather shares your birthday, confirming my belief that a lot of great people were born on January 20th. What a lame fucking letter in general, but especially that addendum. Who cares? What a waste of time. If you're going to leave a friggin' message in Jeffrey Epstein's book, please at least allude to crimes. Oh, yeah. You're talking about the Roger Stone 4chan theory? I know the one you're talking about, and like people have brought it up like a few times, being like, Roger Stone's been on the island too. If you have a link to that, please throw it in the chat, because like I guess the fucking chat isn't showing links. But I've looked for that thing because I saw it back in the day, and I like looked into it and shit, and I was like, this is not real. But it's still kind of floating out there in like the fucking zeitgeist, but I don't know. Like, it's all of the places I used to see it have been taken down, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so that was from George Mitchell. And so this one is Nathan Myhrvold. Nathan Myhrvold. Here's my list. See, I gotta keep, this is my like spreadsheet for keeping track of Epstein affiliated people. What the fuck is his name? Myhrvold? How the hell do you spell that? Nathan. Okay, I'll search Nathan. Nathan Myhrvold. Oh, yeah. No other info. Nope, I don't know anything about the guy. Let's look him up. Nathan Myhrvold. An inventor, entrepreneur, and author. Formerly CTO at Microsoft. The co-founder of Intellectual Ventures and the principal author of Modernist Cuisine and successful books. This dude. Why does he look like a CGI like owl? Why does it look like his head is about to sprout wings and fly away and, I don't know, eat a mouse or something? Something's up with this guy. Anyway. Where were we? So this is a letter from this guy. I've agonized long and hard about what to write for your birthday. One version was a highly philosophical take on personal perception. I'll spare you the tortured prose, but the gist was, the way you see the world depends on your experience. It's how we parse things. You're one of the few people who has influenced how I parse and understand the world, and that version lauded you for it. But that seemed heavy and pedantic, so out it went. Another version was silly and salacious, since your approach to life has so much of each of these things. A few years ago, somebody at a party asked me, does Jeffrey Epstein... Now, this is interesting. Does Jeffrey Epstein manage your money? I replied, no, but he advises me on lifestyle. The guy's eyes bugged out of his head, and he said, really? Alas, I'm ill-prepared to comment on your lifestyle in any detail, since I am sadly so far behind that it would be talking about things I know little of. Yet another approach was to comment on our shared interests in science and exploration, but again, it seemed lacking. This is a real fucking, like, you know, writing a poem about not being able to write a poem, or writing a story about not being able to write a story. Like the real fucking basic ass, like grade 5, like English project, like close second for cringiest shit in the book. Maybe. Yeah. It's up there. What's number 1 for you? Alas, I'm ill-prepared, blah, 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 blah. So in the end, I've wound up with this silly excuse for missive, neither profound nor funny. Yep, you're right. Well, I've included a few photos I took on my recent trip to Africa. They seem more appropriate than anything I could put into words. So this is a guy who is trying to get in touch with, trying to make his lifestyle more like Epstein's lifestyle. And apparently is having his money managed by Epstein or not. But, and here's the photos he put in here. Monkey with his dick out. Zebra fucking a zebra. Just a zebra with a big dick. Lions having sex. Lion. Yeah, that's it. Those are the fucking ones he put. Oh, Dershowitz. Yeah. Dershowitz is probably the cringiest one. This one I think is the least cringe, unironically. This fucking like print master, like clip art shit. The guy took like probably 10 minutes to make this, if that. This one is my favorite one. It's like girls in bikinis, plane, balloons, cake. I love it. This one's the best. And who's it? Joel Pashkow? Who's that? Who's Joel Pashkow? Joel Pashkow. This guy. Okay. Well, hang on. I guess Joel Pashkow's thing isn't over yet. This is also Joel Pashkow? No. Okay, so Joel Pashkow did this. He should have stopped. He should have stopped right here. He should have stopped doing shit. This was perfect. No need to do any more than this. But he didn't stop there. This is the most fucked up thing in the entire book. I'm sure you guys have seen this already. Holy shit. There's so many little details here. Yeah, Anarcha. This is literally as bad as it gets. Yeah. Okay. So, this is a picture of 1983. Epstein was still at Bear Stearns in 83, I think. Right? Oh, geez. I'm zoomed in on too many of these pages. He was dismissed from Dalton in 76. Began working at Bear Stearns. Oh, Bear Stearns only to 81. So 81 to 87ers, that's like the mysterious years. The mystery years. But here's 83, right in those mystery years. He's drawn Epstein with children. Like that's unambiguously those are kids. It looks like he's reaching out with balloons, but it seems like the balloons are also behind this girl's hand. So maybe the girl already has balloons. But then it's like, oh, what's this? A lollipop or is it a microphone or something? What is that? Because at first I thought, oh, he's giving them balloons. Well, maybe he is, but I don't know. It's like there's some other thing in his hand. What is that thing? Anyway, I don't know. And yeah, he's drawn him poor. So this guy, like, he's got like whatever, ripped jeans, patched up stuff. I have to imagine that this guy did not know Jeffrey Epstein in 1983. But he did know him in 2003. What a great country. And I guess he probably knew that Epstein did grow up like poor. Like he grew up without money. And I think he sort of amazed a lot of rich people. I think that was part of his charm to the wealthy, is that they'd be like, "Will I have a friend who didn't grow up rich? Oh, one of my friends actually grew up quite poor." You know, like that. Like I think he was a curiosity in that way to them. But this guy just like underestimated how recently it was that he was poor. It's like, no, this was like after he'd left Bear Stearns. He was already fucking doing weird fucking international man of mystery shit. And then we've got these 4 blonde girls massaging him. This one has a Jeffrey Epstein butt tattoo, J.E. I saw some people say that this is Mar-a-Lago. I don't think so. I think this is supposed to be the island. Hey, Mickey makes mistakes. Nobody took your station as Bong Rip Dude. I'm going to take my station as Vape Hit Dude. Marijuana vape. But yeah, I believe this is like, if we look at, I mean, again, this guy maybe isn't like the best artist, but if we look at Little St. James, like here's Little St. James, right? Is there like, there look like there's like kind of like a windmill sort of thing, like whatever this is supposed to be. What is that? Oh, it's a helicopter. Oh, okay. I just got it. It's a helicopter. So I guess that's Ghislaine's helicopter, which would have been on little LSJ. But like, yeah, I think that's what this is supposed to be the sort of structure on the island, even though it's blue roof and the guy drew it with a red roof. I believe that is what it's supposed to be. But Mar-a-Lago does have a red roof, but like I don't see. I mean, I guess it could be. I don't see why it would be Mar-a-Lago, but maybe. But why would there be a helicopter there if it's Mar-a-Lago? Don't know. The foot massage going on here. She's massaging his penis, massaging his neck. Like, this guy knew what was up. Like, this guy, the person who drew this guy knew what was happening. This guy knew exactly what was going on. It's almost like he's drawn like the Epstein's like grooming style in one picture here. He's like, you used to have to give kids a fucking lollipop. Now you got to be like, oh, massage my feet. Now massage my shoulders. Now massage my chest. Now like happy ending or whatever. And yeah, he's drawn the plane with its tail numbers, call numbers, whatever, call sign. He did have a house in Palm Beach too. Yeah, that's right. El Brillo Way. I think it's been demolished now. El Brillo Way House Epstein. Here's the Brillo Way house. It's a mansion, but it's not huge. It's got a swimming pool in the back that's completely sealed off from view by its neighbors. Interestingly. Anyway, I don't know. I suppose it could be Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. I would assume not. But then we scroll down here. Here's Epstein with Joel. What was his name again? Joel somebody? Joel Pashkow. Joel Pashkow and like some other people. And Joel Pashkow has written, Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women. Sells fully depreciated somebody's name to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money on the girl or the girl. So this is a joke. Like, I mean, what's her name? The cross necklace girl. What the heck's her name? The mouth of Sauron. What is it? The girl who, the White House press secretary. Kayleigh McEnany? What is it? Carolyn Leavitt. Yeah, okay. I knew it was a K name. She was asked about this picture. Let me see if I can find it. Caroline Leavitt. Leave it to leave it. Caroline Leavitt, Epstein check, Donald Trump signature. Here it is. Yes.
Thank you. Just I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents.
Sorry, it's very quiet. Hang on, let me turn it up. How do I do that though? Volume booster.
Thank you. Just I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You've said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is I guess in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference outside of Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the President of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the President of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction. The Democrats view this story as nothing more than an attempt to distract from the accomplishments and the achievements of this administration. And that is what we mean when we call it a hoax.
If he didn't sign these.
So, yeah, I don't know if that was the clip that I was looking for, but there was a, I mean, that is so crazy. I think this is, did you see the signature? Because I was looking for, anyway, did I miss it? Did she say it? Here. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. So this is when she's asked specifically about this picture, with a check signed by Donald Trump, supposedly.
The other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in the check from the president for $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys.
For some reason, I didn't really, I guess, think about it. But when he puts it like that, I'm just realizing how bad that looks. So Jeffrey Epstein was photographed holding a check signed by Donald Trump for a fully depreciated woman. That's pretty rough.
Make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
But does he recognize the woman?
No.
Awesome. That's what I was looking for. So she points out, did you see the signature on the check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. And actually, she's right. Like, that is definitely, Donald Trump has never signed his name like that. But it's kind of a boy who cried wolf sort of situation, because since like the Trump thing came out, which we will get to, that is actually coming out pretty soon. The signature on the thing, like, that one does look like Trump's signature. This one doesn't. But it's interesting that she uses the same excuse for both. It's not his signature. He doesn't sign his name like that. No, he does. He does. And like handwriting experts have weighed in, and like you can just look at it and see blah blah blah. But like, it's funny that like she uses the same excuse for both, but this one, she's like her tone of voice when she says the signature thing, she's like, did you see the signature? Just look at it. It's not his signature. Open and shut case. Because it's not his signature. And I don't think that anyone reasonably believes that this is genuinely a check signed by Donald Trump for $22,500 to Jeffrey Epstein for a woman. That isn't right. Like, that isn't what this is, obviously. This is a joke photo that was taken. And like a joke caption. Jeffrey showing early, like there's nothing in the photo even that has to do with a fully depreciated woman. That's just a check, signature, blah, blah, blah. And then down here showing early talents with money and women, sells fully depreciated. It's like a, used car kind of like term, woman's name to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. So he's joking around. Like, this is not something that I think like we can say literally happened. But what the heck? Like, what's the joke though? What's the joke? Like, if this is like an inside joke between friends, it's like, what is the joke here? So we all know Epstein has talent with money, right? He's like a money manager, financier, and women. Everybody knows he's talented with women. He sells fully depreciated women to Donald Trump for $22,500. Like, the joke here is like, this would be something Epstein would do. And look at this like novelty-sized check. Look at this. Like, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying here. Like, if you sign a giant novelty check, you might sign it very different. Maybe it's the redacted woman in the photo. Yeah, like, I'm trying to imagine like what circumstance this could possibly have been of. Like, I guess, wait, do you guys think, like, you're like, Finland, you're like, maybe it's the redacted woman in the photo? Like, I don't think that this is really a thing that happened, but do you guys think that? Like, are you guys saying that, like, you think this is a real check that Donald Trump wrote for Epstein? To me, like, this seems like taking a funny picture out of context, and the guy is writing like a fucked up funny thing that's also fits in with the personalities of Epstein and Trump. Like, he's making a joke. That's what I'm getting from it. But like I can sort of see, like, maybe this was maybe Epstein, for example, made a bet. Like, maybe he made a bet with Trump and Trump lost. And the way that he paid him, like, he was like, and you got to pay me one of those giant novelty checks too. So they got the photo, and then this guy took the thing and took a picture of it and was like, oh, it'd be funny if I like wrote this. I think that's probably true. So he's probably like, yeah, we got this woman, we sold her to Trump, like, because he was just trying to make this photo funny. Like, I don't think that this is telling an actual story. I think it's a joke. I mean, I don't think that my, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I think it's something like that. I don't think that this is him confessing to sex trafficking with like photo evidence. But I do think that the fact that he make this joke means that there's like an understanding between, at the very least, this guy, Epstein, and Donald Trump, that the three of them do shit like that. Like, I think it's like, yeah, we would do something like this, right? Like, they dated a lot of the same woman, yeah, like which they did. There's like several women who moved directly from Epstein to Trump. There's like multiple. The 22,500. I mean, like, that seems to be like from the photo here. So I don't know, but like, this is very sus. This is extremely sus. Like, this is the same guy that drew this fucking picture. So like, this guy knows. This guy knows shit. This guy knew shit. Like, this is the worst look of the entire book. Nobody comes off worse than this dude. Yeah. And he's like, I didn't even get any of the money or the girl. This guy seems like a real piece of shit. Joel. So wait. So Joel. Okay, hang on. We got some new news about him. Hang on. We got to check out this stuff. Got it. He introduced, the real estate mogul who introduced Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein? Really? So this would have been when? The 80s? He's jumped from a wealthy but obscure pillar of old money Palm Beach society to a central figure in the Jeffrey Epstein scandal in 2 days flat. How much did Joel Pashkow, who contributed some of the most salacious pages, like, yeah, no exaggeration, to the birthday book, how much did he know of the disgraced financier's mistreatment of young girls? I would say he knew everything. Joel knew more about Jeffrey's perversions than anyone, one source told Daily Mail. That much is clear from his entry in the birthday book. Unfortunately, he's now seriously ill and is not in a place where he could give any helpful assistance to investigators. That's annoying. What a great country. So this is him, the old guy, Pashkow. Pashkow's pages include this picture of Epstein holding a check, supposedly for Trump, as payment for passing on a girlfriend. The woman's name is blacked out. Okay, is that what that is? Here he is with Trump, with Danish model Heidi Albertson at a formal event. And here he is with Ava and Glenn Dubin. Crazy. So nuts. He should have stopped at this page. Oh, what a mistake. What a mistake. Just go with the clip art. Oh, Pashkow was one of the founding members of Mar-a-Lago. Wow. All three supported emergency services in Palm Beach by donating the Palm Beach Policeman's Ball. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. Wow. Okay. I mean, that is wild. That's wild. Pashkow. Yeah. Yep. This guy would be on the list. If there was a list, this guy would be on it. Jesus. Yeah. Hard to argue. Hard. There literally could not be a worse look than that. Daily Mail. You said Wall Street Journal did ask the woman. I guess they saw an unredacted version. Mike Wolf said it was Tom Barak who introduced the two. Yeah, I think it was in, was it in Fire and Fury where it says that Trump, Barack, and Epstein were like the three musketeers of the New York nightlife or something like that? Wall Street Journal probably had it uncensored when they published the Trump letter. I mean, or did they interview her, or did they interview the girl from the photo of Pashkow and Trump? This girl, Albertson. Heidi Albertson. Prime timer. Let's see. Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal. Pashkow. Would this be the one? Epstein birthday letter revealed. Dang it. Let me in. Let me in there. I want to see. They interview the women in the notes. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Man, imagine, okay, if this is like something real that happened and this guy like wrote the story up, that would be crazy. Archive.is, my old friend. Oh, jeez. It's annoying. Pashkow. Oh, there's no Pash. Okay, yes, a fully depreciated woman's name. The woman, a wealthy European woman, then in her 20s, severed all ties with, so this would be in 2004, severed all ties with Epstein around 1997 and had no romantic relationship with either Epstein or Trump. Interesting. Who could that be? The lawyer added she doesn't know Pashkow has no knowledge of the letter naming her, which he called a disgusting and deeply disturbing hoax. Okay. The woman became a point of tension in Epstein and Trump's friendship, according to people who were close to Epstein. Epstein told these people that he believed the woman enjoyed spending time with him over Trump, and that he was bitter when she ended up choosing to go out with Trump. Trump and Pashkow were listed under the Friends section in the book's table of contents, along with Clinton and about 20 other associates, the journal reported. They socialized in Palm Beach. Trump flew on Epstein's private jet. Wow. That is wild. So this is another woman that they both dated then. So, fuck me. I guess, like, I don't know. It seems like the woman is saying that she, what did it say? A wealthy European, then in her 20s, severed all ties with Epstein around 1997 and had no romantic relationship with either Epstein or Trump. her lawyer said. But then people who were close to Epstein said, no, she did date both of them. But she chose to go out with Trump in the end. That's interesting. That is so crazy. Okay. Wow. So this might actually be real then. But I will say that does not look at all like his signature. However, it's probably pretty tough to do Donald Trump's like really scribbly thing. No, sorry. To fill in, her lawyer said that she cut all ties with Epstein in 1997, and she never like even met Trump, and she never dated either of them. But I mean, Middlefart would make sense, but Middlefart did date Trump and Epstein. And there's like photos of them on dates, like kissing and whatever. Like she like for Middlefart to deny that would be insane. Although the timing would make sense, especially if she says she cut all ties with Epstein in 1997. She's also a wealthy European woman. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating that we don't know her name, but also, we don't need to be hounding the victims of Epstein or anything. But yeah, I'm just sort of, I don't know what to think about this. This is a lot worse than I originally thought it was. Damn, goddamn. Well, at least she agrees with Pashkow didn't get any of the money or the girl. So that part of his story does check out. What the heck is this? Who wrote this one? Joseph Pagano. And who's Pagano? Pagano. Joe Pagano. Ghislaine listed him as a friend in her interview. Joe Pagano. Who is that? Joseph Luco Pagano was a New York mobster? What? No, that must be a different guy. Senior investment advisor. Joe Pagano, Epstein. He does get called in this. Oh, he got interviewed in the Vanity Fair article. What did he say? Joe Pagano, an Aspen-based venture capitalist who's known Epstein since before his Bear Stearns days. No. Daily Beast, why? You kicking me out, Daily Beast? You'll never kick me out. All right. Pagano. An Aspen-based venture capitalist who's known Epstein since before his Bear Stearns days. Can't say enough nice things. I have a boy who's dyslexic. Jeffrey's gotten close to him over the years. Jeffrey got him into music. He brought him his first piano. Then as he got to school, he had some, shall we say, difficulty in studying. So Jeffrey made him an offer he couldn't refuse to get him interested in taking flying lessons. My dyslexic son was having problems studying, so Jeffrey took him to do a totally different thing. All right. Crazy. Yeah, this one doesn't seem like it has anything to do with it. Well, I don't know why all these Daily Beast articles just opened. But also this part is funny. This is a great article from Mother Jones back in the day. God. Reject all. Reject all. Okay, great. Features. Save vendors. Great. Reject all. Save and exit. Okay. All right. But this is a great article where a guy literally dialed all the numbers in the black book, wrote an article about it, and he called Joe Pagano. Epstein's mind goes through a cross-section of descriptions, Joe Pagano, a longtime friend of Epstein, has said. You can go from mathematics to psychology to biology. It takes the smallest amount of information and gets the correct answer in the shortest period of time. That's my definition of IQ. That sort of sounds like a guy who's just totally bullshitting you and lying about how much he knows, like shit like that. That's my definition of IQ. And then later on, Joe Pagano told me, I never met him, and I don't know what you're talking about, despite profiles identifying him as a close friend of Epstein. That's funny. So anyway, it turns out it looks like Joe Pagano did know him. And Joe Pagano, I gotta say, pretty good handwriting. Like some of the best penmanship in the book. Not that that's saying much, unfortunately. Dear Jeffrey, since we first met some 30 years ago, I never imagined I'd open up New York Magazine and read Jeffrey Epstein, International Man of Mystery. Jeffrey, I care about you, and those that really know you know that you are not a mystery man. You are enigmatic to most that think differently. Those without your incisive sense as to how the world works. How the world works. The magic that you possess is your remarkable capacity to arrive at solutions. It's always been Oscar Wilde and Jeffrey Epstein were always right. What? Wait, what the heck? It's always been Oscar Wilde and Jeffrey Epstein that were always right. The magic that you possess is your remarkable capacity to arrive at solutions. Okay, whatever. You are perceptive, insightful, concise, all in 30 seconds. If you didn't get it in 30 seconds, you ain't gonna get it. The moment is gonna have passed. Your centered individuality, your lack of desire for public recognition reminds me of a story I once heard about the Irish playwright Samuel Beckett. He spent his life avoiding the public eye. None was a greater sense of displeasure than recognition from the teeming masses. So the story goes like this. Beckett was with his mistress. Yeah, he's with his Gumar in Morocco. Received a telegram from Ireland with the news he'd been awarded the Nobel Prize. His reaction? This is the worst news I have ever received. A word from the wise to the wise is sufficient. Jeffrey, I love you. As a brilliant and unpredictable friend, may you always maintain your inner solitude. I wish you health, stealth, and continued wealth. Not necessarily in that order. You know what I mean. Happy birthday, Joe Pagano. All right, that's sort of what I think. Need to add a yes in the spreadsheet. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Hugh is in the birthday book. Yes. I think I also have him in here under Joseph Pagano. But maybe not. Joseph Rita. Oh, I don't. Well, you are right. I somehow missed him. Okay. Joe Pagano. And here's a picture. I thought this was an interesting picture because whoever did it, definitely some artistic skill here. Is this a Joe Pagano pic? Maybe. Hard to say because the writing is like printed and then here it's in cursive. But so he's got a lot of things I like artistically. Some sort of simplified things. I will say this guy does not seem to know where the Caribbean is. Little St. Jeff off the coast of California. He thinks, Palm Beach even. He's like, yeah, that's somewhere around here, right? Nope. Santa Fe. New York is about right? That's about where New York is, sort of. Closer than the other ones anyway. But yeah. Yeah, basically that is what he's saying. Hey, I wish you health, stealth, and continued wealth. Hopefully, for all of our sakes, stealth. Because this birthday card is going to lead to a bad situation. All right? Keep this under your hat, please. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who did this one. Alberto Pinto? Oh. Alberto Pinto. Do I have him on here? Alberto Pinto. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I do have him in the birthday book. And I do have him circled in the thing. Yes, okay. Okay, you got me paranoid. I got to keep checking my thing. But okay, anyway. This one, oh, wow. Like, what an annoying way this is written. It's very difficult to read. Okay, I got to look at my other screen since yellow doesn't really show up there very well. Okay, so this is, I don't think we know who this one is by, right? So, Pagano Albert Pinto. Oh, I guess it's Stuart Pivar. Okay, I don't know who that is. Jeffrey. I met Jeffrey as a client, although very quickly, even though we were working together, we became friends. So I considered him first a friend. Of course, becoming friends was inevitable, because for the first time I met someone crazier than me. And I'm crazy. I wrote a letter in 3 alternating colors per word. That's crazy. Can you even imagine? He can maybe be a bear, but mostly a teddy bear. He is the most adorable and coolest friend that anyone can have. Maybe that you can have. Collecting homes is his hobby. When I met him, he did not want any construction. He did not want any construction. He could not stand to look at fabric with printed patterns. He detested Chinese curio. And today he begs for all of these. All right. The last time I saw him, we met to review a plan. During our meeting, he made many constructive comments. And when we left, I said to my colleagues, he was right. He learns so quickly that soon he will be outthinking me. Jesus. For this guy spent so much time changing the color of each word, and he just made a fucking illegible fucking waste of time. Why is it 3 pages massive font, double space? What the hell is this guy thinking? For this occasion, I give him all my tenderness and my most sincere and deepest friendship, even though sometimes he can be a royal pain in the ass. Yeah, Comic Sans, people. The corniness of evil. Anyway, nothing really interesting in that one. The first 50 years 3. Oh, another poem. Who's this one by? Doesn't say, but this one is interesting. So hang on. We think that last one was Alberto Pinto Stewart. Okay, so this is, interesting. So Joe Pagano was the one we read already. Alberto Pinto, Stuart Pivar, and then the next one is Donald Trump. But this one is probably Stuart Pivar, so it's probably the same. No, wait. Why is it first 50 years 3? Okay, anyway, I don't know. Oh, Stewie. Okay, it says down here Stewie. Okay, so this is Stuart what is it? Stuart Pivar. Who's this guy? American art collector, a chemist and art collector known for his unorthodox views about evolution. Stuart Pivar. Personal life. He was a well-known friend of the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. The two had a falling out prior to Epstein facing charges. Must have been pretty close to when it happened, because he's still sending him a fucking birthday card in 2000. A birthday fucking poem in 2004. He corroborated the account of Maria Farmer, who stated that she had informed him about her abuse at the hands of Epstein in 1996. Oh my God. So he knew about the shit from 1996. According to Pivar, this was when the friendship with Epstein ended. In the interview, Pivar described Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre as a 16-year-old trollop. Jesus Christ, what a piece of shit. I bet he has dumb ideas on evolution, too. He asserts that the body form of species are encoded not in DNA, but in the pattern structure of a primordial germplasm. Yeah, right, idiot. Pfft. Read Darwin, moron. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to give you guys a little background on this because this guy's poem is crazy. This guy's poem is crazy. And knowing that he definitely knew about Epstein's crimes, he knew, he said that he knew. He said that Maria had told him, he corroborated her story. He called Virginia a 16-year-old trollop, which is a fucking crazy thing to say. It's yeah, I know that she was being assaulted by him, but I'm still not on her side. Anyway, so here's his poem. He wrote it in the weird little staircase kind of thing. Who is that bum over there? Why, it's Jeffrey, I declare, the man of means in sweatshirt and jeans at a black tie formal affair. And yes, it's true. Epstein was a real slob. Always wore jeans, sweatpants, sweatshirt, like did not care to dress up for people. That was something that Ghislaine worked on him during their like friendship. She was like, please wear something nice to this. But it's funny, like sometimes I'll be trying to date an Epstein picture, but it's so hard because he would wear the same fucking shirts and shit for years. It's like, oh, he's wearing that shirt. So it could be any time from like 93 to 2014 or something like that. Oh yeah, I agree, Finland. He definitely spent the most time on rhymes and meter. This one is actually like flows. To add to life's piquancy, Jeffrey with increasing frequency. That was a little bit off. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it bad. On any occasion with little persuasion will outrage the public decency. Decency. Let me try that like that. To add to life's piquancy, Jeffrey with increasing frequency, on any occasion with little persuasion will outrage the public decency. I feel like that kind of works. I've heard that Jeffrey will act with morals, decorum, and tact, with honor, goodwill, and truth, but forsooth this information may be inexact. As far as I can detect, Jeffrey seems to select, to express his mood, terms rude, crude, and lewd, and politically incorrect. Oh yeah, I don't know what that word is. Piquancy? Is it piquancy? Because I guess you're supposed to do it in the way that the first one is. To add to life's piquancy, Jeff with increasing frequency. On any occasion, on little persuasion, will outrage public decency. Anyway, I don't know. And here we go. Jeffrey had half a century, with credentials plenipotentiary, though up to no good whenever he could, has avoided the penitentiary. That's interesting. This is a poem written by a guy who knew that Jeffrey Epstein was abusing girls. Like, that isn't my speculation. We know that about him. This Maria Farmer reported to him, and he knew about Virginia Giuffre. And he ends his poem with saying, like, it's crazy that you're not in jail, man. Anyway, bro, happy birthday. Happy 50th from your friend Stewie. Wow. Wow. All right. And now I know you know what's coming next. I know you know what's next. You know it. We all know it. Voiceover. There must be a little more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. Donald. Wow. I mean, yeah, we've all seen this by now. This is the letter in its fucking like full context in a book about Epstein's friends in a section. Actually, he's in the friend section. Friends. These are the guys. This is the section that has the people who were getting girls trafficked to them, right? This has got Leon Black, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Clinton, Dershowitz, Jarecki, Peter Mandelson, George Mitchell, Joel Pashkow, Joe Pagano, Henry Rozovsky's in there, Leslie Wexner, Mort Zuckerman. Like, this is like this is basically the Epstein client list right here. Friends in the birthday book. And there's fucking Donald Trump right in the fucking middle of it. Donald Trump. And everybody's being like, hey, by the way, wink, nudge, nudge. It sure is fun to be a pedophile. Oh boy, it's fun to be a pedophile, right, Epstein? And here's fucking Trump's inclusion. And yeah, like, what the fuck do you think? How else are you supposed to take this? Like, yeah, this is rough. This is very bad. This is very bad for Trump. Really insane. This is the president speaking. Yeah. Take that in. Draw it again, but make them smaller. Yeah. I think Trump drew this. I think Trump drew it. Trump, we know, loves to draw, and it looks like he drew it with his fucking favorite weapon, a Sharpie. I think he like typed this out, was looking at it, and his like Trump's like artist's eye looked at it and was like, "Oh, wait a second. Hang on. It's a little curvy. Wait, I'm getting a vision. Let me That's nuts. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, is he? Huh, you're right. Rozovsky is after him. I mean, that I would attribute that to Guillain just being like illiterate. I think that was like Guillain had, there's so many typos and shit in here too. I think I'd chalk that up as an error, but the unfortunate thing is it makes it hard to tell what this name is. But yeah, what an insane fucking thing. Like, I mean, I don't know. We need to spend too much time on this, but like, what's the craziest part of this? Like, I actually can't even tell. What's the craziest part of this? Is it the may every day be another wonderful secret? Is it the fact that they're talking about a secret together that they both have and not saying what it is? Is it the enigmas never age? Is it we have certain things in common, Jeffrey? This is so nuts. There are a million fucking like Watergate level like scandals on this page. Fucking crazy. And he said it wasn't him. And he said he never drew a picture. He said he never wrote a picture. And of course the outline. Number one, that there is an outline of a woman on a letter he wrote for Epstein's birthday. And number two, the fact that she's got small boobs. Trump is a big boob guy. Like Trump has said, like, one of his favorite jokes in the 90s was to be like, if a woman's flat chested, it's very difficult for them to be a 10. It's very tough for them to be a 10. Wonderful secret. I mean, yeah, wonderful. May every day be like how could this be worse? How could this be worse? It's like like you got to take a moment, right? Shit is so nuts right now. Shit is crazy, right? And we move on so quick. But you got to just take a moment to sit with this and be like, what the fuck? What is going on? What, like, this is not the end of his career. He's going to be fine. Like, that is so crazy. I'm sorry. I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. The Trump signature being the Bush. When I originally heard it described, I was imagining it, and I was actually thinking like, oh, that actually kind of, from a graphic design perspective, that's kind of an inspired idea for Trump's signature to be the Bush. But looking at it now, like, I don't think it's too low. It's too low on the page. This woman's got Bush on her thigh or something. And also, if it's supposed to be a child, like, you know. But it's funny. It is funny the Wall Street Journal described it like that. Enigmas never age is actually not that damning on a 50th birthday card. Although I'm sure that Trump's referring to the age of the children. Maybe wear the double entendre. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, never age? Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Enigmas never age. I gave him too much credit. Oh yeah. Yeah. The people that reported the Bush thing. Yeah. Happy coincidence. I think you're right. Yeah. I imagine that it would make Epstein like this picture less if Trump had drawn this woman with Bush, but I think my favorite line is the enigmas never age. Just because, what the fuck are you talking about, Donald Trump? Like, what the fuck do you think an enigma is? He likes to think that he and Epstein are enigmas. Oh, we're such enigmas. You and me, Epstein, international man of mystery. Yes. That's true, Anarcha. The description of it definitely made it sound like it wasn't of a child. It's weird that they did that. Yeah. Yeah, very weird. And the fact that she has no arms. The Venus de Milo. Anyway, all right. I feel like that's enough time spent on that. Let's move on. This person is blacked out, aren't they? Oh no, Henry Rozovsky? I actually don't think this is Henry Rozovsky. Oh no, this is Henry Rozovsky. It's hard to read, but I guess that's apparently an H and an R. It says, "Dear Jeffrey." Look at how this guy fucking writes his Y. So like, it's so hard to read. For the man who has almost everything, but never enough of these, sent with best wishes for your 50th birthday. What's this? Love ever? That's how my grandma used to sign her letters. Forever? Mo ever? I don't know. Something. For your 50th birthday. All right, ready? Here's what, so this is like, you picture, you're reading the birthday book. This is on like, one of the odd numbered pages. And then you're like, oh, you have almost everything, but never enough of these. What is it? Let me turn the page. Sorry. I don't know why I'm doing sound effects, but he turns the page and this is what he sees. Brat. So he sees those two side by side. These are, as it says here, tit print, 2002. So these are, somebody painted their boobs and pressed them against the thing, a little stamp, specially commissioned by Henry Rozovsky in honor of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Henry Rozovsky. So Henry Rozovsky was another guy who has been accused of sexual assault by Virginia Giuffre. Actually in Guillen's what's it called? Interview. In Guillen's interview, she said that he would get massages. In her recent interview, he's quite old. He dead now? Yeah, he died in 2022. It was 1927 he was born. So yeah, he would have been like in his late 80s, or in his 80s, I guess, mid 80s at the time. Doesn't mean that he couldn't have sexually assaulted anyone, but personal life. He responded to a subpoena. Oh, he was in the contents of the birthday book. Reports are appearing alongside President Donald Trump. A variety of further business figures. Oh, wait, what the heck? The contributions included one from Henry Rozovsky, a short handwritten note that read, "For the man who has almost everything but never enough of these." And then, per the same sources, Rozovsky's contribution included images purporting to be prints of women's breasts, labeled as specially commissioned by Henry Rozovsky. Okay. Well, I mean, that does seem to be the case. It's funny that I guess Wikipedia hasn't updated yet, but this must have been before the birthday book came out. Yeah. Rozovsky. Now this one is weird. And oh, look at this. Here's another one. F. Remember, like, a few people talk about, Annie Sprinkle. You know the name of the tit print artist? Cool. Didn't know you appreciated fine art. Finland. But here's calling him F. Appreciate your friendship and mentorship over the years. Shift stereotypes. Girls like glitter. Boys like homemade. I don't know what that means exactly. Blacked out. It feels like they sort of just blacked out every woman. Yeah, this is a redacted name. You encourage everyone to live it. Life. You encourage everyone to live it. Chocolate chip cookies recipe. F. Right? Like I kept seeing this F. I don't know if I've maybe forgotten to pointed it out somewhere, but there are a few people in here calling him F. Okay, this one is fucking annoying. These are like a bunch of like, you know, not even like complicated math stuff, like fun math games for kids, like cut out from some book or something. And then she writes in here, F and only F would ask Mandelbrot, how fucked up are your kids? F and only F. And that is something that like Epstein would do. Like Epstein was like, several people talked about how he would be hanging out with scientists and doctors and shit, and they'd be talking about something and going on about some theory or some science, and he would listen to them for a little while and then get like a little bit like bored, and he'd be like, what has that got to do with pussy? And he was sort of like, he would throw them off or whatever. So like, I mean, he was sort of known for being like very, what's the word? Like crass around these like nerdy scientist types. So he talked to Mandelbrot, the mathematician or whatever, the guy who did the fractal set. Yeah. That was a guy who wrote it? I don't think so, but I mean, I guess I don't know, but look at the handwriting. Is that dude handwriting? That's a girl wrote that, right? Exo Stone. Stone? Did I forget to redact this? Exo Stone? Henry Rozovsky, Splank. We don't know. Stone. I don't know. If and only if? Maybe. Is that? But no, that's just F. That's just the letter F. You know? F and only F. Yeah, weird. Anyway. But you know what though? Yo, hey. Somebody pointed out. Where was it? 1 second. Somebody said Dubin would. So you're saying, so this one's redacted. Are you saying Dubin would be out of alphabetical order? Because yo, the other one we saw F was Uncle F. Remember? Uncle F. In the kids section. And that was probably Chelina Dubin or one of the Dubin kids. Uncle F and the Poppy, whatever. So I think it would actually make sense for Chelina to be, or not Chelina, Ava Anderson Dubin to be in the friends section because they were friends. Like they were really good friends. He hooked her up with Glenn Dubin. Like he got them together. Yeah, I think that's a good call. And the thing that really solves it for me is F, calling him F. That sort of sounds like the name where it's like his name's Uncle Jeff, and the kids are like F, Uncle F, and they're like, oh, F, okay, F. Like that's like I have like some aunts that their names are all fucked up because like I couldn't pronounce them as a baby, so I just call them that now, and like other people in my family call them that even. So it's like, yo, I think this is Ava Dubin. All his friends that were girls were in a different section. Yeah, that's true. Are there any other girls? I guess not in the friends section, but Epstein didn't have a lot of friends like the Dubins. Like they were close. Maybe it's like Mr. F. Such a funny show. Stubins, are you good at math? Did you read the Brunel page? That's just like full of like stupid math. I tried to figure it out, but I think it's something perverted, but I'm not quite sure. Girlfriends. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to say like, maybe is this sexist of me to say that I can tell from the handwriting that's a girl? Can we get Ava Anderson's handwriting? Ava Anderson Dubin handwriting. I don't know. This might be hard to get. Handwriting. Come on. Oh, geez. There's Chelina. There's the daughter. I don't care about all these photos of her. I want to see a handwritten note. Okay. Does she have an Instagram? She does. No way. Oh, damn it. Maybe it's not available. Okay, whatever. I don't know. I'm going to say it's that, but yeah, it is weird that she's not in the girlfriend section because she was his girlfriend, but she's definitely more of a friend now. Girlfriends. Yeah, you're right. But then it also says shift stereotypes. Girls like glitter, boys like home aid. XO. It's interesting. And it's interesting if like Guylaine was jealous of her. Guylaine didn't like Ava. And oh wow, DM Collins, you're getting like you're getting your whole day going during the stream. Nice. Yeah, still going strong. Yeah, it's a long thing. We got a long way to go. I actually might not get through as much as I thought I would. But what was you saying? Yeah, I think there's also like Guylaine was jealous of Ava because Ava and Epstein were dating before Guylaine entered the picture, and then while she entered the picture, they were still secretly dating, and Epstein was lying to her about it, and so it's possible maybe since Guylaine put the book together, maybe her putting Ava in the friend section instead of the girlfriend section was like some kind of like a passive aggressive move sort of thing. I don't know. Totally guessing, but and then also over here, Little Saint Jeff. That does seem to be what people were calling it. All right. And here's Les Wexner. Dear Jeffrey, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. Boobs. Happy birthday, your friend Leslie. Man, for a guy who sees so many boobs, the guy made a really unsettling drawing of a real lopsided pair. If you have boobs like that, you cannot shop at Victoria's Secret. Nothing will fit you. You think it's Roger Stone? Oh, you're right. You're right, because it says Exo Stone. Yo, you're right. Stone. Yeah, Ava Anderson. Was her nickname Stone? Ava Anderson Stone? Geez, I don't know. Okay. You imagine Roger Stone making this? Life, you encourage everyone to live it. Awesome. Okay. There's Leslie Wexner. There's Jeffrey Epstein, and who knows? It's a woman of some kind. All right. Mort Zuckerman. Here are the pictures of Jeffrey found in an extensive search of the Daily News, reflecting his ascendancy and high profile. We found we found his vital statistics, his birthday, 38th, his date of birth, July 11th. Like, all that's wrong. His country of birth, Liechtenstein, his family life, wife, 3 children, and his profession. To happy times, best wishes, and peace. Mort Zuckerman. Okay. What the fuck? George Bush. What the fuck is this? What? Here are the pictures of Jeffrey found in an extensive search of the Daily News. Okay. All right, Mort Zuckerman, you are crazy. That is nuts. We still looking for a name that's in the B's? I think so, aren't we? Oh, yeah. All right, the alphabetical order thing. Yeah. Still looking for a name in the B's. Maybe it's not Ava Anderson Dubin. But, there's so many things that make sense about it. But no, her name would not. There's no way her name would fit in there. Stone. Okay, well then I guess I'm going to say that I think that theory must be wrong. Yeah, sorry, that was wishful thinking. Briafor or Bronfman? International funny man of history revealed as alien in disguise. Strange beings from planet near distant star hatch sinister plot to corner choice real estate on Earth. They all exhibit curious aversion to food and wine. Ex-president taken in. Okay, stupid. Science. Here are his scientist friends. Oh, Lynn Rothschild? Oh, actually, yeah. Wait. Let me think here. Could this be... This could totally be Lynn Forrester. But I feel like Lynn Forrester Rothschild is too long of a name. Right? Lynn Forrester the Rothschild? Maybe if it was... And also, wait. Maybe it's Lynn Rothschild. Yeah. Lynn Rothschild would be alphabetical order. You're right. I can totally see it being that. Well, let's see. Okay, hang on. Tony, no. Okay, what was the name right before hers? Henry Rozovsky. Lynn Rothschild and Leslie Wexner. Okay, so it's pretty much exact same length as Rozovsky and slightly longer than Leslie Wexner. What do we got? No, it's too short. Oh, that was a good try, though. Oh, that was a really good try. Rothschild. What if it was L. Rothschild? I don't know. L. Rothschild. Henry Rozovsky. L. Rothschild. But nobody else has a... It goes right before the K, eh? Maybe something like that. Maybe Rothschild. I don't know. I mean, she does spell a lot of people's names wrong in the alphabetical order. Yeah, like she does spell people's names wrong. But even if she spelled it Rothschild, it doesn't quite fit there. XO Lynn. Oh, there's like a little bit at the bottom of this photo. I wonder if we could use that and find a photo of Lynn Forrester the Rothschild. It would make so much sense. It's just XO Stone as well. Stone. There's a lot here that is just confusing me. Yeah. L. Rothschild would fit. Ted Turner. Okay, guys, listen. We're not going to solve everything, but that's interesting. More Zuckerman, these fucking horrifying pages, and then some fake Weekly World News things. Now we're in the science section. Oh God, these scientists are so boring. Okay, what's this guy's name? Jerry Edelman. What's that? Who? Jerry Edelman. Who is he? Memory Alpha? What? Is he an actor? No, that's Gary Edelman. That's not what I meant to say. Whoops. Jerry. G-E-R. Gerald Edelman. Yeah, this is him. American biologist who shared the 1972 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for work with Rodney Robert Porter on the immune system. Yeah, this is him. He worked in neuroscience. That was like one of Epstein's big interests. Philosophy of mind. I mean, I find that shit really interesting. But do we know, does it say anything about Epstein on this page? Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein Foundation. Wait, what? Is that that's the only part in this whole page that mentions him? The external link to the Jeffrey Epstein 6 Foundation. What? Huh? But wait, that's not even an external link. That's going to another Wikipedia page. Wikipedia, what's going on? Huh? Do you put your own pages in external links? You can't cite Wikipedia. Everybody knows that. Okay, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't mention him at all. Like, I feel like maybe some of this shit has been scrubbed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Edelman isn't on this page. Edelman. But all right, so that's who this guy is. Do I want to read this fucking thing? All right, here we go. On this occasion, I am reminded of our many conversations fueled by both your curiosity and your skepticism. Quoting great minds may be the only gift I can give you to stimulate the one and relieve the other. Oh, Jesus. Curiosity and skepticism. First, Oliver Wendell Holmes is certitude is not the test of certainty. Yada, yada, yada. I don't care. Leonardo da Vinci, Thoreau. A remark from the not so great Gertrude Stein on your niceties. As a cousin of mine once said about money, money's always there, but the pockets change. It's not in the same pockets after a change, and that is all there is to say about money. You've said more, and going beyond talk have shown how to find it. And so felicitations on the vigors of your body and mind. Weird thing to say. Warm hopes for many occasions celebrating their gifts. Whoa. Body and mind? The vigors of your body. Felicitations on the vigors of your body and warm hopes for many occasions celebrating its gifts. Yeah, that's a weird thing to say. And here's Minsky, right? Or no, this is a Murray Gell-Mann. Murray Gell-Mann. I don't exactly know how to say his name. But he signed it here. Steuben sent me this earlier. But I mean, this is just like, is this just how he signs his shit? Because like, I guess this is supposed to be his sort of, so this is, yeah, that was Jerry Edelman. Yeah, Jerry Edelman. That's what it is. Gerald Edelman. This is a Murray Gell-Mann from the thing, right? Murray Gell-Mann. This guy. And he's a scientist. He invented something about quarks. Chroma physics or something like that. QCD. And like the quarks are like green, blue, and red or something like that. I don't know. Like I was trying to figure out what this meant, and I feel like it's just him being like, I invented this, pretty cool. Murray Gell-Mann. He introduced the concept of quarks. Where is it? The concept of chirality. Oops. Chirality, chiral symmetry. Quantum. Yeah, there it is. Quantum chromodynamics, QCD. So this is like something about how quarks interact with gluons. Leptons, gauge bosons, scalar bosons, quarks. So I don't know, guys. QCD. So he's written in the thing, he wrote QCD, green, blue, red, JEE, Jeffrey Epstein, mind, body, simplicity and complexity, evolution of human languages, real mining of quantum mechanics, mathematical regularities in human affairs, other salary sacking, other, I don't know what that says, other sucking laws, something like that. QC is a science thing, nothing to do with money. So I guess he's sort of saying like, this is you. This is you, Jeffrey. I've drawn you as a pictorial representation of you, Jeffrey. You're a rectangle missing the bottom, crossed over with an arrow. And this is all the shit you know. You know about the mind and the body. You know about simplicity and complexity, the evolution of human languages. You know about all this shit. And here's me, Murray Gell-Mann. I know about quarks and quantum chromodynamics. Scaling laws? Okay, scaling laws. But I don't get it. I don't know. These scientists are weird. For Jeffrey, with birthday greetings from Murray. From the collection of photos by the late Doug Adams, author of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, all depicting people yawning. Okay, man, weird. You seem like a strange guy. Murray Gell-Mann. Dear Jeffrey, M equals BC, M equals CB, M equals I minus CB, VBC, E divided by C squared? Damn, confused again. I'm sure we can resolve this eventually, but it will probably take the next 50 years or so. So stay healthy and stay tuned. Have the happiest birthday, why not? Prosthetically yours, Scrabble Glob. What is it? Steve Coslin? That's Steve. It says Steve Coslin, I suppose. Yeah, these scientists. Okay, here's something I've noticed about the scientists. They're all bringing up Epstein's incredible body. Is that a stretch? He's saying stay healthy and stay tuned. We can probably resolve this eventually. And then Murray is like, oh, your mind and body. And then fucking Jerry Edelman is your body and mind. They're all talking about his body. Stay healthy. You got a healthy body. I look forward to its vigor or whatever. Weird. Okay, this part goes on for a while, and I don't feel like reading the whole thing. Unknown, it says. Mort Zuckerman. Oh, sorry, we got that already. I guess Martin Nowak. And Martin Nowak was a Harvard guy, right? He was part of the Jeffrey Epstein Foundation. Evolutionary Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Initials there, PED, just like pedophile. Directed by Martin Nowak, a professor of mathematics and biology. Blah, 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 blah. Epstein gave them millions of dollars. Sorry, keep going to that page. Martin Nowak, Epstein Institute. So here's another mention of this. The Epstein Institute. Now that we know the Jeffrey Epstein Foundation, but both Martin Nowak, who's the head of the PED thing, and Guylaine in her intro, oh, you're going to be recognized by Harvard soon with the Epstein Institute. Does it seem like this is a real thing? Does it feel like the Epstein Institute was like an actual thing that Harvard was going to do and didn't do for whatever reason? Oh, yeah. Does that have anything to do with the whole Zorro DNA stuff? Yeah, I think so. I think he would be talking to these sort of people with about that sort of thing. So maybe that's what they're like. So for people who don't know, Zorro Ranch is Epstein's house in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He had planned to house a bunch of models there that he would impregnate and seed the world with his DNA. He's basically going to create a human farm, a Hugh Cow ranch. Epstein seems like a guy who watched a lot of anime from other things about him. And he would talk about this with scientists. He'd be like, yeah, I think I've got great DNA and I want to like pass on my genetics. So I'm going to blah, 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 blah. So maybe that's why they're all bringing this up. But here's Martin Nowak, okay? Epstein Institute, Harvard University. And this all looks like, all of this shit that Martin Nowak sends, it looks like he just like clipped it out of a, like a science textbook, you know? All these diagrams and stuff. So, yeah, like the mathematics of life. The primordial soup here or elsewhere generated a quasi-species of aperiodic macromolecules. Quasi-species live in sequence space, which is a collection of hyperdimensional cubes. Each cube arises by ordering all possible sequences of a certain length in such a way that nearest neighbors differ in only one position. Wait, let me read that again. Each cube arises by ordering all possible sequences of a certain length in such a way that nearest neighbors differ in only one position. Okay. The length of the genome determines the dimension of the cube. A very small gene, for example, lives in a 1,000 dimensional cube. Whoa. It sequences one particular choice out of 10 to the power of 600 possibilities. For comparison, there are only 10 to the power of 80 protons in our universe. Damn. I mean, I hate that I think this stuff is cool, but I will skip over it. And with language, we can write our own evolution and its mathematics. Whoa. I mean, this is real, like dumb guy shit that, yeah, no worries to Finland. I'm going over the fucking Martin Nowak's like nerd section. But this really reads like shit that appeals to guys like me who like didn't study math or science beyond like high school level, but like always found it interesting. And like, I love watching fucking like, you know, number file videos and shit on YouTube. We should get the number file guys to analyze this. We should get the number file guys to decipher the Jean-Luc Brunel's crazy ass pages in here. Anyway, number file takes on a new meaning. Okay. Okay, you're back. I'm still not doing anything interesting. With language, you can write our own evolution. It's mathematics. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, a grammar is a list of rules that generates a language. Languages are infinite. Mutation landscape, fitness landscape. Like, I'm just going to skip over this. I think he knew that Epstein would love this shit, but he was like, yeah, this isn't actually smart guy stuff. Game theory. It looks like a, you know what it is? You know what it must be? This looks like it's a slide deck. Imagine you're Martin Nowak and your friend who's giving you like millions of dollars and trafficking girls to you is like, oh, it's my birthday. You gotta get me a card. And you're like, fuck, here, you can have like this slide deck for one of my classes. That's what this is. Language. And then this. Okay, this one is we skipped to. Here's his fucking, like, Murray Gell-Mann did one of these too, but this guy did one that he like took some time with, you know? Like this guy like typed this shit up. It looks like a fucking like Jordan Peterson diagram. Jeffrey E. There are 6 billion intellects on Earth, but this is the quickest one I've met, aside from Isaac Asimov. He sees things differently than the rest, asks questions that no one else ever asked, and suggests answers that no one would ever expect. Jeffrey E. Self-ideals, sensors, common sense knowledge bases, reasoners, predictors, planners, simulators, economists, suppressors, goals, persona, self-reflections, reflective processes, deliberative processes, reactive processes, goals and plans, motors, sensors, descriptions. Now, I was going to say, oh, this is Minsky? Oh, sorry. I guess that this is the end of the Novak section. So here we go. Here's Marvin Minsky. Happy birthday, Jeff. Marvin Minsky, by the way, also was named by Ghislaine Maxwell recently as getting massages from the girls. So this guy is also super guilty. Also, he was accused of rape by Virginia Giuffre. So this guy's definitely like, you know, one of the people that we can be most certain like participated in the abuse here. And he writes this about Epstein. And I mean, like, I don't know, like I was going to say, was this the only one that doesn't include anything about his body, but it does include things about his motors and his sensors, which I feel like is kind of like his body. It's like, is it the case that like every single one of these science guys, oh, that's weird. Minsky isn't even in this list. She didn't include him. Lee Smolin, Marvin Minsky. So yeah, weird. Yeah, Ghislaine obviously is like pretty bad at putting this together, but maybe Marvin got his thing in like the very last second. No way. He was a repeated, he got like Me Too'd or whatever. He's a repeated harasser. That sucks. But yeah, all of these scientist guys are obsessed with Epstein's body. Oh, classic. Leave it at that. Just send this. Happy birthday. No, it just doesn't say anyone. Like, these are all the science guys, right? Jerry Adelman, Murray Gell-Mann, Steve Koslin, Martin Nowak, Lee Smolin. Nobody's blacked out in it. No unknown, no nothing. She just forgot. So I'm guessing this is Lee Smolin. What? Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, here's a bunch of scientists. Okay, they look like they've been like kind of photoshopped crudely in here, but Epstein isn't there? That's funny that they didn't even include him in this. Funny that they blacked out these women's faces too. This is like, were these women like victims? Or were you just like blacking out all the women? Are there any women in this whole book? I don't believe there are. That aren't blacked out. And who's this? Anyway, I don't know. Girlfriends. So these are girl space friends, not just girlfriends. The Dead Milkman singer? Let me look. This guy? Wait. Oh yeah, Maxwell. True. Maxwell's not blacked out. You're right. Girlfriends. So this one, a lot of I'm so lucky to have you in my life. Love somebody. Picture of Epstein. Look at this drawing. Okay, this one is kind of fucking. This is one of the creepier pages, actually. I know we've seen some creepy stuff in here. This is one of the creepier ones. Jeffrey, look at this drawing. Picture the scene without the audience. The girl sleeping on the floor, I believe, had shorter hair then. Does it bring you back memories? I'm thinking of all the great times we had together. You will always be my very close friend, even though we don't see each other so much anymore. Have a happy 50. I can't believe it. But the good news is you look better than you did years ago when we first met. Love always, somebody. Okay, so look at this drawing. Picture the scene without the audience. The girl sleeping on the floor, I believe, had shorter hair then. Does it bring you back memories? Okay. Check out the friggin' drawing. Okay, so I think this looks a lot scarier than maybe it is because there's a bunch of like fucking red blood stains or something all over it. And so I guess ignore those. But like, what the fuck is happening here? So there's an audience, a bunch of people in chairs. It looks like a child's drawing. Alberto Frederick Gomez, 2002. Oh my God. Wait. Alberto Frederick Gomez. So they didn't redact this name here. And this is Epstein playing piano, I'm guessing. And a woman sleeping on the stage. And then it says, picture the scene without the audience. The girl sleeping on the floor, I believe, had shorter hair then. Does it bring you back memories? So I guess this is just like a some funny memory that they both had or something like that. But could this have been done by this person's son, maybe? Look at this drawing. Does it bring you back memories? I don't... yeah, I think this was made by a child. I think so. I feel like, and again, like, guys, I'm just trying to figure out what it means. My best guess here is that this is maybe like a child that this woman knows, maybe her son. And she one time told him the story about the time that she and Epstein were at a thing and Epstein was playing piano and she fell asleep on the stage. And there's nobody in the audience, but the kid, when the kid drew it, he drew people in the audience. And so she's like, look at this, picture people without the audience, and the girl had shorter hair. Like the kid who drew it fucked it up. Oh, like that's how I'm reading it. But I mean, I don't know. But it's just interesting that this person who drew it, Alberto Frederick Gomez, didn't get his name blacked out. Alberto Frederick Gomez. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Story artist? Brooklyn, New York. Alberto Frederick Gomez. Okay, hang on. Is this like a child artist? I'm a little bit confused. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I don't want to sign into LinkedIn. Vancouver, British Columbia. Okay, that wouldn't really be it. Alberto Frederick Gomez. Okay, I don't really want to be looking here. Young design talent. Page I found. No! You're really going to stop me from reading about a young design talent? New York Times? He would have been 6 to 8. Oh, somebody has done this before? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you're totally right, DM Collins. This is like from a horror movie where the kid draws the ghost. It's not archived. Ugh. Wow, this is not found anywhere. Okay, sorry, what was I looking for? Oh, yeah, Alberto. Oh, shoot. Alberto Frederick Gomez. Design. Because, like, what I can read from the what's on the DuckDuckGo thing here. Wait, where'd it go? Alberto Frederick Gomez. Special occasion design. Brooklyn, New York, LinkedIn. Wait, what the heck? Where'd it go? I just would. Sorry, guys. Hang on. We'll get there. This is annoying. Design. What happens if I type this in? Fit. Oh, don't know if I can look at that. Alberto Frederick Gomez, Fashion Design, School of Art and Design. This is from 2016. Well, what did it say on the New York Times page before I... Oh, wait, what? Really? What? I was just looking at it. And it was giving me a paywall. Yeah, right here, this one. Currents Carpets from Brooklyn, a very young design talent. Oh, I'm so annoyed by this. The newest designer to be tapped by Dune. Oh, remember when you used to just be able to like refresh the page and then hit the X to stop it refreshing and you'd be able to do whatever you want? Oh, those are the days. Wow. Okay. I'm annoyed. Never mind. But anyway, it looks like maybe this is Alberto Gomez was an artist as a kid. People liked his art. This is a guy named just Alberto Gomez, but I don't know if this is the same guy. But the artist. Large format. Now this guy looks too old. Okay, never mind. Guys, I give up. But somebody said there was some kind of... Natto Emulsion Edibles a few months back? Damn, that's some fucking Murray Gell-Mann shit, dude. They fucking infuse it with fucking THC quarks, dude. They call it fucking quantum chronic centrics, whatever it's called. Oh, thanks, DM Calvins. Oh, that's because this channel that I'm on is not verified or something like that. I got to get like a certain number of hours of watch time and whatever it's called. But I appreciate that. 12-year-old Alberto Frederick Gomez. All right. Anyway, weird picture, creepy Creepy picture. Moving on. Another fucking long one here, and then it ends with a picture of a girl's butt. Forever Aspen with Francis, Snow Days, The Real Mushroom. I received a call from Guylaine, who I had worked on, massaged twice in the last few months, to work on her employer. And this is exactly the fucking grooming process here. This is how Epstein would groom. Well, this is how Guylaine would groom girls for Epstein. She would get them to massage her and be like, "Oh, by the way, my boyfriend is so rich and he loves a good masseuse. And you're really good. I know you're only 15, but you're actually really, 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 really good. So why don't you come with me?" And he'll give you money too. Like, and he'll probably really like you. Like, this is exactly what he did. This is what he did with Anushka DiGiorgio. This is what he did with so many of the girls. Would start out with Guylaine, and she would gradually move the thing. Yeah, the real mushroom. I mean, Trump's dick looked like a mushroom, according to Stormy Daniels. Epstein's dick looks like an egg. So you should be the real egg. Or maybe it's one of those mushrooms that's kind of sort of egg-shaped. Sorry that I put that image in your head. Anyway, to work on her employer. He's a businessman and wants you to work on his feet at his desk. And also, they would start with the feet. Epstein would be like, "Massage my feet," and then they would get more and more inappropriate. Grooming. This is a fun little whoa, this is a really fun story, and then it's like, no, this is Epstein's like grooming process that he did to thousands of girls, and it's just in this nice, like this paintbrush strokes around it, like, yeah, it's like a little bit sickening to read. And my first thought was corns and bunions and a curmudgeon of a man. When I first set eyes on you, you were sitting behind an enormous desk in your office at home in a jean shirt and sweatpants. There you go again with Epstein's, casual wear. And your feet were possibly the most beautiful that I'd ever seen belonging to a man. Okay. I remember thinking that you looked like a more handsome Ralph Lauren. We moved over to a sitting area and I sat on a footstool and worked on your feet while you in an armchair watched me and Guylaine worked on your shoulders. This is, again, part of the whole fucking thing. After a few minutes, you gave me that squinched eye look, a mix of calculation and enjoyment, both devouring and yet submissive. That is so you, and moaned a bit. And I thought, okay, this is going well. Within 10 minutes of my being there, you asked me to leave with you guys that night to go to Florida. I had never heard of anything so spontaneous and far-fetched, and yet I knew that you were serious. I had a previous engagement. I was throwing a dinner party, so you said you would see me when you got back and have your secretary call and schedule. You did, and my life was forever changed. This is crazy, because like this could have literally been used in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where they were trying to show the way that Ghislaine would groom girls for Epstein, and they, like, all of the girls that they interviewed for that trial spoke about the same kind of process happening, and it's this process. So this could have been an exhibit in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm grateful, really beyond any words I can put out there. Yada, yada, yada. Your guidance kept me on track, encouraged me to grow and think bigger, blah, blah, blah. With you, dear Jeffrey, I laugh like a little girl and feel like a woman. Cursed. I love you. Okay. Yeah. Heart, The Real Mushroom, Forever Aspen with Francis, Snow Days, The Real Mushroom. Trying to figure out what any of that means, but I think it's just, you had to be there. Here's little St. James there. There's a little building there. Here he is on the island with two girls. All right, this one's fucking weird as fuck. 1993 is early. Is that when they said this one was? That's right, it was. When I first set eyes on you on March 22nd, 1993. Well, Maria Farmer, the Farmers were, I think, 94, 95, and the accusation was 95, unless I'm mistaken. Let me look it up. Maria Farmer. Back in New York, blah, 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 blah. Summer of 96, Farmer was commissioned to create 2 artworks. Summer of 95. Wait. Oh, this is annoying. I think she worked for Epstein as his concierge, 94, 95. So this would put her before that. Is 93 earlier than any of the other accusations? I mean, fuck, that's a good question. Virginia was in the 2000s. Anushka was 90. No, Anushka was 95 or 94. Anushka was 93 though. Geez, I'm trying to think here. I'm at a loss. Sophie Biddle. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Farmer worked for him starting 95, assaulted and reported 96. Okay, thank you. Yeah. But I'm trying to think. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Sophie Biddle. Who's Sophie Biddle? Massage therapist who frequently flew with Epstein. Okay, I've got too many tabs open, guys. I got to take a minute and close a bunch of these things. Jeez, I got to get in the habit of closing tabs every so often. Sophie Biddle. She was listed as a massage therapist on 3 different movies. One of those movies included Kevin Spacey. The only other... Here's an interview she did. We don't know when she was flying with Epstein, do we? Wait, does this have Blog Talk Radio? Okay, can I? Nope. Let's try this archive. Nope. Okay, I can't find anything on Sophie Biddle. She's a masseuse. She's in the flight logs and at least the 90s Black Book. Alphabetically makes sense. And you see your start in the flight logs in 93. Okay. Interesting, though, to know that the Epstein and Ghislaine, their, the way that they did shit was going on that far back. Moving on. Jizzies. A highly excited and distracted state of mind. Peekaboo, who's watching who? Not a cloud in the sky. To a collector of more than beautiful minds. That's a reference to the New York Magazine article. Epstein collects beautiful minds. As some collect butterflies, Epstein collects beautiful minds. Or was that the Vicky Ward one in Vanity Fair? I forget. One of them. He collects more than beautiful minds. He appreciates architecture and undulating landscapes. Okay. Beauty marks and... I understood years ago after Ghislaine came to the Palm Beach Horse Show looking for what I thought was a horse that she was on a mission for a collection of breast photos. A compilation, of course, for you. I came to see you some months later. You told me to take off my top. With the usual Epstein smile, you looked at my breasts and said, yeah, I was right. Memory served you correctly. The beauty mark was on the right breast. One quotable memory to a true friend with whom I have shared many complicities. I love you and wish you the best next 50 years. And this looks like a signature of some kind, but it's a little bit hard to read. Lug. P.S. I know from the phone exchange some years back, you like my brar. Brar. So, Jeffrey, which word out of this text do you not understand? So I'm guessing this person is British? I don't know. Maybe not. Just because you like my brar. Brar. Isn't that how British people say bra? Rip. Happy birthday to my favorite, Jeffrey. We met in the summer of 1985. Those are the mystery years at Indochine, which makes us friends for 17 years. Can you believe it? This is when Epstein was just flitting around Southeast Asia. Hey, we've all had that period of our life. During these years, we had a lot of fun watching each other grow up, but there are a few memories that particularly stand out which should make you chuckle. First, the day Clark Schubach brought me over to your apartment and then left. After chatting for a bit, you blurted out, "You're a virgin, right?" After recovering from embarrassment, I answered, "Yes, how did you know?" And you said, "Because you talk so fast." Ha ha. Then there was the day we went shopping together at Bloomingdale's and you proceeded to throw me down on the floor right smack in the middle of the shoe department and started tickling and kissing me all over. Oof. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. I was so excited when you invited me to your black tie. Oh, there. Sorry. Then there was Blank's black tie birthday party. I was so excited that you invited me. Ace Greenberg was there, so I looked really cool as I just started working at Bear Stearns. Oh, this woman worked at Bear Stearns, and there was one waiter for each couple. Now that was chic. I still smile each morning at the picture from that party which you sent me this past July for my birthday. Jeffrey, what I love about you is that sometimes you can be just so sweet and sentimental. Thank you for sharing that part of yourself with me. Next was a time you were driving around with JoJo and had a craving for frozen yogurt, so stopped by for an impromptu case. Yeah, I mean, Indochine, I think that's like French for Indochina. But, yeah, like Vietnam kind of area. Like, we know that Epstein spent time in that part of the world. Actually, it's interesting. She's mentioning somebody named JoJo, right? Could that possibly be Toto? Remember the fucking, like, the gang of guys? It was like Toto, Doggy. Was that the guy Junior? What's his name? What the heck is that guy's name that you guys said? It's one of the names that we don't know. Ed Bronfman, right? Ed Bronfman. He mentioned a guy named Toto as well, and he was in his letter. Okay. Hang on, let's find it. Oh boy, one sec. I got a lot of things to go through here. So, because if that's the same, that might be a clue. No, it's after all this shit. Hang on. This might be a connection here. The 80s. Putting together all the shit that he did in the 80s. Yeah, okay. Friends. Morgan to say woof on the phone. Oh yeah, okay. I think this is it, right? No, it's not it. But this is the thing that I was thinking of. But I think I'm thinking of something else now. Wait, am I? Sorry, guys. What was the one where it's like, here's a story you liked. Toto and Doggy were in the back of a car in like Vietnam or something. Oh, yo, Urcha Johnson worked at Bear Stearns? Yo, well, that would put them... But is she that old? She worked at Bear Stearns in like the 80s? I thought she was like a lot younger than that. Okay, this. No. Oh, jeez. Hang on. Yeah, this is it. Nick. And okay, do we know who this one is then? In the friends section. Nick Lease. Ah, yes. Okay. So Nick Lease. Like, let's just like go over Nick Lease's one again. Whoops. Here it is. Okay, let me... Okay, so there's one evening. So we were in Harry's bar in London. Okay, so it wasn't in London, but this is an article where he talks about like schoolgirls dorms, chasing rabbits with Toto in the old man's dino, trying to get Blank's husband out of the way in Manila, blocking Ogilvy's 2 with the illegal goose at Bering's wedding, doing 3-point turns the tunnel in Hong Kong. When we asked the Mandarin driver to find us some girls, dancing the night away in the tin mine in Kuala Lumpur, that's in Malaysia, massage classes at Raxel. Like, I'm getting some things in here that's like, okay, here's some shit about like Southeast Asia, right? Manila, Philippines, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur. Like this is This is like that part of the world, Indochina, right? Malaysia, that's Indochina. And then there's a guy named Toto, this real fucking sleazebag. Real sleazebag. And then here, this one, is she just bad at writing? Like it's like that doesn't say Toto, that says Jojo, right? Or is that a T? Is that supposed to be a T? Does she have any other capital T's I can compare it to? Then. No, her T's are normal. So that definitely looks like a J. But anyway, Indochina. Seems like there is some sort of thing. Urcha Johnson, born in 1968. Really? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess 68. So she would have been... Yeah, she would have been like a teenager in the 80s. I mean, I guess she could have worked for... She could have, like, I don't know, interned for them or something like that, maybe, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. The time you driving yourself around with JoJo and had a craving for frozen yogurt, so stop by for an impromptu visit because you know I always have a treat in the freezer. You were so cute as you entered my apartment with that big grin on your face. Then remember the time I was living in California and invited me to Palm Beach for a visit? Well, you had a guest, and I hadn't seen you in a while, and I wanted to spend some private time with you, so we went out to the movies alone. Gosh, I could go on and on, but suffice to say, I have loved most every minute I've had knowing you over the past years. All the chats we've had, life lessons, boy strategy, tears to laughter, and on and on. I hope I've made you proud and look forward to more adventures / exciting times with you in the years to come. I love you, XOXO, somebody. And then here's you and I out at a Halloween party. This looks like 80s Epstein for sure. Visiting you down in Palm Beach. Can't get a second of privacy with you and a camera around, haha. And Ghislaine said that Epstein wasn't taking pictures of people. It seems like he loved taking pictures of people without their consent. Oh, Jojo Fontanilla, that would make sense. How did I forget about Jojo? And he was his driver too. So that totally makes sense, Mark. Good call. Urcha Johnson. It could be her, eh? Well, when did she work at Bear Stearns? Hang on. Did I see we met in the summer of 85 at Indochine, which makes us friends for 17 years. I think Indochine is probably the name of a restaurant or something like that. It's probably like a, Tibetan food place or something. Few memories that particularly stand out. But 1985 brought me over to your apartment. So that would be in New York or whatever. She started working in investments in 1985. Okay, there you go. That's crazy. Like, as far as I know, because like a lot of people have said, Epstein himself said, and Ghislaine have said that they introduced Donald Trump to Melania Trump. But I've never been I looked really hard. When I did my video on Epstein and Trump's connections, I looked really, really hard for something linking Epstein to Melania at all. And I couldn't find anything except that Urcha Johnson is in one of his black books from the 90s, who's Melania's best friend. And I wonder, like that, like it seems like from this, it seems like they were more than friends. Like it seems like they had dated. If this is Urcha Johnson, it's really tough because it's really hard because this whole part is blacked out, so we can't use the alphabetical order thing or whatever. But anyway, yeah, crazy. Urcha Johnson. I mean, this one, they blacked out her face, but they left a surprising amount of her body in this picture. Visiting you in Palm Beach. I wonder if there's anything identifiable there, but I mean, I don't know. Okay, next person blacked out here. My dear Jeffrey, I can write about how I want to cut you into bird head pieces and chew them between my molars until... What the fuck? I suck all the blood and juice out of you. No stew, just raw. Or I can write about how you never cease to amaze me with your kindness and... Jesus Christ. What? Okay, that's great. That's a wild way to start a letter. Or I can write about how you never cease to amaze me with your kindness and generosity to so many, whose lives you touch in several ways. Thanks for taking me to gospel. Most importantly, I can tell you how happy you make me by simply being you. Yet, no words would suffice to capture what you really mean to me. I'm very lucky to have you in my life, and I hope that you know I will be there for you if you ever need me. Happy birthday. Blam. P.S. I do not share. Okay, looks like somebody with dark hair. Yeah, no idea, guys. No idea who this is. Crazy way to start this letter. That's otherwise like pretty nice and normal. Sarah Kellen, that would make sense. Sarah Kellen, why would that make sense? Thanks for taking me to gospel. It's gospel. I feel that there was something in here I saw that I was like, oh, but kindness and generosity, so many lives you touch. Do we know anything about this person? I mean, it could be Sarah Kellen, but I mean, this I do not share. There were, am I thinking of Sarah Kellen? She was like Epstein's girlfriend in the 2000s? One of his girlfriends in 2000s was like, you can have sex with other women if I'm there, but you can't have sex with other women by yourself. Like, I don't share you. And he still did it, obviously, but like, it was like, he would have sex with like his masseuses and be like, don't tell Sarah. Yeah, I mean, what is gospel? I don't think it doesn't sound like the name of his fancy restaurant to me. I don't know. Sounds like something religious, like summer camp or something. I don't know. Yeah, the way her body's positioned, I've seen her do in pics before. Yeah. Let's do a quick search. Oh boy. Sarah Kellen. Yeah, this is Sarah Kellen and her husband Brian Vickers, who divorced her, I guess, after Epstein stuff came out. Yo, yeah, that's who it is. Yo, good call. Wow, Mark. Good call. That's her for sure. I think that's the same outfit she's wearing in the in one of these photos. Excellent call. Yeah, same outfit. Sarah Kellen. Crazy work on that. Which one is oh geez. Hang on. One of them is, who is a fucking Gulfstream girl? Was that Nadia? Yeah, Nadia Marchenko. Okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted. That has nothing to do with anything. Let's keep going. Booby. Happy birthday, you old fart. Don't worry, in your case, getting older, getting better. Fun memories. 1265, the elevator ride. Bloomy's lingerie department. Are you lost? Seagate, the roots. Wait, what's Seagate? What's Seagate? I just heard that. Oh boy. Yeah. Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marchenko are both kind of like they were like I think that they sort of go beyond being Epstein victims and are like co-conspirators. They're circled in the book too by Alfredo Rodriguez, and they're in the non-prosecution agreement, which we have here. By the way, non-prosecution agreement. I mean, this is worth looking at too, from Epstein's estate. Oh, there's Alexander Acosta. Oh boy. Anyways, we had this before, but can I search on this page? No. Find in document Sarah Kellen? No, doesn't mention her. Or at least I can't search. Can I find anything? Epstein. No, can't find anything. Oh, so he gets a private gated community at the western end of Coney Island. Oh, okay. I must have heard somebody mention that in one of his like Brooklyn letters. Plead guilty, make a binding resident. Do not foreclose any additional charges. The United States shall provide Epstein's attorneys with individuals whom is identified as victims. That's crazy too. That for Epstein to plead guilty, give me a list of everyone who fucking ratted me out. Like I want a list of all my victims. Like, I want to know. I want to know who I can trust. Like that's crazy to give that to a fucking predator. That's nuts. And they only fucking talked to one of his victims at the trial, and yet they obviously had a list. Blah 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 blah. Epstein's signature on this agreement also is not to be construed as an admission of civil or criminal liability. Neither Epstein's signature on this agreement or its terms or any resulting waivers or settlements by Epstein are to be construed as admissions of or evidence of civil or criminal liability or a waiver of any jurisdictional or other defense as to any person, whether or not her name appears on the list provided by the United States. Interesting, it says her name there. But yeah, it doesn't mention Guylaine, I know. Here we go. Yes. Okay. In consideration of Epstein's agreement to plead guilty and to provide compensation in the manner described above, if Epstein successfully fulfills all of the terms and conditions of this agreement, the United States also agrees that it will not institute any criminal charges against the potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to Sarah Kellen, Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, or Nadia Marchinkova. And so these were like the Epstein like assistants, whatever. Like it seems like these people were, you know, victims at one point, at least Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marchinkova, and became like more, I guess I would say like, what's the word? I don't know. Like guilty. There's a weird thing. I think it's Nadia Marchinkova. She started a business after she left Epstein. Yeah, Minnie Maxwell's. That's a fun way to put it. Like I'm not like I do think that they're like total forgiveness for like a lot of the young girls who like were fucking like 15 and were like trying to get their friends at high school to go give Epstein a massage, like to get money. Like they're just so young, like they didn't know what they were doing. And you know, like even like some of the older ones, but like for like Nadia Marchinkova, I should probably prep this. I don't know if I could find this right now, but she started a business. I think it was Nadia. Aviloop, commercial flying website. Here to help your brand fly higher. Yes, this is it. So Aviloop. So Nadia Marchenko started this company, Aviloop. And like, what is it? What is this fucking you know, company? What does it do? It's a consultancy. It's a marketing business. It's for flight brands. But I believe there's a way, like, I think maybe if we check this website out on Archive, like, let's go like way back, 2011. Hang on. The one and only aviation deal website for pilots, aircraft owners, jet setters, and aviation enthusiasts. Deal attendant. Jeez. Okay. I should probably I should look for this. I should look for this in my own time because it will take me a while to find. But yeah, it's like there's a whole thing where you look into this website and you're like, it gets to a point where it's like, what the fuck is the service they offer? And you see, it's like there's a bunch of videos of different girls who work for this company, and they're all like young, sexy, like doing these like flirtatious like things. And like, you can pick one of these pilots, like they're available this time. And it's like, what? Like, wait, is this a fucking like sex trafficking like thing, or a like some weird like aviation company? And it just seems like she was using this company as a, like, after she had left Epstein's orbit, she was using this company to traffic women, like starting her own business kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta have complicated feelings about Nadia Marchenko, because she was like, Epstein called her his slave. He said that he bought her from her parents in Eastern Europe. But I don't know. She seems like a little bit more culpable, I would say, than like a lot of the women who are victims. Not to say that she wasn't a victim. Obviously she was. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much that we don't know about the story, so maybe I'll leave it at that for right now. But anyways, guys, completely like thrown off course here. But yes, no, I'm glad we figured out that this was Sarah Kellen. Moving on. Chicken soup. Okay, I don't know. These are just random things I don't get. To Jeffrey, what can I possibly say to you? You're finally made it to the much maligned scary. Was it supposed to say 50 here? Oh, it does say 50. Oh, I couldn't even read that. 50. Okay. 50, but you're not getting older, you're getting better. Or is it nicer? Or is it richer? Think back, all we've been through. Growing up is impossible to do, n'est-ce pas? My dear friend, happiest of birthdays and much happiness. V. Oh no, that's not a V, that's an exclamation mark. Oh geez. Okay, I straight up can't read this. All right, gotta hang on. It says okay. Things to change or do. No more weenie. No more wearing those nasty black cargo pants. No more deli. No more sweat parts. What? Oh, sweatpants. No, sweatpants. Yeah, she doesn't like that he's a slob. No more Howard Stern. No more Howard Stern. No more dating. Is that what that says? Yeah, no more dating. Or we'll put you on The Bachelor. A trip to the Silver Star for old time's sake. A trip to the Solo building. Ditto. Okay. Crazy. Is there more on this page or no? It's just blank. Piano. What is it? That a mug of salsa? I don't know what that is. Okay. Oh, there's more. God. Okay. Yellow. The screen that I use doesn't pick up yellow. That just looks like white to me. Sorry. I mean, it kind of looks like white even when I'm looking at it on my small screen, but this is Vera Wang? Computer, invert colors. Oh man, can I just do that? Is there a way to do that? A concert or your concert? Grand. Lord, oh my God, what the hell does that say? Grand, how what? Your Okay, I just can't read it. Sorry, guys. Graduation. Not shy at the. Jeez, I'm done. The Salo building. That's funny. No, I can't read this. A shopping trip with your old friend, and I am friend V. Okay, so someone says, so Mark, this is Vera Wang. Do we know that? Like, how do we know that? And here's just a bunch of photos. Feel like we should maybe. Yeah, maybe it's good we can't see these people, but I don't know. There's a lot of victims here, I bet. Oh, one of the first Wall Street Journal articles in the birth book talks about how Vera Wang sent a letter joking about the Bachelor and a shopping trip. Oh, interesting. Ha! Love that. Okay, so yeah, that would make sense. See, I didn't know. Did I have Vera Wang on my Epstein list? No. And she's like a girlfriend, right? Vera Wang birthday book. That's the section we're on. Girl-friends. Oh, or is it special assistants? No, I think this is all girlfriends. Assistants. Dearest Jeffrey, wishing you a very, 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 very happy birthday. I hope that your day is filled with everything that you thought you could have only have dreamed about. May this year be the best yet. Sending you lots and lots and lots of love, hugs, and kisses always. Somebody. Jeffrey, you are 1 in a billion. This is a little acrostic poem. Jeffrey, you are 1 in a billion. Everybody admires you so. Funny, gorgeous, intellectual, and kind you are. Little Yoda there. Funny, gorgeous, intellectual, and kind you are. Fabulous through and through. Ranch, Island, Paris, Palm Beach, New York. Everywhere you go, you have got it all. And we love you so. This is terrible, but I like the sort of visual aspect. I like the watercolors and it looks nice. It's just the poem itself is stupid. And there's the photo of Sarah Kellen. Okay. So Sarah Kellen got 2 entries in here. That's not fair. I guess she was a girlfriend and an assistant. Where's Sarah Kellen? Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey. And then it's the same thing. Everyone loves you. Fun in the sun. Fun just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You are the best. Is this the same person? Yeah, I think it's the same person who did the same thing on 2 different cards. Why? Why not make one of them Epstein? Why are they both Jeffrey? What the hell? Did you just make them and be like, yeah, just give them both? That's so weird. And I thought you might like some bikini shots. Okay, Sarah Kellen. Okay, here's the mystery part. So we've got some Wang fits alphabetically. Vera Wang fits in the W spot. Oh, just it's near the end, yeah. I guess we know Kellen's before her. So yeah, that makes sense. Who am I? Okay, yes, no, totally. Using both Jeffrey and Epstein in the acrostics for his name. So, yes, it would be lame, but is it less lame? Is it cooler to make 2 acrostic poems that are both Jeffrey? I feel like that's maybe not more lame, but it's stupid. Yeah. Who's that predator or whatever? Who am I? I don't think all of these people are predators. I think some of them may be victims even. Before Jeffrey, I was a 22-year-old divorcee working as a hostess in a hotel restaurant. After Jeffrey, I now live in New York City. Have traveled to Paris, London, Milan, Copenhagen, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Stockholm, China, Singapore, Brunei, Bangkok, Bali, Ghana, Nigeria, Mozambique, Rwanda, South Africa, Morocco, Ireland, St. Tropez, Florida, St. Bart, St. Thomas, St. John, New Mexico, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Aspen. I like that. Like, I feel like the less impressive ones are near the end. It's like, you went to Aspen? Whoa, you went to London, New York, Paris, Milan, Tokyo, and Aspen, Colorado? That's crazy. Oh, this one's Joe. Okay, yes. I knew they'd figured out who this was. I guess mostly from 22-year-old divorcee thing. All right. Mark, you've won. Who's that Epstein connection? I've met Prince Andrew, President Clinton, Sultan of Brunei, Donald Trump, Antonio Verglas, Naomi Campbell. I mean, everybody who hung out with Epstein met, like, all these people. Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brandt, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Diana. So Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, was Joanna Joberg on the... Oh, wait a second. Am I thinking of the right person? Yeah. Was she on the Africa flight? She met, like, Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey in that? Or did she meet them at other times? Anyway, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, brilliant scientists, lawyers, and businessmen. I've flown on the Concorde, gone skydiving, taken a flying lesson, been scuba diving, parasailing, attended a Victoria's Secret fashion show, seen the private quarters of Buckingham Palace, sat on the Queen of England's throne, rode on a racetrack with Max Papis, learned countless skills. Jeffrey, there are no words to describe how much I appreciate and admire you. I believe you're the most extraordinary person I've ever met. And is this all the same person? I think so, because the font is still the same. I can't believe how lucky I am to have become part of your life. What you have shown and taught me in 1 year is more than most people experience in a lifetime. What else can I say but? And then I guess there's a picture of her butt. And there's a picture of Epstein with his hands down her pants. Thank you. Business. All right. Yeah, she must have been on those flights, right? And a lot of those are the Clinton flights. Brunei, Singapore, Rwanda, South Africa, Morocco. All of those were from the Bill Clinton, the big trip. And there's a photo of Ghislaine and Kevin Spacey on the Queen's throne, so she may have been along for that too. So yeah, Joburg. What else can I say but? Business. Jeffrey, happy birthday. Jimmy, P.S. From a 6 to another 6. Good health and good luck. What? From a 6 to another 6. Is he saying that both he and Epstein are both 6s? That's kind of funny. That's Ace Greenberg, it looks like. Look at how it's laid out. Business, Ace Greenberg. Next page. Jimmy Kane. So those two, Jimmy Kane and Ace Greenberg, are the guys who fired him from Bear Stearns. And this is what... that's not... Yeah, Jimmy. This must be Jimmy Kane then. Jimmy Kane. Happy birthday, Jimmy. From a 6 to another 6. What the fuck is the 6? What the fuck is that? Anyway. And then here's Ace Greenberg. When Jeffrey joined Bear Stearns 24 years ago, it was our plan to put him on the American Stock Exchange floor to trade options on common stocks. Up till then, options had been traded over the counter. Jeff said no. And that was the last difference we ever had. Working with Jeffrey has been a pleasure, and watching his meteoric success has given me many vicarious thrills. I'm sure that we will see Jeffrey's star glow even brighter. Good luck, Jeffrey. I salute you. Ace Greenberg. Maxwell messed up the order. Yeah. She didn't mess up the alphabetical order in the actual book, but in the contents, yeah. Dear Jeffrey, we started out behind the desk some 25 years ago. This is Ted Sarur. Not sure who this is. 25 years ago, that would have just been in the 80s. So this is, maybe he worked for Epstein. But since we started out behind the desk, anyway, I don't know. Somehow I'm still behind the desk. You're not. I'm asking myself now what I'm still doing there, but it certainly helps to find why you're my hero. All the best. Happy birthday. I wish you love and laughter always. Ted Sarur. Ted Sarur? I don't think that's how I'm supposed to spell. Oh, and another guy who just got fired. Ex-JP Morgan broker who borrowed from Nobel winner, other HNW friends. billionaire and Nobel Prize winner and a former CGO of a major financial institution, lend money to a longtime friend who's also their broker. This guy, this guy would have been like the Towers' financial years if he's saying he met him like 25 years ago. And he's like seeing Epstein. He's like, how the fuck are you not behind a desk? Like Epstein must have taken all the money from the Towers' financial shit, right? And he's like looking at him and being like, fuck, how the fuck can I do a fucking Ponzi scheme? So this isn't recent. This is from 2 years ago. I don't think we know anything about Epstein yet, right? No, nothing about Epstein. Interesting. Ted Sroor, Epstein. Did they work at Towers Financial? Oh boy. Jimmy Kane. Wall Street Origins. Sroor. Ted Sroor, a managing director at Jefferies, didn't immediately respond. Okay, well, that's annoying. Ted Sroor, the now Jefferies managing director who spent many years at Bear Stearns, wrote about how he and Epstein started their careers together at the same desk 25 years earlier, only to take very different paths. It's funny that he got into scamming later on, like borrowing money. Yeah. This is why Jeffrey Epstein should not be your hero. It's a bad guy to be your hero. Anyway, Sroor. All right, moving on. Elliot Woke. Woke has gone too far. Jeffrey, I remember in the mid-1970s you being star salesman for our tax advantage strategies and hedged option program. I was running it. Oh, this one's crazy. I was running an account for Bob Maxwell. That's Robert Maxwell. You always had the ability to know everyone and be charming. Was that when you first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter? Happy birthday, Elliot Woke. Interesting. That's right. Joburg said Epstein told her Clinton liked them young. But also said she didn't meet Clinton. See, that's what's confusing me. It's like, I didn't know that she was on the flight. What the heck? Why are some of your tests not going through to the Finland station? Yeah, interesting. Elliot Woke. So this is interesting because like I think he's joking, but it's like he's clearly referencing the fact that Epstein likes teenage girls, and it's just interesting that Epstein. I mean, we already knew Epstein was only 1 degree of separation away, like from Robert Maxwell, even before he met Ghislaine in like the 90s. But this is interesting. Elliot Woke is like, yeah, I was running Bob Maxwell's account. And you always had the ability to know everyone and be charming. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. This is basically like a conspiracy theory that Elliot Woke is like coming up with in 2004 that people wouldn't have the chance to come up with until, the late 20-teens. Dear Jeffrey, welcome to the club. For the first time that we traveled to Columbus and you had Ghislaine carry your bags at the airport, I knew I would learn a lot from you. That's so fucked up. My best wishes for a very happy birthday, Ira. P.S. I still miss my hat. P.S.S. I gave up on my tie. Okay? The next 50 years. All right, here we go, guys. This is the end. The first 50 years, the next 50 years. Oh, God, and I hate reading Ghislaine's writing, but I'll do it for you guys. Let the next 50 years be more full of photos and times like these. To the next 50 years. Oh, great photo, Ghislaine. Great photo. You can really see the words on there. Know when you are winning. That's an interesting phrase on there. I think someone said this about Epstein. Someone, like one of his friends commented about this about him. He's like, what makes Epstein different? He has the unique ability to always know when he's winning. Or maybe it was he said that. I think I'm remembering it from Brad Edwards' book. I think he said to Brad Edwards, you know what my superpower is? I always know when I'm winning. And I know when I'm losing. Most people don't know when they're winning or losing. And right now, I know that I'm winning. do you know that you're losing? Like he was saying that to intimidate Brad Edwards. So that's interesting that that's what this says. Know when you are winning. Because I guess this was like words that he lived by. God, it pisses me off that this guy had like a pretty nice life, it seems, doing all this shit. Epstein always knew when he was winning. I think it was Steve Hoffenberg who said that. Oh, interesting. Okay, I actually changed it to what live chat. Okay, there we go. Great. Oh, I love this. Okay, so now I'm seeing everything. Oh, great. Okay, I'm seeing so many more messages this way. Was it Steve Hoffenberg who said that? Okay, maybe okay, I don't know. Because Steve Hoffenberg, he didn't get included in the birthday bag. Steve Hoffenberg's Jeffrey's like enemy at this point. Steve Hoffenberg, Epstein knows when he is winning. Ah, jeez. Okay, let me put quotes around winning. Jeez. I know I've heard the phrase somewhere. Winning. Oh, it's not here, but I put it in quotes. Oh, man. Oh, winning. Jeez. Hoffenberg. Jeffrey Epstein had a deal with the Israelis to gather intelligence and information from people. Imagine this was in the book. Imagine this was in the birthday book. They reached in like the business section. They reached out to Hoffenberg in jail, and he just sends them this photo. It is a Bradley Edwards book. Thanks, Finland. Thanks, Finland. I thought it was somewhere, but I feel like I remember this too, though. I feel like I remember this too. Hoffenberg hates Epstein. Oh my God, it's actually quite hilarious. But not for the reason that like most people hate Epstein. He's got his own special reason. Definitely not I don't know, super reliable, wonderful guy. But anyway. Okay, sorry. I think it was in the Brad Edwards book. But anyways, know when you're winning. It's interesting. Know when you're winning. The next 50 years will be even more wonderful. Happy birthday. Lots of love. That allegedly says Guylaine. There you go, guys. That's it. That's the whole fucking book. We went cover to cover on that shit. I mean, we skipped a lot of the early life shit, which there's probably interesting stuff in there, but that's the whole fucking book. Isn't that crazy? The whole thing's available online. You can easily find it. It's in a fucking Google Drive. Yeah. I mean, none of this shit is going to get anyone like arrested. None of this shit is there's no smoking gun, obviously, but like, it is really nuts. It's one of those things where it's just like a lot of shit with Epstein, you're not going to like find anything that'll hold up in court or, whatever. But from reading this and just being a human being and reading between the lines and like kind of getting the vibe, it is becoming less and less possible for the elite people who hung out with Epstein, who went to his house, who went to his island, who did shit with him, like getting harder and harder for them to deny that they knew anything about what he was doing with these girls, which they all say. Everyone says this. Every single person is like, I had no idea. I just thought he was into math. No idea. That's like, I didn't know. I thought he was like a nerd. Did you think that? Because it seems like it was a pretty open secret. Like, it seems like pretty much like everyone, at least everyone in this book, like, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say everybody in this book, but like if you were at Epstein's 50th birthday and you took a second to leaf through the book and you didn't know that Epstein was like America's most prolific pedophile, wouldn't you read through this and be like, wait, sorry, Epstein, what's all this shit about like 17-year-old girls and like fucking this one of you giving a bunch of girls like lollipop and balloons? Like, what's this about this? What's this about this? Yeah. Like, yeah, weird how there's no Prince Andrew letter. What a fake friend. Yeah, you're totally right. No, it is quite, yeah, I don't know. I find it really interesting that people are able to deny anything. Are there other birthday books, or did she just do it this one time? I thought there was just the one. You think one of the censored names is Prince Andrew? Well, let's take a look. He would be near the beginning. He'd be in Friends. Ah, man. So wait, what's his name? I guess it's not Prince Andrew. It's like Andrew Tudor or something like that. He could be the one with girl handwriting. What's Prince Andrew's name again? Wow, Wikipedia just lists him as Prince Andrew? Does he not have a last name? Windsor. So wait, when you're a fucking prince, do you just drop the last name? Like, it doesn't say Prince Andrew Windsor. It just says Prince Andrew Duke of York. That's crazy. Imagine your name was just fucking Andrew. Wild. First name Prince, last name Andrew. Yeah. Well, the funny thing is I have a condition where I don't have a last name. Cue multiple photos of him clearly with a last name surfacing. Oh my God, that interview is so fucking crazy. Yeah. No, I mean, if there's one thing we've learned today, it's that Prince Andrew, fake Epstein friend. Yeah, very, very silly. I mean, that's very bad. You know what? I don't like this Prince Andrew character anymore. I think he's a bad friend. All right. I had one other thing I wanted to go through. So to the Finland station, we went over like the what's it called? The Ehud Barak emails, and we read that like article about his ties to intelligence and shit. And I downloaded them. So I went to the website where they all are. Where is it? Here, no. Here, let me look it up. Ehud Barak emails. Ehud Barak emails. So this is from this website. It's like the new WikiLeaks, distributed denial of secrets. Pretty crazy. And they have this whole fucking pile of emails, of this guy's emails. You can just download them. And so I downloaded them, and they're all fucking .eml, .meta file. They're like really fucking hard to like search and shit. So I had to download like 4 different programs to figure out how to search this archive. I finally was able to do it. And I haven't found anything super crazy in them yet, but I haven't been looking at them for that long. And there's a 63rd birthday book. Oh, okay. That would be very interesting because that's like after he was in jail and got out. So would be interesting to see who the repeats are. I imagine that book is a little thinner. Although he did go hard against after the scientists at that point. But it wouldn't have been Guylaine who did that one, right? Because that would have been in like 2015 or something. Anyway, sorry. But on the Ehud Barak shit. But I got the shit, and I remember you saying to the Finland that there was some shit about Chomsky in there. So I searched the emails for Chomsky stuff. And let me. So I found some stuff. Sorry, there's just some things I clipped. By the way, here's a picture of Ehud Barak going into Epstein's mansion in New York. And this is the same day that like a bunch of young women were photographed going to this mansion. So interesting. And he's got his face all covered up. It's, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. And so I was looking for some shit between them and Chomsky. So Jeffrey Epstein sent this email to Barak. And the subject was question from Chomsky, private, of course. So I guess Epstein was hanging out with Chomsky and he was like, yo, please send me, please, like, I'm friends with Ehud Barak. Please just send me your best article against Israel and I'll send it to him. And so Chomsky's like, okay. Or maybe he just emailed Chomsky because Chomsky replies to everybody on emails. 40 years ago, Israel was one of the most admired countries in the world. Now it is most disliked. This is 2015. 40 years ago, it was pretty clear, as I wrote at the time, and I was far from alone, that those who call themselves supporters of Israel are in fact supporters of its moral degeneration, international isolation, constant conflict, and security problems, and maybe worse. So it has occurred. Israel, even now, has an official whose task it is to deal with international isolation. Israelis like to attribute all of this to anti-Semitism, which hasn't changed in the past 40 years, or to appeal to, we have no negotiating partner, which won't wash. The problem is not Netanyahu. The policies and problems are much deeper. The crucial question is how long and how far will Israel proceed on the course to self-destruction? So Epstein emails this to Barak. No context other than in the subject says, question from Chomsky, private, of course. Pretty good. Oh, Chomsky's in the next one? Damn. Wow. Some of the 2016 birthday letters? Okay, that's crazy. Because it's interesting because this was something that Guillain organized. So I guess somebody else Jean-Luc Brunel must have organized it or something. All right. And then Ehud Barak is so confused, which is understandable. He's like, which one? Noam Chomsky? When? Where? Is he still alive? Ehud Barak. And then Epstein goes, yes, he's 87 and funny. What is the response? 2, will you be available in New York Sunday afternoon? Very horrible typist, Epstein. Then Ehud Barak, wow, long live Chomsky. Not exactly an unconditional supporter of Israel, but an intellectual giant of worldly significance. A lot of truth in this criticism of Israel by him, although I reject many of his other observations. I can be at your place around 6 p.m. on Sunday. Earlier, we're in the theater. Please confirm if that's okay. Best, Ehud Barak. All right. Now, I got this, too. So this is not... I didn't screenshot this. This is like reading the file off my computer here. So this is an exchange between Epstein and Chomsky from another time that... he eventually forwards to Ehud Barak. Epstein messages Chomsky. It's in 2015. Oh yeah, that's sad. Unfortunately, Chomsky seems to no longer be able to talk as of his recent stroke at age 95. Once a man of language cannot communicate, that probably means the end is nigh. Yeah, that's true. Sent from my iPhone. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Where was I reading here? Yes, only go to Greece if you feel well. This is from Epstein to Chomsky. I just had to send my plane to bring another lefty friend back from Athens to see a Jew doctor in New York. Okay. So I'm getting that Epstein is like the dynamic between him and Chomsky was like, because Epstein was like he's like a fucking master manipulator, right? He's like a con man, basically is how I see him. And he would sort of tell people what they wanted to hear. And he'd be like, he was probably like, yeah, I got a lot of other lefty friends. So he's like, I gotta just had to send my plane back to. Oh, by the way, he's just trying to get an excuse to mention that he has friends who are leftists. I just had to send my plane to bring another lefty friend back from Athens because there's no Jewish doctors there. Anyway, Chomsky was supposed to go to Greece, I guess. And then Chomsky messages him back, bad news, we decided not to go. I was invited to talk at the parliament, but what can one say? That aside, they've got plenty of people giving them bad advice. This was in 2015, so it was around the time Greece was experiencing economic difficulties, although I feel like that's a pretty broad part of time. No, I think he's saying, no. I think he's saying quite the opposite. He's saying he's a philo-Semite. Like, he's saying that his lefty friend couldn't find any Jewish doctors in Greece. So he had to get Epstein to fly him back to New York. Yeah. Epstein is constantly on his iPad or talking on his phone or whatever. And a lot of people have said this. A lot of people have said this, like, without even seeing his emails. A lot of people who were around him was like, the guy was always on his iPad. The guy was always on his phone. He was always like texting, sending like whatever BlackBerry messages. He was always talking loudly on the phone. Yeah, it sort of appears that Chomsky does type in blue. Also from the other thing where Epstein messaged Ehud Barak like something from Chomsky, it's in blue. So I mean, I guess I don't know. It's interesting. Wait, where was he? And so anyway, so Chomsky is saying, we decided not to go, blah, blah, blah. All right, here's Epstein's reply. Let me zoom in a little bit. It doesn't word wrap, so it's kind of hard to zoom in here. Epstein's reply, bad for them, good for you. No need to have only one currency. It's old-fashioned. You are, of course, welcome to use an apartment in New York with your new leisure time, or visit New Mexico again. So many interesting things here, but before I move on to the last part, this part is crazy because we didn't know that Chomsky had ever been to Zorro Ranch, his place in New Mexico, but the way that he says this, visit New Mexico again, like I feel that like that shows that Chomsky did visit Epstein's place in New Mexico. Fuck, God damn it. I like Chomsky. I don't like learning new stuff about that. But this is fucking Epstein's dynamic, right? He's talking about Greece, I believe. He's like, yo, like, no need to have only one currency. It's old-fashioned. You are, of course, welcome to his apartment in New York. Sorry. Like, he's tossed something out there about currency. Seems like he probably did know shit about money, but I think way less than, like, people think, right? And for him to be like, sorry, what was I? Where was I? What? Huh? But he's throwing this out there because he was supposed to be giving Chomsky money advice, but he's talking about Greece. I think. Anyway, I don't know. And then he goes on and he says, ants find the shortest route to food by trying many and discarding what doesn't work. No algorithm, no input or output, only a goal. Sounds closer to our problem. And this to me, like, these are the words of a man who is not that smart, trying to sound smart, right? Like, ants. Like, it's something that he saw on fucking Planet Earth documentary or something while he was stoned. He didn't smoke weed, but he was like, don't use an algorithm. Ants don't use an algorithm. That's what we need to do, or something like that, right? And Chomsky, bless Chomsky, he goes back. There were plenty of warnings about one currency, not heeded, unfortunately. Appreciate the invitation, but leisure time, is that an English phrase? Got a little bit of jokey rapport there. I've never even heard of that. Leisure time, what the hell? Okay for ants, but don't see how it helps us. No, this is what I love about Noam Chomsky is that when he gets the when people are trying to bullshit him like that, he's just like, he doesn't take the bait. I mean, maybe I'm fucking reading too much into it, but I like that. Like, this is probably something that, like, a lot of the other fucking oafs that Epstein hangs out with aren't smart enough to know that this makes no sense. Why the fuck is he talking about ants all of a sudden? But Chomsky's like, what? What are you talking about? I'm glad you figured out how to help ants. And then Epstein goes, Ants and evolution work by trying things and finding the best solution. Math and physics works by algorithms. I'm suggesting that maybe just as a child sends out many connections and then discards the unused might be a better template for biological thinking. The fuck are you talking about, bro? And then Noam Chomsky, what you suggest is very much the model that has been current in the behavioral sciences for many years. It has a record of colossal failure, and for good reasons, I think. It's disproven, but it keeps coming back, most recently with big data illusions. Awesome. You can't be like Chomsky is like the smartest guy ever, right? Like you can't really be like, yeah, we should just do what ants do, man. Yeah, it's easy. It's simple. If people just started doing what ants do, shit would be great. He's like, actually, that wouldn't work. It's been disproven countless times. This is just one example. A child doesn't grow arms and legs rather than wings, or a mammalian versus insect visual system, the way an ant searches for food. Rather, the path of development is sharply restricted, and evolution follows constraints too. Acquisition of language and other cognitive achievements seems very much like physical growth. Highly contentious in the field, but in my opinion, that's a comment on the failures of the field. Damn. Epstein, the mathematical model is quite beautiful, though the basic rules are simple. Once they have run over and over again and produce a result, you cannot tease them out by any form of reductionism or algorithm, just like the series 72137 cannot be found by algorithm. It is simply the difference of cubes. Have you written about the Iran deal? What the fuck? Like, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, this is why, like, remember that Minsky thing where it's like, I don't know how Epstein knows about all these different things, and I only know about fucking quantum chromatic something or other. Like, Epstein is he's like super like ADHD brained, and he's like, oh yeah, no, I totally agree. The mathematical model is cool, but did you know that the series 72137 cannot be found by any algorithm? It's the difference of cubes. Like, this doesn't make sense, but it's interesting, right? Like I feel like it's just a window into the way that Epstein would talk to people, and the way that he would like get in with scientists and shit. And like Steven Pinker has talked about how he was not impressed by Epstein's intelligence, and he was like, this guy's not smart and he's annoying to talk to. But I can see that like a lot of people might buy into this, and he's very flattering. Like he's like, here's the thing that we should do. And Chomsky's like, actually, we definitely shouldn't do that. That's a horrible idea and you're going to destroy the world. And he's like, oh, wow, it's really beautiful what you're saying. That's really cool. Oh man, huh? But, anyway, and he's just like, what's another smart thing I can add into this? Yeah. Anyway. Okay. This one is long as fuck. Neat indeed. He says to Epstein. Just like the series 721, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, neat. I'm writing about the Iran deal. So far, I've only sent a form paragraph in response to requests below. Noam. And so this is like his thing about the Iran deal. Anyway, moving up. Oh, wait, what's this? Thought you might find amusing. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so this is where Epstein sends this. This is why we have this. Because Epstein sent this exchange with Chomsky to Ehud Barak. Right? He's going, so this is why he was asking about the Iran deal. He's like, have you written about the Iran deal? And he's like, yeah, I wrote this shit. This is 2015. On Iran, I'm a gloomy contrarian. I'm glad the treaty was signed, and it's kind of fun to watch the Republican lunatics shrieking hysterically as they try to kill it, as they may. And Israeli hypocrisy has gone well beyond being comical. But in fact, the whole thing is farcical, in my opinion. In the U.S., Iran is the greatest threat to world peace, intoned constantly from on high in the media everywhere. There's also such a thing as world opinion, as measured by such ultra-radicals as Gallup. It turns out that the greatest threat to world peace in the U.S. by a very wide margin, no one else even close, and Iran barely mentioned. No one even close, and Iran barely mentioned. Oh, sorry. Yes, the greatest threat to world peace is the U.S. Sorry, I wasn't emphasizing that correctly. The American population is protected from these unwanted facts by the free... This is like Chomsky, classic fucking Chomsky. This is why we love Chomsky. He's just just bars, you know? Yes, Chomsky, flames. The U.S. is the world's #1 terrorist state. The American population is protected from these unwanted facts by the free press, not reported. There's an organization called U.S. Intelligence. They brief Congress regularly on the international security situation, all quite public. On Iran, they point out that it has very limited military power, even by regional standards. A small fraction of Saudi Arabia, for example. Its strategic doctrine is defensive. If, a big if, it has plans for nuclear weapons, that will be part of its deterrent strategy. Now, who would be opposed to Iran having a deterrent strategy? Answer is clear. The rogue states that rampage violently in the region and don't want any impediment. The U.S. and Israel, also lesser ones like UK and France. One simple way to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons would be to establish a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region, as has been done elsewhere over U.S. objections. That's been advocated by Arab states for over 20 years, with a very wide global support, including Iran. It comes up regularly at the 5-year review meetings of the Non-Proliferation Treaty at the UN, again a few months ago, when again, it was blocked by the U.S. to protect its Israeli client, which has a huge nuclear weapons arsenal and wants to keep it. Again, the population is protected from such facts by the free press, though in this case, there are some fringe exceptions and of course the arms control literature. Same with the rest of the litany. Reading the US and UK press is like living in some lunatic asylum. Oh, God, yes, I love the way he writes about media. Reading in the US and UK press is like living in some lunatic asylum. I'm wondering whether to write about it again, have done so repeatedly. It's like talking to a wall. Iran has an awful government, though by the standards of such US allies as Saudi Arabia, it's practically heaven. Nevertheless, better to have the treaty than not to, given the nature of the asylum. Noam. Yeah, damn. I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, how many exchanges with Chomsky did Epstein not send to Barack? I mean, fucking, who knows? He only sent him the funny ones like this. This sort of shit, like that thing that I just read, that's like kind of boring, but also just like straight facts as far as I'm concerned. This shit is what like Ehud Barak likes to read for fun and laugh at. This is comedy for Epstein and Barak. This is like hilarious to them. So he sends it. Thought you might find this amusing. He sent this to Barak. Sorry I read all that, but we got to get the context for Barak's little funny thing. Hi Jeff. I really find it amusing. I don't agree with everything he says, but it is fascinating. Bibi is making historic mistakes, as he likes to blame others, both vis-a-vis Obama as well as in regard to the American Jewry, and causes a direct damage to Israel. Noam is so sharp and focused, really impressive. I did not fully understand how the fallacy he sees in the attitudes to the ants example is related to big data illusions, an area, deep learning, I spent some time recently trying to better penetrate. By the way, the series of cubic differences should look 719, 37, 61. Oh, Epstein got the cube differences wrong too. Amazing. We greatly enjoyed staying in 62nd. Like, you know that like that's something that's like this whole series of cubic differences can't be seen in an algorithm. That's something fucking Epstein heard from Marvin Minsky or somebody and was like, oh God, that sounded so smart. Oh, I'm going to say that to Chomsky. And then he's going to be like, whoa. We greatly enjoyed staying in, blah, blah, blah. Will you still be in New Mexico? If positive, we might come over for a few days. Anyway, Ehud Barak. As of now, we plan to be in New York around August 25th. We plan to work on my biography with the editor, probably starting September 1st, but it's all flexible till September 11th and on. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, sorry. And then Jeffrey Epstein, I forgot. I missed this one. He mails him back and goes, correct on cube. Do you know what date yet in August? He must have been so pissed. He's like, fuck. God, I made fucking Chomsky think I'm an idiot. Chomsky thinks I'm a moron. I don't know. But yes. No. Okay, to the Finland. I kind of get Chomsky responding to a big MIT donor's bullshit. Agreed. Yep, that makes sense. Moving his money through Epstein's account is very weird, and visiting his properties all the time. Yes, agreed. And going to his fucking New Mexico ranch, like that's one of the weirder ones. That's one of the weirder ones. You went to fucking Epstein's human cow farm? Yeah. Oh, misremembered wrong series of cube differences. That one actually is fully impossible to produce with an algorithm. Yeah. Hey, boy. Yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it. Epstein liked spicy words and the minor concepts around them, but he had no meat and potatoes there. Yes, I totally agree. Totally agree, Grables. Yeah, no, I find this stuff really interesting. There's more stuff. I mean, that's all I was able to find for this, but I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying to search. It's annoying to search. I have to use like a bunch of different programs to search the fucking thing. Why? I like if these guys are trying to be the new WikiLeaks. I complained about this before. I know, but sorry, but where is it? Oh, geez. There. If these guys are trying to be the new WikiLeaks, they should have a searchable archive. That's what WikiLeaks would do. And there was like they leaked like the fucking Podesta emails. You can search them. There's like a fucking toolbar. Like you know, I gotta download this shit, and then I gotta like find a program that can fucking catalog it with all of its metadata and like the attachments and blah blah blah. Yes, look up Ehud's comment on Peter Thiel. Okay, I can probably do that, but it might take me a second. And here, like, you know what? I'll show you guys. Hang on, one sec. One second. Okay, hang on. I gotta actually make a new scene. Program. Okay. And I'm going to take away this. Yep. Sorry, I'm not going to be sharing the that anymore. Screen capture, and I'm going to do a different screen capture. Okay, great. Okay, and no, don't look at this. Oh, that's just my OBS. Nothing that you can't see there. We are looking for. Let me just. Hang on, guys. Hang on. This will be good. No, it won't be. No, I decided it won't be good. Sorry. I just oh jeez, guys. Can you please be patient? No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. I want this. Application capture. Application. Oh, yes, okay. Ah, that's what this is. Oh, okay. Sorry, gang. This isn't so annoying. But no, I will show you how I do this. There it is. Ah. Okay. What? Why? Okay, maybe I do have to do a screen capture. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so this is the what's it called? The program that I'm using. Doc Fetcher. So I've got it to catalog all the Ehud Barak emails. And nope. Here we go. Oh, it's such a pain. So I got to so we want to look at Peter Thiel, yeah? There we go. Okay, so we got these are all the friggin' emails. So I'm searching this, and it's like cataloged like all of the different folders and subcategories and stuff, and it's arranged them into all these different things, and but yeah, no, but I know the one you're talking about. I know the one you're talking about. So let me actually look up this. Drug impact Thiel. Okay, it's this one. All right. Oh, thank goodness. This one I couldn't actually open up here. From Ehud Barak to Figel Gary. Gary, going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. He asked me to bring another person with him. I don't know who or why. So he's talking about Peter Thiel. Like we could go back here. Okay, don't show this message. Hi Ehud. I googled Peter Thiel. Seems to be really interesting. Smart and active character. Did you meet him already? Best regards, Gary. And now we can see this is Peter or Fiegel. Sorry, I can't zoom in anymore. That's a little bit annoying. But I don't know if you guys can read this. It's all very small on the screen. I apologize for that. Fiegel Gary. That's a crazy name. Fiegel Gary. Fegel space Gary. Fiegel. First name Fiegel, last name Gary. Okay, that's nuts. Gary, going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. That's Peter Thiel he's talking about. He asked to bring another person with him. I don't know who or why. I've met him once in Davos some 2 years ago, but he was, I guess, under some drug impact. Probably he doesn't even recall it. Isn't that nuts? He was under some drug impact. That is crazy. Okay. I will answer this. Oh boy. I'm nervous that you guys can see all of my screens. Yes. So I haven't read all of Whitney Webb's books, but you know what? I have skimmed the One Nation Under Blackmail pretty extensively. I read all the stuff about Trump and all the stuff about Clinton. And I've skimmed like the rest of it, whatever. But I do intend to actually sit down and read the entire thing because I'm getting a lot of comments on Whitney Webb lately. And I have kind of like my general thoughts about her. I've also read like a lot of her articles and listened to a lot of her interviews. I think she's cool. I disagree with her on fucking COVID. Oh my God. But I think generally like she's a thoughtful person that's worth engaging with her theories. I would say, and so I think what you're talking about here is her inference about Peter Thiel, which I like a lot. Don't necessarily think it's true, but I like it in a way. And I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I sort of look at. Sorry if this is fucking so. What's the word? Like self-indulgent of me, but I really think that. I think about. What am I trying to say? I think of conspiracy theories as satire. I sort of think of them as like comedic. Maybe not comedic so much, but sometimes they're kind of comedic. But they're unintentionally satirical a lot of the time. Where it's like a lot of conspiracy theorists will come up with some crazy conspiracy, and even though it's not true, it sort of is spiritually true in a way. It's true in the way that satire is true. And I like that she sort of thinks that Peter Thiel is the new Epstein, because I feel like that is sort of satirically true. Like I feel like, her thing is called One Nation Under Blackmail. And she thinks that like, you got Roy Cohn, you got Epstein, you got, all these like fucking mafia guys, whatever, involved with the government. You got all this shit going on. And what's happening is they're collecting blackmail material, sexual blackmail material on people, and that allows the government to control them. The government controls people like Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or blah, blah, blah. She thinks Donald Trump is like kind of like a mastermind too behind the scenes. Like he maybe took over from Roy Cohn when he bought the Plaza Hotel. And like a lot of the different aspects of this are true. Like Roy Cohn did collect sexual blackmail, like Epstein did. Epstein, I mean, we don't know that he did this, but it seems that he did this. And right, yeah, sorry, that's what I'm getting to, S. Lawless. Yeah, I didn't mean to say that he was like a pedophile or something like that, but she creates this sort of like lineage of people who collect sexual blackmail on people. And with Thiel becoming the like Palantir and everything, like he is the new, I'll avoid saying that, but he is, like what you said, his Palantir project was what made Epstein obsolete or no longer valuable, because now that the government has Palantir and Peter Thiel has created Palantir, they don't need to create sexual blackmail on people because they can just look and like search everybody's emails and shit, like I just did to Ehud Barak, or they could plant shit. They could actually take incriminating shit and put it in somebody's email and be like, look what we found. So it's like, at this point, we no longer need an Epstein. And I think that I think that we should fear and hate Peter Thiel. And I'm on board with like the idea that Palantir is like a horrible fucking surveillance state, like military, like disaster for the world. And we should hate and fear Palantir and we should oppose it. I don't necessarily think that, I don't necessarily believe that it's like a direct one-to-one thing. I don't think that that's, my understanding of Palantir is that that's not really how it works, but I think it's like, I like the idea, if I think of that particular idea as satire and not as like, is this actually true? I'm like, well, yeah, I think it. I don't think it's true, but I like it. Sorry, does that make sense? I feel like that was such a pretentious way of answering that question. Like another good example of that, of what I'm talking about with the satire versus like actual fact, is lizard people conspiracy, where it's like, not like the anti-Semitic kind of versions of it, but like I like the idea that like the global corporate elite, like wealthy class, are inhuman lizards. I like that idea. Is that weird to say? I think it's fun. I think it's fun that to think of them that way. These cold-blooded, unfeeling, like empathyless, like aliens. And that isn't true, obviously. Like that isn't what I actually think, but is that sort of a interesting satirical way? It's sort of like the movie They Live, right? Which David Icke has like talks about all the time. He loves They Live. They Live actually is a satire of capitalism. And so I like that. I don't know. I like the fucking artistic qualities of it. I like the visual motifs of the lizard people theory. I think that shit is kind of interesting. Another thing is, Jonathan Swift, I may make a main channel video about this, about my satire theory of conspiracy theories, but Jonathan Swift, the guy who wrote Gulliver's Travels, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with his article, what's it called? A Modest Proposal. It's like, if you ever studied satire in, English class or whatever, it would be like probably the first thing that they would have you read. It's Modest Proposal. Let me see if I can find it here. And it is really good. A Modest Proposal. Oh, okay. Well, here's Wikipedia. But so the full name is A Modest Proposal for preventing the children of poor people from being a burden to their parents or country and for making them beneficial to the public. It's a Juvenalian satirical essay written and published by Anglo-Irish writer and clergyman Jonathan Swift in 729. The essay suggests that poor people in Ireland could ease their economic troubles by selling their children as food to the elite. In English writing, the phrase "a modest proposal" is now conventionally an allusion to this style of straight-faced satire. So, think about this, right? Like this is actually like satire. This is a guy writing something that is not true, and he knows it's not true, but he's writing it as a way of demonstrating how evil the elites are, in like the fucking 1700s. He's saying like, hey, poor people, why don't you just sell your babies to the elites and they'll eat them? Like, and so this is a like satirical hyperbole. This is like an exaggeration of what is actually going on, because it is not true that the elites wanted to eat babies or that they even would if offered. But what the elites were doing by allowing this poverty to exist and these people to whatever, like live in this way, they were killing children. And the way that people think about like QAnon and whatever, Pizzagate and just like so many fucking conspiracies revolve around the idea that elites eat children. They literally eat babies or they sacrifice babies or whatever. Like this is like a fucking big big thing that a lot of people believe in. Well, I sort of look at it like they are right in a satirical way. Like children are not being literally cooked and eaten or whatever, but they are being killed, and their future is being destroyed by all of these other things that the elite people are doing, right? Like, what does the elite do? What does the elite do? They fucking lobby. The Koch brothers lobbied. They got Citizens United passed. They got all this. There's an unlimited flow of money in the U.S. to the government in order to like have sway over policy and laws, so that like there's never anything being done about fucking the environment. There's never anything being done about fucking Israel. Israel is so like, the Israel lobby is crazy powerful, right? And it's like all this shit, like, you know, like global warming is a good example, I think, for what I'm talking about right now, where it's like, you are killing, yes, Stubens, exactly. The future is being consumed, and the children are the future, and our future is being fucking like ground into dust and built into whatever fucking momentary money for elites right now. The elites are eating babies. They're just not doing it literally. They're just doing it like metaphorically. There's a quote from Naomi Wolf's. Sorry, oh my God, I just fucking did it. I never make that mistake. But Naomi Klein's book Doppelganger, which is about basically, the premise is about people confusing her for Naomi Wolf, the crazy Naomi. But Naomi Klein has a part in her book where she talks about conspiracy theories and says something along the lines of, conspiracy theorists often get the facts wrong, but the feelings right. And she talks about like Pizzagate, and she goes into like how, or she's talking about QAnon, I think, but she's sort of mentioning Pizzagate shit, where she's like, they thought that there was like underground tunnels under the pizza parlor where elites were smuggling children. Like, that's not true, but there are tunnels underneath our major cities that house the homeless and like people who are like devastated by poverty. There's children, there's this, there's that, they're blah, 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 blah. Like, they're not killing our children like in fucking satanic rituals and shit, but they are killing them. They are taking our children away. They're killing them. And there's some, I think that they are somehow, like, I think this take allows me to have like a little bit of empathy with conspiracy theorists. I think that there are a lot of them who take it very seriously, and I think there are some of them who use it very cynically, and they don't believe it. Like with Pizzagate, there are a lot of fucking people going out and saying, this is what's happening. This pizza parlor is doing this shit. And most people, I think, looked at that and they're like, wow, that's crazy. But they don't really mean that pizza parlor, right? Like that one? Really? They don't think so. They don't think that one. And that one guy, Madison Welch, who didn't see it as satire, who didn't see it as just a general, like, we hate the fucking elites, whatever, the Democrats. He was like, no, I'm taking you at your word. Like, let me go and do that. And after he did the shooting, everyone was pissed at him. Like, the fucking Pizzagators were pissed at him. Alex Jones was pissed at him. Posobiec was pissed at him. Cernovich was pissed at him. All these guys who, like, every day for months had been like, at this pizza parlor, here's the address. This is what they do. They kill kids. There's a video of it. It's proven. It's acknowledged. The FBI has this, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as somebody listened to them and was like, yo, really? Okay, let me fucking do something about it. Like, he went, and then he sort of ruined their game. Like, he made it too real. And then they were like, and then they're immediately like, oh, he's a, like, whatever, behind the scene. He's an actor. He's a crisis actor. He's not real, blah, blah, blah. And so they attacked him. And yeah, exactly. They were pissed because the jig was up. And like Alex Jones has like S. Lawless, like fucking Madison Welch is like so like such a fucking likable guy. I don't know. I have a video coming out on Pizzagate soon, by the end of the month, hopefully. And I don't know. I think Madison Welch is a cool guy, and I would definitely have hung out with him if he didn't die just like a year ago. And it's really fucked up what happened to him and how people treated him, because he's genuinely seems like a great guy. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been sniffing a lot, eh? God, I guess I'm getting a little bit of a cold somehow. It's not even winter yet. Anyway, guys, sorry, I guess that didn't really make a lot of sense, but I feel like my satire take is my take about conspiracy theories as satire. Oh, another thing. Here's another crazy thing. Sorry, this is even crazier than the Moss proposal thing. The original conspiracy theory, Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This was, well, not the original conspiracy theory, but this was a anti-Semitic, like, it was supposed to be the minutes for a meeting between a bunch of Jewish, like, evil conspirator guys. And they were, wait, what was my Canadianism? So this was this fucking, I don't know, the minutes of a meeting where they're talking about what they're going to do to take over the world and how they're going to ruin everything for all the non-Jewish people and blah, 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 blah. And it became like, it was first published in Imperial Russia in 1903, translated into multiple languages, and disseminated internationally in the early part of the 20th century. Henry Ford published it in his book called The International Jew. The Elon Musk of his day, like a car guy who was extremely anti-Semitic and conspiratorial. It played a key part in popularizing belief in an international Jewish conspiracy. Actually, like I read this book called Warrant for Genocide. It's called Warrant for Genocide, and it's about this book, this Protocols of the Elders of Zion, because of how much the Nazis used it. But do you know what the origin of this actually is? Oh, sorry. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, Madison Welch died just a year ago, I think. I remember when I was making my video on Clinton. Okay, so I guess it was about 6 months ago. He died. Shot by a cop during a traffic stop because they found Narcan in his glove compartment, and they asked him to get out of the car, and he pulled a gun on them. The cops say, and they ended up shooting him. Anyway, but whoa, I can't even say sorry anymore without being called Canadian. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, eh? Sorry. Okay, that was a real sorry. But what I want to say about this fucking thing is this fucking book, which led to like fucking millions of deaths of this was the warrant for genocide. This was like taught in German classrooms. This was like the anti-Semitic Bible in the 20th century. And fucking what did it come from? It was plagiarized. Okay, I'm looking for, source material for the forgery consisted jointly of Dialogue en enfer entre Machiavelli et Montesquieu, Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, a 1864 political satire by Maurice Joly, and a chapter from Biarritz, an 1868 novel by the anti-Semitic German novelist, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it was mostly based, on this obscure piece of French satire where they are using, no, that's the thing, Narcan isn't illegal, but they used it as, when they found Narcan in Madison Welch's car, they were like, all right, this guy's a fucking junkie. Get him all right, get out of here. And he probably did have drugs on him or something. Like he didn't want to be arrested. And something happened and they ended up shooting him. Yeah. It's fucked up. Fuck the police. Straight from the underground. But anyway, guys, what I am trying to say is this was a political satire written about Napoleon III. Like, it was talking about him and what this fucking guy in France was doing, 1848 to 1870. It's not actually by Machiavelli, but it's Machiavelli is a character in it. It's like a fucking, like, it's like a Family Guy, like, cutaway gag or something like that. It's like, what if fucking Machiavelli was in hell talking to fucking Montesquieu or the devil or whatever? And he was using it as a way to poke fun at or like point out the whatever evil of Napoleon III. Nothing to do with Jews. Had nothing to do with Jews. But then the Protocols of the Elders of Zion took this thing, and this was written in, I guess, the mid to late 19th century. This got translated into Russian. They fucking Control F, like, went through and changed all the parts about Machiavelli, turned it into the whatever Elders of Zion, They added in a bunch of stuff about the Goyim and whatever Jews and stuff. And then it became this fucking crazy influential book. But this one actually is satire that's being used for evil. It's being used as a warrant for genocide. I don't know. I think that there is a genuine connection in the DNA of conspiracy theories and works of satire. I mean, I can't explain how, a lot of the conspiracy theories that people write without intending to, they end up being satire, or they can be looked at as satire. You can look at any conspiracy theory as satire. But Machiavelli isn't from Dante? No, Machiavelli's a writer. Isn't he? Like The Prince and shit. Machiavelli. Yeah. Florentine diplomat, author, publisher, philosopher, and historian who lived during the Italian Renaissance. He's responsible for his political treatise, The Prince, Il Principe. Il Principe. Principe. It's Italian, right? Florence. He's been called the father of modern political philosophy and political science. Anyway, yeah, no, he's a guy. He's a dude. And he's actually, makes sense that he would be sort of involved in a conspiracy of some kind, because his whole sort of when you say something's Machiavellian, Machiavelli's name came to evoke unscrupulous acts of the sort he advised most famously in his work, The Prince. He concerned himself with the ways a ruler could succeed in politics and believed those who flourished engaged in deception, treachery, and violence. He advised rulers to engage in evil when political necessity requires it, at one point stating that successful founders and reformers of governments should be excused for killing other leaders who would oppose them. Machiavelli's Prince has been surrounded by controversy since it was published. Some consider it a straightforward description of political reality. Many view The Prince as a manual, teaching would-be tyrants how they should seize and maintain power. Even in recent times, scholars such as Leo Strauss have restated the traditional opinion that Machiavelli was a teacher of evil. So, yeah. That's why he was being referenced in this book. Not this book, but the other one, Dialogue in Hell. Yeah, it was from Belgium. It's not even from France. So yeah. Anyway, but yeah, guys, that's my little pet theory. I think I got some things to work out about it, but yeah. Everyone in Dante is real? Oh. Well, there you go. And he said Machiavelli was in hell? That makes sense. The warrant. Oh, yeah? What? Which one? Sorry, I forget his name. Norman Cohn. And you know what? This is another fucking bit of satire. I sort of think that the witch hammer thing was sorry, I said satire, but I meant conspiracy. The witch hammer thing was Europe's inner demons. Ooh, cool. An inquiry inspired by the Great Witch Hunt. The demonization of Christians and medieval Christians. And cool. Very cool. I would love to read that shit. Yeah, I'll read the fuck out of that. Sorry. All right. Too much. But early witchcraft, witch people, whatever. The witch hammer of the witch. What's it called? Hexenhammer. Witch hammer. What the hell was that friggin' book called? Witch hammer book. This was like the original incel. This dude. Malleus Maleficarum. This guy. This one. Hammer of Witches. It was written by German Catholic clergyman Heinrich Kramer. And this fucking weird incel dude wrote it. Where does it say? Is it going to say that in here? Yes, in 1484, clergyman Heinrich Kramer made one of the first attempts at prosecuting alleged witches. It was not a success. He was expelled from the city of Innsbruck and dismissed by the local bishop as senile and crazy. So this dude, okay, it doesn't get into all the details here, but he was like, the fucking 13th century, this guy was talking to women and they didn't like him, and he was like, "You guys must be witches," and he tried to he sued them basically. He took them to court for being witches, and everyone was like, "What? No, you moron! They just don't want to hang out with you. Get out of here, you fucking weirdo!" And he left the place, and he wrote this book about basically it's about how to fucking tell if someone's a witch, and published it. This was right at the time that the fucking printing press was invented. So think about the parallels with like Pizzagate and just modern conspiracy theory and like stuff like Facebook, the internet, 4chan, social media. Like this is sort of like our printing press. It's something that we're not familiar with. We don't really know how to deal with it. We don't know how to make it safe. But like this dude, his equivalent of that at the time was the printing press. And he wrote this fucking shit, and it immediately became like the biggest fucking selling thing. He wrote it just filled with fucking rage against these women who had embarrassed him. His purpose in writing the book was to explain his own views on witchcraft, systemically refute arguments claiming that witchcraft did not exist, discredit those who blah 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 blah. Where's the thing about? I'm trying to find the part about how it gets printed, because it became a really popular book. It was in every courtroom and shit. Before 1400, it was rare for anyone to be prosecuted for witchcraft, but the increasingly common prosecution of heresy and failure to fully defeat these heretics paved the way for later criminal prosecution of witchcraft. By the 15th century, belief in witches was widely accepted in European society. That's because of this book and this fucking crazy incel. Previously, those convicted of witchcraft typically suffered penalties no more harsh than public penances, such as a day in the stocks. But their prosecution became more brutal following the publication of Malleus Maleficarum, as witchcraft became widely accepted as a real and dangerous phenomenon. I can't find anything about... And it became and people use these conspiracy theories, just like people use today. People use fucking QAnon and all kinds of fucking crazy shit. They use it to get powerful. Martin Luther, convinced about the reality and evil of witches, facilitated development of Protestant demonology. This is a sort of a piece of demagoguery. Then during the Age of Enlightenment, belief in the power of witches began to die out in the West. And you hear all these fucking Matt Walsh and all these right-wing fascist guys say we need to go back to before the Age of Enlightenment. We were so much happier back then. While at the same time putting forward fucking conspiratorial ideas, a lot of fucking bullshit about women. And it's just okay, so you want to burn witches again? What is fucking Pizzagate if not accusing Hillary Clinton of being a fucking witch? You know what I mean? I remember I used to think that the internet was going to bring us into the future and we would never be so ignorant again. But no, I was very wrong about that. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, guys, obviously some conspiracies are real. Some conspiracies are real. Some conspiracies are just fun. And some conspiracies are fucked up. So fucked up. And dangerous and can be used to do genocide. So we got to be able to differentiate those things. But I do think Peter Thiel is very bad. Yeah, no, they straight up want to burn women again. Yeah. That seems very true. Machiavelli was centuries after Dante. Oh, there you go. Whoa, cool. One of the biggest regrets of my life, literally, is that I did not sign up to go to Egypt this year with Esoterica. He took people to parts of pyramids and Coptic churches never seen by tourists. That's cool as hell. Yes, that's lawless. You really think someone would do that? Just go on the printing press and tell lies? Yeah. Yeah, that's That's basically what that was. People were like, well, look, it's printed. This isn't just something that like a guy wrote. It's printed. Crazy. And yes, to Finland. I remember lots of right-wing conspiracies in the early 2000s going around via chain emails. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I wonder if there were bots involved with that. I imagine that there were, like, maybe not robots, but like I imagine some strategist, somebody like some Roger Stone, like Lee Atwater type, doing fucking dirty tricks in the internet era and sending around a bunch of fucking, Hillary Clinton and like ate a baby, pass this on to 10 friends. Interesting that witchcraft only becomes a crime at the dawn of capitalism. Oh yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, it does line up, doesn't it? Weird. Its biggest tragedies happening in Protestant mercantile communities. That's, yeah. I mean, I feel like that works. Are the U.S. like the Puritans? Were they Protestant? I don't really know much about them. I'm from Canada, but they did the Crucible guys. And was it more Protestant than Catholic? Like the dude that I'm talking about, the guy who wrote Witch Hammer of Witches, Malleus Maleficarum, is a German Catholic priest. Yeah, probably literally Roger Stone. I would say Roger Stone, but I don't think Roger Stone ever got that tech savvy. And I don't think he would have been on top of the, on top of the emails in the 90s, like when they were new. But I don't know, maybe. But David, what's his name? What the hell's his name? David Brock, maybe. Maybe that was like one of David Brock's things. Israeli ninjas and porn drones behind bizarre abduction of German heiress's kids. Oh, yeah? Oh, interesting. He hates papistry. Yeah, well, I mean, I know in the U.S., as they sort of built up their whatever conspiracy movements, they hated like Freemasons and they hated Catholics. And one sec. Hang on. Here it is. Have you guys ever seen this picture? This is great. This is, I mean, it's hateful and bad what they're doing. Catholics aren't evil, but, well, I mean, I definitely don't want to, I'm not going to say that as a blanket statement, but the American River Ganges. And so you look at this picture and it's like a bunch of like good, whatever, Protestant families. The holy, what does it say? The Holy Bible? Oh, whoops. Why is there two of these? Okay, just let me look at one. Dang it. The one I was just looking at was so... I gotta close a bunch of tabs. The one I was looking at was so highly detailed. Why is it not... Why are these ones so small? Oh, wait. Okay, so it was public... This is annoying. I just wanted to show this picture. How do I look at it, though? Oh, found again. Okay. So these are just like anti-Catholic art, I guess? That's nuts. Hang on. Open image in new tab. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right. So we've got all of these Protestants, and it says, yeah, the Holy Bible. So he's like, these are the real Christians or whatever, the Protestants. The political Roman Catholic schools, the political Roman Catholic Church. Oh, the U.S. public schools, look, they're dying. Oh no, look at all this. Oh, we got to go hang this woman. And why is it? Because look at what the alligators are. They're popes or bishops or something, but they've got like evil alligator heads. And look at they've got their little cape cloth cloak thing that's got like these sort of like lines in it, but they look like scales and they've got these like jagged spiny backs. I mean, I think this is cool. So cool. Is that bad? Because this is definitely like, I don't know. This is from a while ago. Is it soon enough that we can laugh at it? Fucking gator popes, dude. Fucking gator popes. Cover the gator popes, dude. This gator's coming, dude. But I just think that the visual like language here, mwah, so good. They go hard, right? Like, fuck. This should be like a heavy metal band album cover. So good. And like when you first see it, you just think they're alligators. And then you look closer and you're like, oh my God. Anyway, we shouldn't be this afraid of Catholics. I think maybe like a little bit of fear of Catholics is probably fine. Like Opus Dei, yeah, like this is fucking, Opus Dei basically is this. But all politics aside, I think this is a cool picture. Yeah. Guys, hey, this was fun. I had a good time. I feel like this was definitely not the biggest stream I've done. This is easily the smallest stream I've done, but it was good. And I feel like all the people who are, usually watching were here. All the people who talk most in the chat seem to have followed me over to my second channel. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. I wasn't sure how this was going to go. And I think I'm going to probably try streaming from here from now on, unless I have like a big event. Next week, I am having a guest on who is, he just, he is about to release a documentary he made about it's called The Mothman. What's it called? Mothman, the film that never was. By his name is Commendable Commotion, or that's his like internet handle. Anyway, and it's about gangs in what's the name of the town that the Mothman stuff is? Mothman, somewhere in West Virginia. What is it? Mothman. Point Pleasant. There it is. Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So like the actual town that people said they saw the Mothman. Apparently, I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to watch it. But it's about like organized crime in the town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And so I don't know, it sounds kind of cool. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to watch it before next week, but it sounds kind of like a combination of like true crime and fucking cryptid shit, yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm not sure what will come of that, but yeah. Thanks for watching, and we're going to end the stream. And I don't know. I appreciate you guys. Goblin only. Protecting kids from the clergy is never a bad thing. Mothman's a queer icon. I didn't know that, but I love it. He's like him and the Babadook.